Brat, what did you just say? You want to join my Roger pirates? On the ruins the wind howled and tore at the broken stones. Roger rested a long blade upon his shoulder, looking down from above as he scrutinized the young man standing below. He had just finished dueling rocks, and exhaustion still clouded his face. Ron gave a small nod. He had crossed into this old era's timeline a year ago, and by now had grown into a pirate of some renown. And the Roger pirates were, after repeated deliberation, the most ideal and most reliable haven. Of course, he had also considered the Rocks pirates. Yet from what he had known back on Blue Star, that crew seethed with intrigue and backstabbing. With his current strength, he would easily become a disposable sacrifice. The Roger pirates were different. Among their comrades, words were frank and hearts were open. Mutual trust ran deep. Their voyage was filled with raucous laughter, yet in perilous moments helping hands were offered without hesitation. Life aboard was free, yet measured, tolerant, yet never indulgent. It was fertile soil where one could take root with peace of mind and hone oneself in earnest. As for where he would go once he had fully grown, which stance he would take, which path he would choose, Ron had yet to think deeply about it, nor was he in any hurry to decide. For now he only wanted to step aboard that ship, see with his own eyes, experience with his own body, and then let his heart make the choice. Ha ha ha. Roger stared at Ron, then suddenly threw back his head and laughed. The demon butcher the seas have been talking about lately. That's you, isn't it? After a brief pause, Roger added, someone who slaughters the innocent like you. Even if I agreed to let you on my ship, my comrades would never accept it. Ron froze for an instant. His pupils tightened, his brows lifted ever so slightly, and a trace of stunned disbelief flickered through his eyes. He had not ruled out the possibility of Roger refusing him. The man was known for his discerning eye and strict standards in choosing friends. Yet he had never imagined that, both being pirates, Roger would use this reason to turn him away. Ron did not consider himself some saint who cherished all living beings, nor did he intend to parade any false benevolence. Behind every life he had taken lay a clear cause. Those he killed were never good people, each bearing undeniable guilt. Yet in Roger's mouth he had become a bastard who treated human lives like weeds. Isn't being a pirate precisely licking blood from the edge of a blade, eh? Ron paused, his voice low as he explained, everyone I've killed was someone who deserved to die. Roger's expression suddenly grew grave. His lips tightened before he spoke in a deep voice. You mean, every last villager of Biluan village deserved to die, eh? Roger was referring to what had happened a few months earlier. In the mountains above Biluan village lurked a band of mountain bandits with a 50 million belly bounty on their heads. To pull out this embedded thorn, the villagers secretly sought someone capable of dealing with them. Ron judged that he could both obtain a reward from his system and claim the villagers' payment. One move, two birds with one stone. Yet unexpectedly the plan was leaked. To give the bandits an explanation, the villagers chose to offer Ron up as a sacrifice. What kind of sick joke was that? Had he endured bitter cultivation only to become their sacrificial offering? In the end, Ron, out of what he thought of as kindness, still helped the villagers eradicate the bandits. But later he discovered that the vile bandits had even possessed the villagers' bodies. On principle, Ron simply wiped them all out together. Then the news agency added fuel to the fire, exaggerating and distorting the story, pairing inflammatory headlines with carefully misleading images. Overnight, Ron became a cold-blooded butcher, a life-despising demon, infamous and reviled across the seas. Ron stared straight at Roger. He no longer had any desire to explain. He already understood that he and Roger walked different roads. In truth, I would have preferred you to reject me outright, Ron said, instead, a relaxed smile tugging at his lips. After all, they were both pirates. Who among them could truly claim to be much better than the other? In the original story, Ron remembered when a military force insulted Roger's comrades, Roger had slaughtered the entire army to the last man. The difference lay in this: Ron had drawn his blade against unarmed villagers, while Roger had drawn his sword against a fully armored imperial army arrayed for battle. On the surface, the two seemed worlds apart, but in Ron's eyes there was no essential difference at all. To him, the villagers were even more deserving of death. Before Roger could say another word, Ron quietly stepped back, inclined his head slightly, and said, "Pardon the disturbance." With that, Ron turned and left, and Roger likewise held his tongue. Tap, 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 tap. He had not gone far when an urgent rush of footsteps sounded from behind. Hot on the heels of those steps came a flurry of voices laced with scolding, yet full of worried concern. "Hey, Roger, you bastard, that was way too reckless. You're not hurt, are you? Your arm is still bleeding. You lunatic, you're utterly out of control." Ha ha ha. Roger laughed up at the sky. "Rocks and I merely had a little spar, that's all. As expected, at my current level there's still a long way to go before I catch up to him, isn't there?" "Who was that guy?" Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance at Ron's receding back, and asked in a brat who wanted to join us, but I turned him down. Roger's gaze also returned to Ron, his expression calm, and his tone indifferent. "Why, oi?" Rayleigh tilted his head, brows knitting slightly, a trace of genuine curiosity surfacing in his eyes. Because I've no desire to have a bloodthirsty companion on my ship, Roger said, laughing. So that's how it is. Rayleigh nodded, but in his heart he muttered, there he goes again, refusing people purely on a feeling. Still, that young man's back didn't look at all like someone who felt relieved after being turned away. A coarse, booming laugh suddenly crashed into Ron's ears without warning. At a corner of the ruins piled high with blackened beams and shattered bricks, a towering figure, like a mountain, abruptly entered his field of vision. It was Rox, who had only just finished dueling Roger and had not gone far. He was sprawled carelessly on a thick wooden stake that leaned at an angle, his boots planted on cracked flagstones, his long blade buried deep in the fissured earth. Grinning with a mouthful of white teeth, he laughed openly in Ron's direction, making no effort to conceal it. Bet you weren't accepted by that Roger fellow, were you? When he left after the spar, Ron had stepped out to question Roger, and Rox, amused, had paused his own stride to listen in for a while. There was no trace of dejection on Ron's face. He merely lifted his eyes slightly to meet that blazing gaze, then let out a faint laugh. My reputation stinks too much. I'm not suitable. Ha ha ha. Rox roared with laughter once more. He rose slowly to his feet, his right hand closing around the hilt. The long blade sang free with a resonant hum, and he swung it up onto his left shoulder. Your reputation stinks. A ship full of hypocrites like that isn't worth boarding anyway. On my ship, I never ask how you kill, only whether you can kill, whether you're ruthless enough, whether you're crazy enough. Ron fell silent. The most crucial part of his plan had failed, leaving him somewhat adrift and directionless. Rox's laughter suddenly soared in pitch as he spun on his heel and strode forward in great unhurried steps, his black cloak snapping and whipping in the wind. When the destined day arrives, whether you follow me or not is up to you. If your heart has already decided, then come along. I'll show you the view from the very peak of this world. Ron gazed at the slowly receding back of Rox, the wind brushing across his brow and tossing a few unruly strands of black hair, yet unable to disperse the blazing fire that had quietly ignited in his eyes. Perhaps fate will never allow me the luxury of growing in peace. Since that is the case, then on this thorn-strewn path I shall cleave the briars with my blade, water the soil with blood, and carve out a bloody road of my own. All of a sudden the corners of Ron's mouth slowly lifted into a faint smile. Then he raised his foot and strode forward, following without the slightest hesitation. Walking ahead, Rox seemed to sense the figure trailing behind him. Without slowing his pace, he burst into loud, ha ha ha. I am Roxdy Jybek. You may call me Captain, or you may call me Boss. Of course, if you dislike both, you can simply address me by my name, Rox. I am Ron. I will remember that, Ron. Rox turned half his face toward him, a trace of appreciation flashing through his eyes. From this moment on, you are the second trainee crew member of my Rox Pirates. The second. The one before you is called Kaido, a very promising young man. You do not care about my strength. Ron shifted the topic with that question mainly because joining the Rox Pirates had been far too smooth. Wahaha, I have always been very accurate in judging people. Whether it was when dealing with Roger or with Ron himself, he had not seen a trace of fear in Ron's eyes. In general, people with such a disposition were rarely disappointing. Where are we headed next? Ron asked about their itinerary. Now that the matter is done, naturally we're going back. This trip had been for Roger, but things had not gone as planned. Roger stubbornly refused to cooperate, and in the end Rox did not force the issue. After all, paths that diverged could not walk together. At the island's harbor, wind and clouds surged. Ink-dark storm clouds rolled across the heavens, the sea roared in turbulent swells, and crashing waves burst into snow-white foam. A colossal and magnificent ship lay quietly moored beside the pier. All across its hull, whether sitting, standing, or lounging, were gathered figures radiating untamed arrogance. Upon the dark background of the pirate flag was embroidered a pair of black fangs rending the sky. As the banner snapped and whipped in the wind, its flapping sounded like war drums pounding. This was the most extravagant, most absurd, and most terrifying pirate lineup in history. Here stood the man who would become the strongest man, one of the future 4 emperors, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Here also stood the one who would become the strongest creature, another of the future 4 emperors, Kaido. There was also the woman who would become one of the future 4 emperors, Charlotte Lingling, and the pirate who would rise to legend as the Golden Lion, Shiki. And so on and so on. One fearsome name after another, each enough to keep Marine headquarters awake through the night, lay scattered carelessly across the same stretch of deck. Rox still hasn't come back. Could it be that Roger took him out? Wang Ji lounged against the ship's rail, his calloused hand gripping a roasted leg of lamb dripping with rich fragrance. He tore off a huge bite, while his left hand lifted a jug of liquor, and he tipped his head back to gulp down a mouthful of fiery wine. Kaiha! The golden lion on the mast burst into a sky-rending laugh when he heard this. If that's how it is, then I, Shiki, will reluctantly accept the position of captain of the Rox Pirates. From now on you all have to address me as captain. Lingling sat on another section of the ship's railing, a slice of fruit cake in her hand. She plucked a piece of fruit and popped it into her mouth as she retorted, "Stop daydreaming, Shiki. If Rox really dies, it will be my turn to take over." Stussy leaned in the shadow of the cabin door, the corners of her lips slightly raised. "Whoever wants to be captain can have it. But Rox's wealth belongs to me, Stussy." "You? Stussy, what a joke. Rox and I are brothers as close as hand and foot. His wealth should naturally pass to me." Captain John shot back with that retort. In his eyes, anyone who wanted to be captain could have the title, but whoever dared to compete with him for treasure would be his enemy. On the deck, Kaido sat cross-legged against the wall, a massive spiked club resting at his side. Before him was a plate of steamed buns. He stuffed them into his mouth one after another with relish, inwardly grumbling, "These people really have nothing better to do." Kaido's goal at the moment was simple. He understood that with his current strength aboard this ship of villains, there were no real benefits for him to seize, so he had been constantly searching for a devil fruit that could make him stronger. Especially after witnessing Whitebeard unleash the power of the Gura Gura, Nomi, his desire had only grown more intense. Whitebeard sat atop the ship, letting the sea breeze wash over him as he occasionally sipped from his wine. He neither joined their discussion nor cared for it. In fact, he felt somewhat disgusted. Day after day, what were these people thinking? On what ship did crew members spend their time eagerly hoping for their own captain's death? Then again, on second thought, it was not entirely unreasonable. After all, on this ship, none of them truly regarded Rox as a boss in the truest sense. He was merely a man strong enough and generous enough to be a partner. As for them, they were nothing more than villains temporarily sharing the same vessel. Silver Axe leaned over the ship's rail. Seeing two figures walking toward them in the distance, he spoke slowly, "Stop indulging in daydreams, everyone. Rox is back." The others did not react much when they heard him. They had only been grumbling idly before. No one truly believed Rox would fall to Roger. As Rox's figure drew nearer, they also saw Roan trailing behind him, and almost simultaneously they all began to size him up. "Hey Rox, is that fellow behind you someone you won off Roger's ship, eh?" Lingling licked the cream from her fingers and asked with a bright smile. In the world of pirates, there existed a game called Davy Back Fight, a series of contests between pirate crews and a cruel game of stealing each other's comrades and flags. In a Davy Back fight, any defeated crew member chosen by the victors had to immediately become a subordinate of the winning captain. On the Rox pirate's ship, there were quite a few crew members whom Rox had won this way. "No," Rox waved a hand with a light laugh. "He's just a brat whose reputation is so foul that Roger couldn't stand him. But I, Rox, don't mind. Reputation too foul." Everyone was momentarily stunned. Who ever heard of a pirate with a spotless reputation? Aren't we all the kind that everyone wishes to destroy? "Kid, did you dig up Roger's ancestral grave?" Golden Lion asked out of curiosity. Luo-En looked up at this man with flowing golden hair and a fierce expression, shook his head, and honestly recounted why his reputation was so notorious. Then, many people were stunned, followed by waves of laughter across the ship. "Kid, are you trying to kill me with TCH? I thought you did something incredible." Although it sounds a bit pitiful, the process was really hilarious. The crowd on the ship talked one after another, none of them thinking Luo-En had done anything wrong. Some even felt Luo-En was merciful. If it were them, they would have made the neighboring village pay with their lives if they were displeased. Some also criticized Roger for his hypocritical righteousness. If he didn't think highly of someone, he could just say so. Why use such a petty excuse to reject? "We're all pirates. Who among us has clean hands?" Silver Axe stared at Luo-En for a while, then turned his gaze to Rox and asked, "Rox, how capable is this kid?" "Strength." Rox paused and thought for a moment. "Should be decent, don't you think, Luo-En?" Luo-En frowned slightly, and suddenly a blue attribute panel visible only to him appeared before his eyes. Host Luo-En. Basic abilities: observation, hockey intermediate, 245500 armament, hockey intermediate, 159,500 conquerors, hockey intermediate, 67,500 physical arts. Swordsmanship intermediate, 133,500. Constitution immortal, body unlocked, immortal eye locked. Special ability Four Tails unlocked. Trigger ability lava release, source Four Tails. Mystic roulette unlock, condition 1 devil fruit. Luo-En looked at his current attribute panel, feeling uncertain. In the world of One Piece, what level did this represent? Since his transmigration, he had never fought any named character from the original story. The only enemies he had faced were mountain bandits, some unknown pirate crew, and marines from some random branch. "Jaihaha, you idiot, Silver Axe, what can you find out just by asking?" Golden Lion sneered sarcastically. Silver Axe frowned instantly. He and Golden Lion were arch-rivals, the kind who were always looking for a chance to kill each other. "If you have nothing to do, why don't you just go die, eh?" Shiki, Silver Axe cursed. "Jaihaha, you piece of dog shit, you really are malicious, cursing others to die," Golden Lion immediately retorted. Luo-En nodded slightly. Yeah, that was about right. This was the discipline of the Rox pirates. Can you two stop howling like ghosts? You're scaring the newcomer. Lin Lin couldn't stand it anymore. Golden Lion and Silver Axe almost simultaneously turned to Lin Lin and cursed without gratitude. You're too nosy, Lin Lin. After cursing, they turned back to each other and continued shouting while grabbing each other's collars. Golden Lion, huh? Silver Axe, huh? Boom. At that moment, both Golden Lion and Silver Axe were kicked off the ship by a tremendous force. Lu Owen was startled. Looking closely, he realized Rox had somehow boarded the ship and kicked both. You two bastards, quiet down. Rox cursed angrily. Golden Lion and Silver Axe, who had been kicked off the ship, weren't angry. They exchanged glances and then uttered threats. Fine Shiki for Rox Sake, they'll let it go today. Idiot, that's what I should be saying. Rox paid no more attention to those two and turned to Lu Owen. Everyone seems quite curious about your strength. How about it? Want to show us a thing or two? Lu Owen. Fight whom? Lu Owen didn't mind. Mainly, he wanted to gauge his current strength and see what level he could reach if he went all out. Rox thought about it and felt that many were not suitable. Either they didn't know their own strength or they simply weren't interested and considered it a waste of time. Got it. Rox's eyes lit up, feeling he had found the right person. Kaido, you give it a try. Kaido, who had been leaning on the ship's railing watching the show, was startled and immediately refused. Hey Rox, don't dump all the dirty work on me. Rox, however, grinned and leaned close to Kaido, whispering a few words in his ear. It was clear that Kaido's initial reluctance gradually faded away, and then he was kicked off the ship by Rox. Kaido got up from the ground angrily, and just as he was about to complain, his own spiked club was thrown down. Work hard, Kaido, Rox said with a smile. Kaido seemed about to speak, but stopped. He didn't bother with Rox anymore, and turned to Lu Owen. Hey newcomer, are you ready? Bring it on. Lu Owen immediately entered a combat state. Meanwhile, the ship became lively. Come on, place your bets. 2-10 odds for Kaido winning, 3-10 for the newcomer winning. John took the opportunity to hustle, planning to make a big profit. But against his expectations, no one paid him any attention. Who do you think will win? Rox appeared on top of the ship sitting next to Whitebeard and casually picked up a fine wine beside him, taking a few gulps. Don't know, Whitebeard shook his head, then stood up. He didn't want to guess, so winning or losing didn't matter to him. Wow, Rox didn't press further. His attention fell on the wine bottle in his hand, which seemed familiar. He looked up at Whitebeard, who was about to leave, and said, Hey, Newgate, you bastard, you didn't drink my hidden stash, did you? Don't know, I found it in the cabinet. Whitebeard leaped down to the deck. You're really a bastard, Rox complained a couple of times. Yo Ling Ling stared at him in a peculiar way, her eyes sweeping over his flushed face before she grinned. Blushing, are we? Kaido had been walking the razor's edge since childhood, countless battles under his belt. His combat experience was seasoned and astute. As for Lu Owen, the first 18 years of his life were spent in peace on Blue Planet, and it had been barely a year since he crossed over into the world of pirates. Upon exchanging blows, his movements were noticeably more awkward than Kaijuo's. Hey newcomer. Kaido swung his spiked club, growing increasingly dissatisfied, dodging and weaving like that. What kind of behavior is that? The path of a true strongman is not forged by dodging. But Lu Owen's thoughts were entirely different. After all, this was his first time clashing with a notable figure in this world. Playing it safe was the wiser choice. He evaded to gauge the true force behind each of Kaijuo's strikes. He kept dodging because he worried Kaijuo might feign weakness and spring a trap. Now it seemed that every one of Kaijuo's strikes carried roughly the same power. He was not feigning. In that swish, Lu Owen suddenly braked, planting his feet firmly facing Kaijuo Hiden. Kaijuo was briefly startled, then grinned. Newcomers were indeed impatient, provoked by just a few trash-talking words. Heh, take this. Before the words faded, Kaijuo had already wrapped armament hockey around his spiked club, swinging it in a horizontal arc toward Lu Owen's face. Lu Owen's movements were nearly synchronized with Kaijuo's. He too wrapped armament hockey around his blade and struck. Boom. The two weapons collided violently, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept in all directions. In terms of pure explosive power, bolstered by his immortal body, Lu Owen clearly had the upper hand over Kaijuo. After the clash of two monstrous forces, Kaijuo was sent stumbling backward, his feet gouging two deep furrows in the ground. An expression of sheer disbelief was clearly written across his face. You bastard. Kaijuo's eyes widened as he roared in discontent. You've been dodging all along just to make me let my guard down. Lu Owen did not reply. He flickered and pursued without hesitation. Meanwhile, everyone on the ship realized they had underestimated Lu Owen. It had to be said. Lu Okisi truly had a keen eye. John. Situsher ambled over to John and spoke unhurriedly. They'll bet 10 billion that the newcomer wins. John looked at her as if she were an idiot and grumbled, Bet your ass. TCH can't handle it. Situsher tossed the remark indifferently and turned to walk toward Whitebeard. Furious veins bulging on his forehead, John shouted after Hermie. Can't handle it. Are you serious, you bat? Come here. He'll bet 20 billion the newcomer wins. But Situshur ignored him entirely. John's face turned green with rage. Situshur, you bastard. Are you messing with me? Atop the ship, Luokisi continued drinking his dwindling wine, his lips twisted into an exaggerated, nearly contorted grin. Wah. It seems this trip wasn't entirely without gain. Bam! Bam! With each ear-splitting clash, Kaiduo was forced further back, his expression growing increasingly grim. Then a risky tactic germinated deep within his mind. Swish! Luo In's long blade slammed into Kaijuo's body. Even with armament hockey covering him, Kaijuo's chest immediately bled. Luo In was visibly stunned. Logically, Kaiduo could have dodged that blow. You think you've won? Kaijuo's voice hissed in his ear with a trace of ferocity. I took your strike. But can you take one of mine? Luo In understood instantly. Kaiduo, realizing he couldn't gain the upper hand, decided to trade blows, to outlast him in a test of endurance. Whooshed! Though it felt like seconds, it was only a blink. Kaijuo's spiked club howled toward Luo In, carrying brutal force. A blow-for-blow trade. Luo In did not dodge. That's an interesting tactic. He wanted to see what expression would appear on the face of this man, the future strongest creature, when his plan completely collapsed. Dong! A heavy, muffled explosion erupted around them. The powerful shockwave kicked up billowing clouds of dust, instantly swallowing the area where the two stood. Rustle! The flung dust rained down like a torrential storm, pelting everything. The dust gradually. Kaijuo's pupils abruptly shrank to pinpricks. White steam was rising from Luo In's wounded spot, and was healing at a visibly astonishing speed. This credit went to his immortal body, which not only provided a ceaseless flow of energy, but also possessed super-generative capabilities. Even fatal wounds could heal instantly. At that moment, Kaijuo's mentality began to crumble. This newcomer not only had skill, but was also a freak of nature. Don't get ahead of yourself. Luo In stated flatly, then began testing another ability, Tailed Beast Mode. Instantly, crimson vertical pupils replaced his once clear eyes. An orangered chakra code erupted like blazing flames, radiating scorching heat. His body swelled dramatically in the blink of an eye, becoming enormous. Behind him, one tail after another burst forth, whipping wildly through the air and stirring up howling winds. Kaijuo's pupils contracted again. This time his mentality shattered completely. Not only a physique freak, he was also a devil fruit user. And judging by this display, it was an extraordinarily powerful devil fruit. Why? Kaijuo's face was full of envy and resentment. He suddenly felt that the gap between him and Luo In was all down to luck. The appearance of Tailed Beast Mode roused the interest of most people on the ship. Animal type. Mythical Zoan. Lingling stared at Luo In's transformed form and ventured a guess with interest. It seems extremely formidable. Chang Mianbao chimed in from beside Lingling. Mama. Lingling let out a light laugh. Just judging by basic strength, young Kaiduo was already at a disadvantage. Now, he's bound to suffer quite a bit. Ha! Situshur covered her mouth with a chuckle, her eyes glistening. I thought Luokisi had picked up a piece of trash. But it turns out there's a twist. What do you think, Newgate? Whitebeard cast a glance, but quickly averted his eyes, not particularly concerned. If not for rocks suddenly running up, he would still be sitting on the ship's top sipping wine and enjoying the salty sea breeze. Utterly boring and going back to sleep. Whitebeard responded nonchalantly, then pushed aside Stussy, who was leaning against him, and turned to walk into the ship. Stussy swayed slightly from the push, instinctively touched a strand of golden hair falling by her ear, looked up at Whitebeard's receding burly back, let out a soft snort, then pouted. What a blockhead. At the harbor, Luo In his Biju form lowered his eyes and stared at Kaido. The moment he opened his mouth, the tailed beast ball had already taken initial shape. Zla. The faint glimmer expanded rapidly, empowered by the immense strength of the immortal body. In the blink of an eye, the spark transformed into a massive sphere of energy. Kaido's pupils contracted to pinpoints. He instinctively stepped back, 3 times his voice strained. What the hell? You bastard, are you trying to kill me? Wasn't this supposed to be a spar? Judging by this, that bastard wants to kill me. Luo In remained silent, and when he felt the time was right, he suddenly shot the tailed beast ball. Whooshed! The tailed beast ball, brimming with terrifying power, roared forth. Kaido's expression stiffened. He immediately decided to dodge, but the tailed beast ball was so enormous that its coverage far exceeded his predicted evasion limit. Bastard! Kaido cursed, quickly coating his spiked club with armament hockey. The next moment, he saw a figure appear silently beside him. A long drawn-out sigh full of helplessness drifted softly through the smoke-filled air. Kids fighting truly dangerous. They never know their own strength. Before his words faded, Rox had already drawn his sword. The hum of the blade leaving its sheath had not yet dissipated when Conqueror's hockey, like a black-purple storm, roared and coiled around the entire blade. Then his figure completely vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the tailed beast ball. Schwat. The longsword carrying terrifying power slashed upward from below, unleashing a fiercely unmatched black arc. In an instant, the blade clashed violently with the surface energy of the tailed beast ball. Boom. A terrifying explosion beyond words erupted abruptly. A violent shockwave exploded like a tsunami, spreading in a ring in all directions. However, the tailed beast ball did not explode. Instead, the moment the blade touched it, an irresistible colossal gravitational force forcibly twisted its trajectory, sending it rapidly rising toward the sky. Then it traced an arc in the sky and plummeted fiercely toward the distant sea. At the same moment, aboard the Roger pirates, which had just set sail. After sensing danger with observation, several figures rushed out from the ship. Immediately after, they saw a massive energy sphere falling into the sea. TSS. A blinding, harsh white light burst from the depths of the sea. Then a dull explosion resounded all around. Boom. The sea surface abruptly swelled upward, and a huge mushroom-shaped wave with white froth churning at its edges rose into the sky. Roger, Rayleigh, and Gabon's gazes almost simultaneously shifted to the island. Those rocks pirates guys, have they been fighting someone? Gabon frowned. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, staring at the direction of the explosion, pondering for a moment before speaking slowly. Judging purely from that power, just now it shouldn't be someone from the rocks pirates. Rayleigh, however, did not agree. He gently shook his head. It could also cause us plenty of trouble in the future. Ha ha ha, Roger laughed heartily. It seems that rocks fellow has run into quite a bit of trouble. Rayleigh, however, did not agree. He gently shook his head. It could also cause us plenty of trouble in the future. After all, with Rock's personality, when he encounters a strong opponent, he won't kill them, but will recruit them onto his ship. Gabon nodded immediately upon hearing this, speaking seriously. Although we have no grudge against Rock's crew, when the day comes that interests are not evenly distributed, we will inevitably stand on opposing sides. Roger stopped laughing, his face growing calm, his gaze piercing, looking into the distance at the island, and slowly spoke. A pirate crew without bonds is just a pile of sand destined to collapse. It's not the wind that destroys it, but each grain of sand, forgetting why it stands beside the next. Just as Rayleigh and Gabon were about to have differing thoughts on this statement, Roger slung an arm around each of their shoulders and said with a chuckle, "Come on, let's go back for a drink." Meanwhile, at the harbor, the violent energy aftershocks gradually dissipated and the swirling dust slowly settled. Luo reverted from his Biju form. Hey Rocks, did you see that? This bastard wanted to kill me. Kaido was furious. You told me to spar, and I almost got killed. If you don't do something about it, that's just unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Luo looked surprised. He could swear he had no such intention. It was pure slander. See, that bastard still looks unconcerned. Kaido said angrily. Luo frowned. Bro, what are you talking about? Wah! Rock sheathed his longsword and said with a smile, Kaido, you're too sensitive. When young men fight, it's inevitable that they don't know their own strength. Kaido was dumbfounded for several seconds. After snapping out of it, he looked shocked. Are you kidding me? Rox, I absolutely disagree with what you said. Rox smiled, slowly raised his hand, and made a peace sign. Luo was confused. What kind of move is this? Want us both to fight him alone? Very possible. Is this the Rocks pirates? Their way of solving things is truly brutal. Kaido muttered inwardly. Seems he had indeed been a bit too sensitive. Having received his share of benefits, Kaido ceased to dwell on whether Luo truly intended to kill him. Hefting his iron club, he strode toward the ship, though a trace of reluctance lingered in his retreating figure. Rox walked over to Luo, slinging an arm around his shoulder with a chuckle. Unexpected, your performance surprised me, Luo. Luo winced from the tight grip and humbly replied, pure luck, just luck. Rox tightened his hold, his laughter booming. Good lad, saying it's luck. If I hadn't intervened just now, Kaido would be in dire straits, even if he didn't die. Luo found no words to retort, offering only a wry smile as he allowed himself to be embraced. Rox burst into hearty laughter, spinning Luo around and guiding him toward the ship. Come, we'll throw a banquet for you tonight. Kaido had barely set foot on the deck, his heart still vexed, before Golden Lion's insidious voice slithered into his ears, dripping with ill intent. Hey Kaido, you seem quite discontent. How about I help you find a chance to get rid of him? Kaido turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at Golden Lion's malicious grin, too weary to respond, and turned away. Golden Lion cackled, unperturbed by Kaido's cold shoulder. You bastard, with Linlin's backing you've... Kaido sneered inwardly. Having been around the Rocks pirates for so long, he knew the drill well. Far from helping him eliminate Luo, had count himself lucky if they didn't stab him in the back when he passed by. Night gradually descended, the sea breeze carrying a salty tang. The Jibek sword had sailed into a vast expanse of ocean with no islands in sight, accompanied only by boundless darkness and the sound of waves. The banquet Rocks had thrown for Luo and had ended, the table was littered with mess and several drunken crew members lay sprawled in corners of the deck. If he had to sum up the banquet in one word, Luo-en found tedious most fitting. It was only natural after all. Newly arrived, he couldn't blend into the group. Most of the time he sat alone on the sidelines watching the others boast, curse, and force drinks down each other's throats. Occasionally someone would grab a weapon over a few harsh words, only to be pulled away with laughter. The revelry was theirs, Luo, and had none of it. After the party dispersed, the deck grew much quieter. Luo-en sat alone on the railing, letting the sea breeze carry his thoughts away. Not far off, Whitebeard leaned against the opposite railing, half a jug of liquor in hand, his gaze heavy upon the sea. Each occupied their own corner with no interaction. At that moment Kaido sauntered over. He stopped beside Whitebeard, resting against the railing. "Seems you've stepped out from the shadow of your defeat, Kaido," Whitebeard remarked with a hearty laugh. "I just lack a powerful devil fruit." Kaido replied, his tone toward Whitebeard markedly different from how he. After all, in the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard was the one person he trusted relatively, never scheming against him, sometimes even showing care. "Gururara." Whitebeard chuckled softly. "As I've always said, the right fruit takes time to find." Kaido shrugged. "I know that, but it's just too hard." Whitebeard laughed again, saying no more, his gaze returning to the dark sea. Kaido stood for a while, growing bored, then turned and walked in another direction. His eyes fell upon Luo-en, who sat on the railing. After a moment's hesitation, he strode over. "Hey." Kaido stood beside Luo-en, his voice low but stubborn. "After I find my devil fruit, let's fight again." Luo-en, lost in the sea breeze, slowly turned his head, Kaido's face reflected in his pupils. "Don't misunderstand. I can take a loss," Kaido said before Luo-en could respond, sitting down on the railing himself, letting his feet dangle over the side. "I just want to fight you at my strongest." Luo-en's lips curved into a faint smile. "Don't you know? Only Haki can reign supreme over all." Kaido's face showed surprise as he asked reflexively, "Did you hear that from Rocks?" Luo-en smiled without answering. He hadn't heard it from Rocks, but from someone called Teacher Kai. Sigh. Kaido sighed, suddenly changing the subject. "Do you know that guy behind us?" Luo-en looked back. "Edward Newgate." "Right." Kaido nodded, a fiery glint in his eyes. "His devil fruit is the Gura no Mi, a terrifying fruit. I've seen it with my own eyes." From his words, Luo-en could detect undisguised admiration. "Haki is strong," Kaido continued, "but who can resist a fruit that grants earth-shattering power with a single bite?" Luo-en now understood. Kaido believed that while Haki was formidable training, it took too much time, far less efficient than ingesting a powerful devil fruit. "Do you think finding a powerful devil fruit is easy?" Luo-en asked with a smile. Kaido fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, "In the Rocks Pirates, the chances are good. And Rocks himself promised me that if he gets one, he'll give it to me." And so the two talked back and forth, their words weaving through the sea breeze and waves. Unknowingly, Luo-en found Kaido quite honest, and similarly Kaido found Luo-en more reliable than most of the crew. Most importantly, they were both apprentices. "Hey Luo-en," Kaido, no longer calling him new guy, addressed him by name. "Let's form an alliance so we can look out for each other. This Rocks crew has all sorts of monsters." Then Kaido ticked off a beast list of names for Luo-en, rattling them off as if had cursed them in his heart 1,000 times. Due to the rapid pace, Luo-en only barely remembered that Golden Lion topped the list. Kaido emphasized this especially, saying, "That man is treacherous, be extremely wary of him." As for the others, Whitebeard and Rocks could generally be trusted in normal circumstances. Lin was capricious reliability, dependent on the situation, and the rest were absolutely untrustworthy, especially those on the beast list. In the end, Luo-en agreed to the alliance. The condition was that any powerful devil fruit they found would go to Kaido, while the mediocre ones would belong to Luo-en. The next morning, the sea mist had yet to dissipate. Luo-en was deep in sleep when a commotion broke out on the deck above, pulling him from his dreams. He frowned, still half asleep, when hurried footsteps approached. The cabin door was kicked open with a bang, its lock twisting grotesquely and clattering to the floor. Luo-en sat up abruptly, rubbed his bleary eyes, glanced at the pitiful door, then at Kaido striding toward him. His brow furrowed slightly. "Even if there's an enemy attack, it shouldn't fall to us two apprentices, Kaido." Luo-en said, his tone tinged with resignation. "Enemy attack? What enemy attack?" Kaido shook his head with a baffled look, seemingly oblivious to what had just done. "Never mind that. Get up. The Kuja pirates are here." Luo-en's mind went blank, the first image flashing through his thoughts being Empress Hancock. But the next second, he came back to reality. The timeline was still the old era. In this age, the Kuja pirates were led by Gloriosa and Shikyaku. According to the original portrayal, Xiachi was possessed of a beauty so divine that it nearly brought the entire Roger Pirates and Rocks Pirates to their knees, every single member utterly infatuated by her. Thus the reputation of the future Pirate King became a mixed bag of praise and criticism. Recalling the sarcastic comments from those online detractors, Rowan couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle from the depths of his throat. It was utterly preposterous, sheer lunacy at its peak. I mean, it's not like the Kuja pirates are some major Did rocks really need to send everyone to welcome them? Welcome. Kaido's voice was thick with confusion. He shook his head. Rocks never ordered anyone to go welcome them. Upon hearing that, the smile on Rowan's face instantly faded. Then why did you kick down my door? Far from showing any guilt, Kaido's voice rose with a sense of righteous excitement. You idiot, Rowan. I called you so you could come with me to behold Xiaqi's beauty. Rowan's eye twitched slightly as he rolled his eyes internally. How considerate of you remembering your buddy for such a Go ahead, go by yourself. I'm going back to sleep. Rowan let out a long yawn, even a tear of fatigue forming at the corner of his eye. Xiaqi. He had seen her before. Nothing special. To him, she wasn't breathtaking enough to sacrifice his precious morning nap. Kaido looked as if he had heard some blasphemous heresy. His eyes widened as he leaned in incredulously. Hey Rowan, are you serious? Rowan had already flopped back onto the bed, pulling the blanket up to his chin, his entire face radiating an expression of supreme contentment. Nothing beat the bliss of a second round of sleep after being rudely awakened early in the morning. Seeing that Rowan completely ignored him, Kaido didn't insist. Instead, a meaningful grin spread across his face. Rowan, just you wait. When you finally lay eyes on Xiaqiu, you'll regret it. You'll realize how wrong your decision was. Mom, I hope that day of regret comes too, Rowan replied perfunctorily, his eyes already closed. On the deck of the Jibei, Kuji Jianhao. The first rays of morning light poured unhindered across the broad deck, and the sea breeze carried a salty tang across every face. The Kuja pirates had already boarded with Gloriosa at their lead, her chin slightly raised as she struggled to maintain an air of haughty composure. But the presence of the woman half a step behind her rendered all of Gloriosa's aura negligible. As Xiaqiu took her first step, the entire deck seemed to freeze in place. The gazes of every Rocks Pirates member were involuntarily drawn to that figure. Hey Xiaqiu, you must have received my love letter, right? You must have been so moved after reading it. From the crowd, Gonsui was the first to shout, his voice trembling with unrestrained excitement. Hearing this, Xiaqiu turned her head slightly toward Gonsui. It was a simple gesture. Her long lashes fluttered softly, and the corner of her mouth curved into a faint, elusive arc. With every subtle expression, it seemed as though the entire world brightened by a few degrees. Gonsui's heart leaped violently as if seized by an invisible hand, then melted into a pool of mud. His mouth opened and closed, his eyes stared blankly at Xiaqiu, two blotches of unnatural red blooming on his cheeks. He had completely lost the ability to think. Xiaqiu responded softly, her voice tender. Truly unforgettable, isn't it? Gonsui forgot to breathe, his chest heaved violently before he suddenly roared, please. Marry me, Xiaqiu. Xiaqiu gently shook her head, her smile unwavering. I refuse. Instead of feeling dejected, Gonsui clutched his heart and let out a sigh full of emotion. Even a rejection is so beautiful. Hey Xiaqiu, why not come with me? I won't let you down. Golden Lion said, his eyes burning with desire. Xiaqiu maintained her polite yet distant smile, offering a slight bow. I'm sorry, Shiji, Kun, I cannot do that. Then she sighed inwardly. To be too beautiful is to be burdened with endless troubles. Jaha. Golden Lion burst into hearty laughter. You really are impossible to stay angry with. Such is the trouble of excessive beauty. No matter how you refuse, the other party never takes offense. Xiaqiu's gaze drifted lightly and landed on the tall figure seated on the ship's railing. Newgate, long time no see. Xiaqiu's voice softened a few tones. You're still as imposing as ever. Under that gaze and that greeting, even Whitebeard felt his breath catch slightly. His Adam's apple bobbed, and an awkward expression flickered across his face before he forcefully stiffened his features and grumbled gruffly, Brat, what are you talking about? You are still as imposing as ever. A sarcastic voice piped up from beside him. Stussy folded her arms, pouted her lips into an exaggerated shape, and mimicked Xiaqiu's tone word by word, her eyes brimming with mockery. Xiaqiu covered her mouth with a light laugh, but did not continue the teasing. Gloriosa, walking ahead of Xiaqiu, had a face as black as thunder. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and the veins on her forehead were visibly throbbing. What a joke! She seethed in her heart, grinding her teeth. I am also terrifyingly beautiful. So why isn't anyone greeting me? Xiaqiu, you are truly excessively beautiful. In the midst of the atmosphere, a sharp, disdainful sound rose from the crowd. You little brat, Kaido, so young and already smitten. Exposed, Kaido whipped his head around and glared fiercely at Ling Ling, his voice hurried and defensive. What are you talking about, Ling Ling? I am not. Ling Ling stared at him in a peculiar way, her eyes sweeping over his flushed face before she grinned. Blushing, are we? Mahahaha. I am not. Unable to bear Ling Ling's teasing, Kaido turned and moved away from her. Mahahaha. Ling Ling burst into laughter. After a long time. Important figures from the Nine Serpent pirate crew and the Rocks pirate crew gathered together seemingly discussing a significant matter with occasional sounds of argument leaking through the door mixed with the noise of slamming fists on the table. Outside the ship as interns Kaido and Ron had no opportunity to speak, only able to idly wait. Kaido turned to look at Ron, who was sitting cross-legged on the ship's railing, propping his head up with one hand staring blankly at the surface of the sea. Ron caught a glimpse of Kaido from the corner of his eye and sighed softly. He wanted to go back to sleep, but the commotion inside was too loud, leaving him completely unable to doze off. What are they discussing in there? Ron asked lazily. Upon being asked, Kaido fell silent for a moment as if organizing his words, then explained, "It seems they are plotting a plan to seize the heavenly gold." Heavenly gold? Ron murmured, his mind racing. To seize the heavenly gold, the Nine Serpent pirate crew sought cooperation with the Rocks pirate crew. With the kind of conduct of those monsters in the Rocks pirate crew, shouldn't they be looking for the Roger pirate crew instead? Although they are both pirates, at least the latter follows some rules. Could there be some hidden truth in this? Thinking of this, Ron suddenly became interested, the fatigue in his eyes fading. "Hey Kaido, go find out more," Ron said. Kaido looked at him with suspicion. "Why? We're just interns, we can't change their decisions." "What difference does it make whether we find out or not? Once they make a decision, well, naturally no," Kaido replied. "Don't you want the destruction devil fruit?" Ron countered. Kaido paused, hesitating for a few seconds. "What do you mean?" Ron casually analyzed the situation for Kaido from the beginning, explaining how the transport route of the heavenly gold might hide a greater secret, and how the world government often mixes devil fruits with heavenly gold during transport. Kaido listened, stunned, eventually revealing an expression of sudden realization. The intern alliance had a wise member perfectly compensating for his shortcomings. "Hey Ron," Kaido suddenly spoke seriously. Ron looked at him, feeling a bit uneasy. Did this guy figure out that he was trying to persuade him to gather intelligence? "Never mind, let me gather the news before we talk," Kaido said, turning and walking towards the ship's interior. Ron gently breathed out. Although Kaido's combat experience was already quite rich, he still lacked the nuances of society's lessons. Not long after Kaido left, a soft voice floated into Ron's ears. "The scenery of the sea during the day is beautiful, isn't it?" Facing this unfamiliar voice, Ron turned his head and glanced. It was Xiaoqi. He then naturally turned back, his gaze once more falling on the sea. Wasn't she involved in plotting to seize the heavenly gold? Had they already completed their planning? As for whether the scenery of the sea was beautiful or not, Ron couldn't say. He had been lost in thought the entire time. Now when he truly scrutinized the scenery before him, it was just an endless expanse of blue, nothing to remark upon as beautiful. A vast sea, what's beautiful about it? Such a bland response. Xiaoqi was clearly taken aback. After all, with her beauty, she would cause a stir wherever she went. Even if not everyone lost their composure, at least they would glance a few more times. But the reaction of this young man before her was far too calm. Did he not see her clearly? Xiaoqi unwillingly curled her lips and naturally walked to Ron's side, resting her hands on the ship's railing, tilting her head slightly, with a faint smile on her face. "Are you new here? I haven't seen you before." Ron switched to another hand to prop up his head, also tilting his head to look at her, his tone carrying a lazy detachment. "You got something? If I had something, I couldn't resolve it. You'd have to find Rocks or someone else." Xiaoqi was taken aback for a moment, blinking her eyes before suddenly laughing. She waved her hand to reassure Ron. "I don't have anything to trouble you with. I just came out because those guys inside weren't behaving." "Oh," Ron replied, his gaze shifting to the distance. He was now hoping that Kaido could uncover some explosive news, especially that the world government was transporting not heavenly gold, but devil fruits. After all, his system needed to use devil fruits as materials to obtain rewards. And the consumed devil fruits would reappear somewhere in this world endlessly. "You know," Xiaoqi's tone took on a playful note, her eyes fixed on Ron's profile with a teasing smile. "Usually when men see me, they at least take a second glance." Ron suddenly turned his head to look at Xiaoqi. At that moment, a hint of a smile finally appeared on his face. Xiaoqi was slightly surprised that from the beginning until now this was the most significant change in Ron. "Do you have any devil fruits?" Ron asked straightforwardly. Xiaoqi feigned thought, tapping her chin with her fingertip before shaking her head no. Ron's smile faded like the tide, and he turned back to gaze at the vast ocean. Xiaoqi was completely speechless, so that smile just now was merely to gain some advantage. "You analyzed it correctly. The heavenly gold is indeed just a decoy of the Josha pirate crew. And then, is there some other treasure?" Luo pressed on with great anticipation. "Their true goal is to rescue their comrade." Upon hearing this, Luo's eyes dimmed for a moment. He was silent for 2 seconds, then turned his head expressionlessly to look at Kaido. "No, what does it have to do with you? Why are you so damn happy?" "You can't say that," Kaido argued with a righteous tone. "Don't you have that feeling of sudden enlightenment?" Luo released his shoulder and walked ahead on his own without looking back. I declare the internal alliance. What are you saying, Luoan? You cannot say words that harm unity. Kai Duo hurriedly followed, shouting with discontent. Yes, the goal of the Jiosha pirate crew, as Kai Duo said, is to rescue their comrades. According to the information they gathered, the ones in charge of this escort were the Navy Marshal Steelbone Kong and the Navy Admiral Buddha Zhonghua. With their current strength, they simply couldn't shake such a lineup and had to seek external cooperation. Initially, their intended partner was the Roger pirate crew. The Luokisi pirate crew was a last resort. However, as time grew more urgent, the members of the Jiosha pirate crew happened to encounter the Luokisi pirate crew on their way to meet the Roger pirate crew, and thus the plan changed. The content of their cooperation wasn't complicated. The Jiosha pirate crew was only responsible for providing the route, and whatever heavenly gold they plundered would all belong to the Luokisi pirate crew. The only condition was that if the Jiosha pirate crew encountered insurmountable danger, the Luokisi pirate crew must come to their aid. Meanwhile, in a certain sea area of the New World, 3 massive world government warships sailed side by side at a moderate speed, their hulls cutting through the waves, leaving 3 long white wakes on the sea surface. Aboard were the heavenly gold they had recently collected from various countries, a certain treasure used as collateral for the heavenly gold, and slaves for the entertainment of the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Inside the hull of one warship, the fragrance of tea curled in the air. Phew! Steelbone Kong gently blew on his tea, leaned back comfortably in his chair, and gazed at the calm sea through the porthole. We haven't sat down for tea together in a long time, have we, Zhonghua? Ha ha ha. Thanks to you, I rarely have such good tea. Zhonghua chuckled softly, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Steelbone Kong waved his hand. It's not thanks to me, it's all thanks to the world government. All the achievements we have made today were granted by the world government. At critical moments, we must not disappoint the world government. Zhonghua nodded slightly. Although the words sounded somewhat unpleasant, what Steelbone Kong said was indeed the truth. Ha ha ha. Justice will prevail. Steelbone Kong finished with a laugh, but before his voice faded, a young man in Navy uniform rushed in holding a Den Den Mushi. Report. Admiral Zhonghua, your personal Den Den Mushi is ringing. After saying that, the young Navy man naturally handed the Den Den Mushi to Zhonghua and tactfully turned to leave. Steelbone Kong watched the whole process without speaking. Zhonghua answered the Den Den Mushi. Soon a low voice came from the other end. Mr. Zhonghua, the things you mentioned earlier still valid? Of course. Zhonghua nodded affirmatively. However, how much you get will depend on the value of the intelligence you provide. Their target is the heavenly gold, and they plan to ambush you on your route. Very valuable. Zhonghua's gaze darkened slightly. I hope you will keep your promise. Of course. Our cooperation won't end with this one. The Den Den Mushi was hung up. The cabin was silent for a moment. Steelbone Kong, who had been silent all along, finally spoke in a flat tone. It seems we also have a traitor here. Zhonghua put down the Den Den Mushi, frowning slightly. What do you plan to do, Kong? That bunch from the Luokisi pirate crew are not easy to deal with. If the heavenly gold is taken, we cannot account to the world government. Zhonghua analyzed the situation while mentally calculating various countermeasures. Steelbone Kong was silent for quite a while. The tea in his cup had turned slightly cold. Suddenly, a faint smile squeezed onto his face. In that case, we will turn their trick against them. Zhonghua was taken aback at first, but soon understood Steelbone Kong's intention, and his furrowed brow relaxed. That's indeed a good plan. Steelbone Kong stood up, slowly walked to the window, and looked out at the endless sea. Zhonghua, make the arrangements. Let's give those bastards of the Luokisi fleet a big surprise. After a long while, a speedboat was racing across the sea surface, leaving a white wake behind. Those world government guys are... Wang Ji sat at the very front of the speedboat, holding a pizza and eating with relish while mumbling a complaint indistinctly. Hey, race the thing. When the Luokisi pirate crew was advancing at full speed along the route provided by the Jiosha pirate crew, they suddenly received new intelligence. To prevent an ambush, the Navy had split their fleet into 3 groups traveling along 3 different routes. This forced the Luokisi pirate crew to split into 3 squads for an ambush. Among them, Luokisi with the Jiosha pirate crew formed one squad. Luo and Whitebeard C2 Shikai duo and Wang Ji formed another squad. The remaining members of the Luokisi pirate crew formed the 3rd squad. Aside from that, Whitebeard sat in the middle of the speedboat, leaning against the gunwale, one hand gripping Murakamajuri, and cast a sidelong glance at Wang Ji. Wang Ji, it's strange that you would willingly come with me. Initially, the team was decided as Luo and Whitebeard C2 Shi and Kai duo to ambush the world government warship with the weakest combat power according to intelligence. However, to everyone's surprise, Wang Ji actually volunteered to go with Whitebeard. Wang Ji gave a few cold laughs, took a bite of pizza, and said slowly, following those madmen, I can't get any advantage. But with you. You understand. He didn't say it outright, but the meaning was clear. Whitebeard was not interested in treasures, and such Luo-in and Kai Duo were interns and could be easily brushed off. The only one who needed a share was C2 Shi. Even if they came up empty-handed later, Wang Ji wouldn't mind. After all, he hadn't contributed much. The loss was just the time it took to eat a few bites of pizza. Tisk. Whitebeard said nothing more, simply turning his face away with a look of undisguised disdain while glancing at Wang Ji. Wang Ji pretended not to notice, continuing to gnaw on his pizza, a smug grin lingering at the corner of his mouth. 2 days had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Ron and the others had long since reached the route provided by the Kuja pirates. The monotonous sound of waves lapped endlessly against the ship's hull. The wait was excruciatingly long, especially confined within such a cramped speedboat. What made it worse was that their provisions had been exhausted a day ago. If the world government's warship didn't appear soon, they would have no choice but to leave. Yet over these 2 days of shared company, Whitebeard's attitude toward Ron had shifted somewhat. At first he had assumed Ron was no different from those bastards like Shiki. But through the sporadic idle chatter, Whitebeard found that Ron might not be so bad after all. Hey, it's your turn, Ron, Stussy said with a smile, her eyes glinting with anticipation. Out of sheer boredom, she had organized a game among them. The rules were simple. Each person would take turns recounting their past and why they chose to become a pirate. Kaido spoke first, his story aligning with the original tale. Whitebeard went second. He said little, merely mentioning his homeland's poverty, the collapse of order, and a home to which he could never return. Both Kaido and Whitebeard had faced near unbearable hardships. Such misfortune, it seemed, was the norm upon this vast ocean. Me. Ron paused for several seconds when Stussy called on him, then spoke slowly. Pretty similar to you all. I never knew my father. I was raised at my grandmother's place. At 14, my mother was arrested for drug use and sent to mandatory rehabilitation. When I visited her, she asked me to borrow money. I turned and walked away. That was the last time I saw her. At 20, my grandparents passed away, and I went out to sea as a pirate. Ron wasn't sure what counted as key details. He simply summed up his 20 years on Earth in a few brief words. A brief silence fell over the cabin. Drug use. Mandatory rehab. Kaido frowned, finding the terms novel. Chewing on them for a moment, he suddenly burst out. Ron, you lying bastard. You're making that up to trick us. Ha ha ha. Ron laughed immediately. As he laughed, he thought, yes, that's why he felt no sorrow about his transmigration. Not a shred. You really don't have any sense of game spirit. Stussy complained reproachfully, convinced Ron was just making up nonsense to amuse them. Ron didn't refute her, he just smiled and shrugged. Whitebeard kept his eyes fixed on Ron, watching his every move without speaking or laughing. Guess it's my turn now, Wang Ji said cheerfully. Get lost, who cares about your story? Whitebeard responded slowly, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt. Newgate. You're so heartless. We're comrades, aren't we? Wang Ji clutched his chest, feigning a look of deep sorrow. Comrades? Idiot, who's your comrade? Whitebeard said flatly. We're just temporary collaborators gathered through rocks. That's all. As his words died away, the cabin fell silent again. But this time the reason wasn't Whitebeard's remark. It was because everyone had simultaneously noticed a massive silhouette on the horizon. The silhouette began as a vague dark speck, like a grain of dust at the seam of sea and sky. But as seconds passed, it grew clearer and larger, gradually revealing the imposing presence of a colossal warship. Finally here, Kaido sprang to his feet, fists clenched, his eyes blazing with excitement. After 2 days of waiting and a full day of hunger, he had found an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Whitebeard glanced at the distant warship from the corner of his eye. Don't celebrate too soon. We don't know if the Kuja pirates' intel is accurate. Any battle plans, Newgate? Wang Ji's tone grew serious. Yes, Whitebeard replied. May the best man survive. Kaido froze for a moment, then a savage grin curled across his face. Fine then. Let's each rely on our own skills. At the same moment, aboard the world government warship, the Marine lookout raised his telescope, and suddenly his pupils contracted. He rubbed his eyes, looked again, and confirmed the sight. His face went pale. The rapid patter of footsteps echoed through the corridor. Report to Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku. A loud voice rang out at the door of the hall. Enemy vessels spotted ahead. Hostiles include Edward Newgate, back in Stussy, Wang Ji, the intern Kaido, and the recently infamous cold-blooded butcher, Ron. On the sofa, Garp had been lying sprawled out, snoring. At the report, he leaped up. Finally some action. Garp grinned, clenching his fists. I was afraid this trip would be a waste. He strode out without another word. Hey Garp, wait. Sengoku hurriedly called after him, frowning. You're too impatient. We haven't finished deploying the plan. Garp only paused, briefly waving a hand without looking back. Plan. My fist is the best plan. You idiot, Sengoku muttered, though he didn't stop him. After all, the overall plan was flawless. They had successfully fooled the Rocks pirates. Although the Navy side only had one vice admiral and one admiral here, in reality the threat posed by this combination far exceeded that of 2 admirals under normal circumstances. In the enemy camp, the only one they truly needed to be wary of was Whitebeard. As for the rest, in the eyes of Garp and Sengoku, they were not yet a significant threat. On the bow of the world government battleship, a figure landed with a swoosh at the very front. Garp's gaze pierced through layers of spray, locking onto the ever-approaching small black. As the distance closed, a grin slowly spread across Garp's face, the exhilaration of a hunter finally catching sight of his prey. Here he comes. The distance between both sides continued to shrink. The sea breeze laden with a salty tang rushed against. Whitebeard stared at the two figures on the opposing ship's bow and couldn't help frowning. I said it. The intel from that Kuja pirates bunch might not be reliable. Newgate complaining now is useless. Stussy cast a cold glance at the opposite side, her tone noticeably anxious. What matters most is how we can safely withdraw. Withdraw. Whitebeard gave her a heavy look, then glanced down at the deck of the speedboat beneath his feet. Take a look at our equipment, then think about how naive that idea is. Indeed, their vessel was called a speedboat, and its only advantage was speed. Apart from that, it had no defensive foundation, no cannons, and no sail adjustment devices. As for the world government's battleship, it was a military vessel, fast, capable of offense, and well-defended. In terms of performance, it left the speedboat far behind by an immeasurable margin. Not to mention an even more fatal issue, the effect of seawater on devil fruit users. On this battlefield surrounded by the sea, restricting Whitebeard's performance only added insult to injury. Damn it. Stussy could no longer suppress her anger. Wasn't it agreed that our route was supposed to be the one with the weakest combat power? Why are Garp and Sengoku here? The intelligence deviation from that Kuja pirates bunch is utterly ridiculous. No one answered her because Garp on the opposite side had already spoken. Hey, Newgate. The sea wind blew in their faces. Garp's cloak, emblazoned with the word justice on the back, flapped loudly. He bumped his fists together, producing a dull thud, an unmistakable excitement shining on his face. Ready to take my fist? Bastard, you're getting cocky too early. Whitebeard retorted irritably. Then he gave orders to Luo-en and the others. Stussy, take the helm. We'll fight while retreating. Kaido, Luo-en, Wang Ji. The three of you assist me. Luo-en and Kaido nodded simultaneously. But Wang Ji snorted in discontent. What's this, Newgate? Are you treating me as your subordinate? Idiot. Whitebeard replied coldly. If you don't want to get caught, then keep quiet. Wang Ji opened his mouth, but ultimately did not argue, though his expression turned sour. Then Whitebeard set down his Murakami on the deck. He thrust both hands into the air, his fingers digging into the atmosphere, as if catching something tangible, and then gave a violent pull. Crack! A crisp, explosive sound burst in everyone's ears. In an instant, the air barrier shattered like broken glass. Centered on Whitebeard's hands, countless visible cracks spread in all directions. Immediately after, the sea surface churned violently, and colossal waves surged from beneath the hull. The entire ocean seemed to tremble. The world government battleship began to rock violently, its hull lurching from side to side. The marine soldiers on deck stumbled and grabbed hold of the railings. Damn it! Sengoku's eyes darkened. The power of the Gura Nomi is still too troublesome. Even at sea, with all our advantages. With just this move, he already looks like he could turn the tide. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed. For us it is indeed somewhat troublesome. But right now we're at sea. This is a double-edged sword. As he spoke, Garp raised his arm and swung it forward. Charge. Catch up to them, and the threat will be gone. Sengoku agreed with this reasoning. As long as they closed in, Whitebeard would surely not dare to use such a level of power again, or else they would capsize themselves. By my command, Sengoku directed. All cannons fire. Maximum speed. Pursue them. At the same time, the world government battleship was lifted high by the wave, its bow rearing up, revealing the wet hull beneath the water. With a deafening roar, the battleship plunged forward from the crest. Bang! 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 One after another, pitch-black shells shot out from the gun barrels, trailing flames across the sky. Swoosh! 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 The shells arced through the air, all falling toward the speedboat. Hitting the target was secondary. Sengoku's real intention was to use the shockwaves and spray from the shell explosions to disrupt the speedboat's course, forcing it to slow down or even turn. Luo-en, Kaido, Wang Ji, Whitebeard reminded in a low voice. You three handle it. Shells of this caliber were well within their ability to deal with. As for Whitebeard himself, he needed to conserve his energy to deal with the crises that might follow. Leave it to me. Kaido responded, and in the same breath armament hockey had already coiled around his iron club. Then he swung it fiercely. Swish! A shock wave burst from the tip of the club, soaring into the sky. Rumble! The cluster of incoming shells was struck by the shockwave midair and exploded instantly. Clumps of black smoke blossomed in the air, leaving ugly marks on the blue sky. Wang Ji, not slacking off either, launched attacks and struck the shells that Kaido had missed. Hey Luo-en, what are you doing? Kaido was startled. When he came to his senses, he saw Luo-en leaping directly into the sea. For a devil fruit user, what difference was there between this and suicide? The moment Luo-en left the speedboat, the instant he leaped, his body began to undergo a drastic transformation. A dark red chakra surged out of his body like flames enveloping him entirely. Four dark red tails unfurled behind him, tracing four arcs through the air. In the blink of an eye, a massive four-tailed dark red monster crashed down onto the sea surface. It didn't sink. Kaido's eyes bulged wide, his mouth hanging open. He couldn't utter a word for a long time. A devil fruit user standing directly on the sea surface, treating the water like solid ground. Was this reasonable? What are you going to do, Luo-en? Stussy was stunned as well. Don't worry about me. Luo-en's voice came from beneath the monstrous tailed beast cloak. You all keep moving forward. I won't hold you back. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth. A dark red energy ball rapidly coalesced and expanded within it. Hitting aerial targets would be far more precise than firing from the sea surface. Not good. Sengoku's pupils contracted sharply. He had no time to marvel at what that thing was that had suddenly transformed from a human into a monster. Garp with me. Got it. In that fleeting moment, Zhangguo's figure radiated with golden light, his body rapidly expanding into an immensely colossal golden giant Buddha. PFF. Kapu leaped through the air repeatedly, white rings of air bursting around him. He pulled his right fist back, swiftly gathering power as armament hockey coiled around it like black armor. Stop him before he finishes. Zhangguo roared as the golden Buddha's enormous palm thrust forward violently. Boom. An immensely fierce shockwave howled down from midair. Damn. Luo-en cursed inwardly. The tailed beast ball was powerful, but it required charging, otherwise it couldn't unleash its full strength. But now with Zhangguo's shockwave bearing down on him, he had no time to continue charging. Gritting his teeth, he fired the half-formed tailed beast ball directly. Thud. The moment the tailed beast ball shot out, the sea beneath Luo-en's feet exploded violently. Huge waves surged in all directions, pushing him backward several meters. Then the tailed beast ball and the shockwave, two completely different forces, collided fiercely in midair. Boom. The deafening explosion sent visible rings of shockwaves washing out in every direction, while layers upon layers of monstrous waves rose from the sea. Before the aftermath had even dissipated, another roar split the sky. Found you. Kapu's figure burst through the residual light of the explosion, his right fist raised high with black arcs of electricity, even flickering around his armament-coated fist. Fist bone impact. The fist, carrying destructive force, slammed down toward Luo-en's position. Boom. The sea instantly caved into a massive depression. Spray shot skyward as rolling waves surged outward in all directions. Luo-en. Kaido's gaze darkened. He didn't want to see their newly formed internal alliance dissolve after just a few days. Baihu's face was grave. He knew Kapu's strength all too well, and fighting on the sea made Luo-en's situation even more perilous. If his method for evading the sea's danger failed, Luo-en would have no escape. Hey C2, why are you Wang Ji urged anxiously. If those Navy bastards catch up, well, I'll be buried here. Wang Ji, what are you saying? Kaido spun around, fury blazing in his eyes. Luo-en is buying us time. Otherwise, how could our speedboat outrun their warships? He clenched his spiked club, itching to give Wang Ji a blow. As his words faded, a dark red figure burst out from the surging waves. Bang, bang, bang. Luo-en in his tailed beast form sprinted desperately across the sea surface on all fours, splashing water along the way. In the blink of an eye, Luo-en had caught up to the speedboat. Reaching out one massive beastly claw, he seized the bow and then surged forward with renewed speed. This piece of junk isn't faster than me. Everyone hold tight. If you fall off, I'm not picking you up. Luo-en warned in his tailed beast form. Luo-en, you're too reckless. Baihuzi stood steady on the speedboat, his voice low. If Kapu's punch had knocked you into the sea, I wouldn't have any way to save you. I know what I'm doing. Luo-en replied nonchalantly. Hey Luo-en, Kaido suddenly pointed at Wang Ji, still fuming. Why did you bring that bastard along? He was about to abandon you and run. Hey you bastard, Kaido, don't spout divisive nonsense. Wang Ji retorted immediately, then turned to Luo-en with a forced smile. Believe him or me. Luo-en paused for a second, then used his other free claw to grab Kaido, C2, Shi, and Baihuzi. In an instant, only Wang Ji remained on the speedboat, clutching the railing with a pale face. Wah! What are you doing? Luo-en. Wang Ji asked stiffly. To make you wait, I feel a bit guilty. Luo-en's voice carried a hint of amusement. So, I want you to go first. With that, he hurled the speedboat forward. The boat, like a thrown dart, sliced across the sea in an arc, shooting ahead at breakneck speed. Dimly, Luo-en heard Wang Ji's curse. Damn, Luo-en, I'll kill you. Good job, Luo-en. Kaido yelled excitedly. You really have a dark heart. C2, she added with a wry smile. Hey, there's an island outline on the right. Let's head there. Once we land, we'll have the advantage. Luo-en looked up and saw a blurry patch of green on With that response, Luoen's speed surged again, leaving a white trail across the sea. A short while later, at a certain distance from the coast, the world government's warship slowly came to a halt. Zhangguo and Ka Pu stood at the bow frowning as they stared in the direction Luoen and the others had disappeared. They now faced two choices: either continue the pursuit, but the island, unlike the sea, had too many hiding places, making the search far more difficult. And even if they found them, they might not gain an advantage. Or they could abandon the chase, return to their course, and act as if nothing had happened. That guy with four tails. What's his deal? Ka Pu turned to glance at Zhangguo. If that thing hadn't suddenly popped up, things would have gone smoothly. That guy's name is Luoen. Zhangguo spoke slowly, his gaze still fixed on the distance. A pirate who's been making waves on the sea this past year, nicknamed the Cold-Blooded Butcher. I didn't expect him to join the Rocks Pirates. Luoen. Ka Pu repeated the name under his breath, a grin spreading across his face, revealing white teeth. Good kid, he'll remember him. I'm definitely going to let him taste my fist. Zhangguo was silent for a moment, then finally sighed. Forget it, let's go. We have everything here. If we lose it, we can't answer to the world government. All right. Ka Pu nodded. Then he suddenly leaped up, stepping on air repeatedly, his figure heading toward the shore. Hey Ka Pu, what are you doing? Zhangguo shouted. Don't worry about me. Ka Pu's voice came from afar. You continue escorting the cargo back. I'll go find them myself. You idiot, get back here. Zhangguo cursed. He had just thought Ka Pu had changed, finally understanding the importance of the big picture, only for him to act out again. Ka Pu ignored him completely. After landing on the shore, he ran into the island, without looking back, his silhouette soon vanishing among the coconut groves. So infuriating. Zhangguo gritted his teeth and muttered, but he didn't order the ship to leave. He couldn't abandon his reckless partner and decided to wait there. A long while later, on the coast, a resonant voice suddenly rang out. Hey Zhangguo, were you waiting for me? Zhang was still sitting on the warship's railing in a daze, jolted in surprise, and instinctively looked toward the shore. A burly man holding a naginata came into his view. Ai Dahuan Yo Gate. Why the hell are you here? Zhang's voice fell from the warship. He had considered many possibilities, such as Ka Pu failing to find Whitebeard and his crew and returning empty-handed. Or Ka Pu had successfully located them and fought a desperate battle. But what he had never anticipated was that Whitebeard and his crew, who should have been fleeing in panic as prey, had actually turned back. No, not them, only Whitebeard. Zhang's gaze swiftly swept across the coastline behind Whitebeard. There was no second figure. What was Whitebeard's purpose in returning alone? To shake off the deadweight and allow himself to exert his full strength. As soon as this thought emerged, Zhang subconsciously dismissed it. Zhang knew Whitebeard. He was not the type to seek battle. Under normal circumstances, he would never turn back. Thus, there could only be one truth. A faint smile slowly crept across Zhang's face. Gazing at Whitebeard, he said flatly, "Where are the others?" "Hiding. Wanting to wait until I engage you, then sneak in and seize the celestial gold." Whitebeard's expression remained unchanged at having his plan seen through. To be honest, anyone with a bit of wit could guess that a sudden return must be suspicious. He never expected to fool Zhangguo. Indeed, Whitebeard admitted in a low voice. Zhangguo stood on the ship's railing, pacing slowly along the gunwale, his tone unhurried. "Your idea does have some feasibility, but not much. Besides, time is running out for you." With that, he gave Whitebeard no time to respond, abruptly turned and bellowed orders to the marine soldiers behind him. "On my command, move the warship 3 nautical miles backward. All cannons aim upward and fire." As the order was given, the roar of machinery erupted instantly. The world government warship's engines roared, white foam churning at the stern as the massive hull moved backward. Simultaneously, cannons tilted their muzzles skyward. Swoosh. Pitch-black shells streaked into the sky with fiery tails arcing down in curves, explosions resounding one after another. Whitebeard's gaze darkened slightly. Just as Zhangguo had said, time was running out for them. Ka Pu on the island would surely return at the first sound of the commotion. Moreover, the world government warship had retreated a certain distance across the sea. If Whitebeard forcibly activated the power of the Zhenjin fruit, the resulting giant waves and shockwaves might well affect Luoen and the others. Cunning, Whitebeard muttered under his breath. Luoen and the others stopped hiding and quickly came to Whitebeard's side. Zhangguo, worthy of being later known as the Wisdom General, had turned the unfavorable situation around in just a short time and thrown the problem back to Luoen's side. "We don't have much time. We must attempt it before Ka Pu returns. If we ultimately fail, we have to retreat, understand?" Whitebeard instructed from the side. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt a tightness around his waist. Looking down, he saw Luoen's beast claws in his tailed beast form firmly gripping his belt. "Hey Luo, and what the hell are you doing?" Whitebeard asked in surprise. "Aren't we in a hurry?" Luoen's voice rang out. "Then we go straight in. I don't want this trip to be in vain." With that, Luoen hurled Whitebeard directly toward the world government warship. "You bastard." Whitebeard cursed, but quickly adjusted his posture. He somersaulted in midair, gripping his naginata tightly, chi spreading along the blade. At the same time, a white energy sphere gathered at the tip of the blade, the power of the Zhenjin fruit. Meanwhile, Luo-en didn't stop. He grabbed Kaiduo and Sitoshi. Hey, can I just wait here for you? Sitoshi waved her arms wildly in the air. Or, throw me more accurately, Luo-en. Kaiduo, however, showed no fear. Instead, he was as hyped as if injected with stimulants, raising his spiked club high and shouting excitedly, charge, charge, charge. Luo-en, let's go. Sitoshi closed her eyes in despair. I shouldn't have come with you guys. Luo-en didn't throw them all. He held onto the two, exerting force on all fours, his tailed beast form racing across the sea surface, sprinting at full speed toward the warship. Midair, Whitebeard was already closing in on the warship. Zhangguo looked up, the descending figure reflected in his pupils. These lunatics. Zhangguo cursed, and without hesitation activated his own devil fruit ability. A brilliant golden light blazed forth. A colossal golden giant Buddha rose on the warship, its palm open, chi covering the massive golden fist like black armor. Zhangguo locked onto Whitebeard's trajectory and threw a fierce punch. Thud. Fist and blade collided in midair. A deafening dull boom echoed across the entire sea, and the terrifying shockwaves spread outward like a tsunami. The air around the warship was compressed into visible ripples. The sea surface was dented into a huge depression, waves surging to both sides. Under the immense impact, the deck beneath Zhangguo's feet instantly cracked, and the entire warship visibly sank a notch, the hull letting out a piercing groan. Both sides simultaneously increased their power output. Whitebeard's naginata pressed down an inch, while Zhangguo's fist pushed up 2 inches. Energy shockwaves erupted even more violently, tearing up sections of the deck, which were lifted into the air and shredded into fragments. After a few seconds of stalemate, the floor beneath Zhangguo finally gave way. Crack. Boom. The floor collapsed with a roar, and Zhangguo's figure fell along with the shattered deck. Whitebeard withdrew his strength accordingly and landed steadily on the warship's deck, his naginata held horizontally before him, his gaze fixed on the huge smoke-shrouded crater before him. Before the dust settled, a dazzling golden light shot out from the hole. Whoosh! Zhangguo leaped out of the large hole, adjusting his posture midair, his eyes scanning the surroundings like lightning. Luo-en in his tailed beast form was gone. Kaiduo was gone. Sitoshi was also gone. Zhangguo's face instantly darkened. He didn't need to think to know that those three had taken advantage of the gap during his clash with Whitebeard to infiltrate the warship's interior. Damn it! Zhangguo landed and reverted to human form, gritting his teeth. I absolutely cannot let it slip away on my watch. He turned to charge into the cabin. But at that moment a tall figure appeared behind him. Zhangguo, Whitebeard spoke slowly. I haven't fallen yet. Inside the warship, Luo-en, Kaiduo, and Sitoshi were frantically running about. The corridor was narrow and winding with iron doors at intervals. Decks, stairs, corridors, cabins. Luo-en and his team cut through like a red-hot blade into butter, leaving chaos in their wake. Alarms echoed throughout the warship, red warning lights flashing frantically. In just a short while, the interior had become a complete mess. Left, no right. Kaiduo shouted directions from behind. Shut up. Just follow Luo-en. Sitoshi panted back. Boom. With a loud crash, the largest and most sturdy iron door inside was knocked down by Luo-en's punch. Behind the door was a huge cargo hold. Treasure chests piled high as mountains were neatly stacked on both sides of the cargo hold. We've hit the jackpot. Sitoshi grinned from ear to ear, her eyes gleaming. She dashed into the hold in 3 quick steps, pulled a sack from her waist, opened a chest, crouched down, and began stuffing frantically. Luo-en and Kaiduo, however, were not attracted by these glittering treasures. In uncanny synchronization, they rushed to the chests, quickly flipping open a lid. No devil fruit, just gold coins. Closed it, opened a second. Still nothing jewelry. Closed it, opened a third. Luo-en, Kaiduo asked while searching, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Are our previous collaboration terms still valid? Don't question my integrity. Luo-en didn't even look up, his hands never stopping. Just find it for me, don't get to— What are you looking for? A strange voice suddenly sounded in the cargo hold. Perhaps I can help you. Luo-en paused, his movements halting. He instinctively followed the sound. About 3 meters away, behind iron bars, a pink-haired woman was gripping the bars, a bomb collar around her neck, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on him. A slave. The thought flashed through Luo-en's mind, but he withdrew his gaze and reopened another chest beside him, casually asking, Do you know which chest contains fruit? The pink-haired woman didn't answer immediately. She was silent for a few seconds, as if pondering the meaning of Luo-en's words. Then she slowly spoke. You mean that strange fruit with patterns? Luo-en's hand froze midair. He slowly lifted his head and looked back at the pink-haired woman. Ninetales mode. Then a faint smile surfaced on Luo-En's face. Very pleased to meet you, beautiful lady. Could you tell me where I am? The pink-haired woman was momentarily stunned by Luo-En's sudden change in demeanor. A flicker of surprise passed through her beautiful eyes. After regaining her composure, she hurriedly bowed deeply to Luo-En and spoke nervously and urgently. I am also very pleased to meet you, sir. I recall that the Navy Lord placed that peculiar fruit inside the row of treasure chests behind you. Navy Lord? Luo-En felt a trace of confusion. Weren't they captured slaves? Why would they call those murderers Lord? Tisk, quite polite. Luo-En said nothing more, turned around, and began searching the row of treasure chests behind him. After a thorough search, he finally discovered a fruit with spiral patterns inside an inconspicuous wooden chest. Its skin was earth-brown, the lines winding like cracks on the ground. It's indeed a devil fruit. Luo-En muttered under his breath, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. This trip had not been in vain after all. As for his cooperation agreement with Kaido, he certainly hadn't forgotten it. However, the powerful devil fruit that suited Kaido's taste according to the original story's trajectory was still on God Valley in the hands of the celestial dragons. Of course, if this trip could yield a better option than the azure dragon fruit, Luo-En would be willing to give it to Kaido. He placed his hand on the devil fruit and silently recited in his heart, "Activate the mysterious roulette." The moment the voice fell, an ethereal echo resounded in his mind. Ding, the mysterious roulette requires one devil fruit to be consumed. Current devil fruit, earth fruit. Confirm. Earth fruit. Luo-En murmured inwardly. Kaido wouldn't care for it. Confirm. Ding, one devil fruit has been consumed. The devil fruit has been reborn somewhere in the world. Now randomly drawing a reward. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining 9 tails. Ding, congratulations host for simultaneously unlocking passive malice perception 9 tails mode. After the series of notifications, a translucent blue virtual panel appeared before Luo-En's eyes. Host Luo-En. Basic abilities: observation hockey intermediate, 369500 armament hockey intermediate, 233,500 conquerors hockey intermediate, 80,500 physical arts. Swordsmanship intermediate, 150,500. Physique immortal body unlocked immortal I locked. Special abilities 4 tails unlocked 9 tails unlocked. Trigger skills lava release source 4 tails 9 tails mode source 9 tails. Mysterious roulette activation condition 1 devil fruit. Luo-En took a brief glance. The stats hadn't changed much, but the 3 question marks in the physical arts column still baffled him. When the system was first activated, physical arts had numbers and ratings, but ever since he obtained immortal body from the mysterious roulette, that column had turned into 3 question marks, and it had not recovered to this day. An ordinary devil fruit for a 9 tails. This deal was a steal no matter how you looked at it. Whoosh! A head suddenly popped up in front of Luo-En, almost touching his face. Luo-En froze for a moment, then focused his eyes. It was Kaido. You've been staring at this vulgar gold for quite a while. Kaido straightened up and looked at Luo-En with suspicion. At first he thought Luo-En had discovered a devil fruit and was figuring out how to pocket it. But when he came over to take a look, the guy was just staring blankly at the gold. No, Kaido, is there no trust between us at all? Luo-En gave a wry smile and casually dismissed the virtual panel. Kaido waved his hand, turned around, and walked in the other direction, speaking nonchalantly. No, don't overthink it, Luo-En. Our intern alliance is unbreakable. I trust you completely. It's just, I was curious what you were staring at for so long. Hey, what exactly are you two looking for? Can we leave now? Stussy urged from the side, 3 bulging sacks piled beside her. Just wait a moment, Luo-En replied, then turned to the pink-haired woman. Any more? The pink-haired woman shook her head gently, her tone apologetic. I'm not sure. I only saw the Navy Lord pick up one. As a reward for the information you provided, Luo-En's voice softened. I can offer you a help within my power. What do you need me to do? Really? The pink-haired woman's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. You are truly a kind person. That last sentence was completely unnecessary. Luo-En complained inwardly. This was merely reciprocity. Of course, if her request was too troublesome, he would refuse without hesitation. The pink-haired woman pondered for a moment, her gaze lowered, as if carefully choosing her words. If possible, I hope that after you leave, if you encounter members of the Kuja pirate crew, could you deliver a message for me? She quickly added, rest assured, although they are pirates, they are good people, not as ferocious as rumors say. Kuja pirate crew. Luo-En's heart stirred. Was the goal of Shaki and her group to rescue this woman in front of him? Suddenly a bold idea flashed through his mind. Shaki would go as far as to seek cooperation with the Rocks pirates for this woman. She must be very important. If he could tie her up and negotiate with Shaki and the others, that would be a very profitable deal. I refuse. A faint smile spread across Luo-En's face. If you have something to say, tell them yourself. But Before the pink-haired woman could finish, Luo-En reached out, grabbed the iron bars in front of him, and violently pulled them apart. Creak. The thick iron rods were torn apart like noodles, revealing a large gap large enough for a person to pass through. The other slaves in the cargo hold raised their heads, faint light flickering in their eyes. Luo-en seized the explosive collar around her neck, and armament hockey instantly coated his fingertips, plating the metal surface with a layer of jet black. He yanked hard, the collar's lock snapped with a sound, and he casually tossed it into an empty corner of the cargo hold. Beep, beep, beep. The collar's alarm grew more urgent, red light flashing wildly. A few seconds later, boom, the shockwave of the explosion erupted in the corner, a flash of fire. Fragments clattered against the cabin walls. Save me. Please save me too. I am the princess of the Doria Kingdom. A woman adorned with lavish decorations cried out urgently. If you save me, I can pay you a huge fortune. Go, save me. Please save me too. I am the princess of the Doria Kingdom. A woman adorned with lavish decorations cried out urgently. If you save me, I can pay you a huge fortune. Gold, silver, jewels. Name your price. I'm a princess too. Another young woman pushed past those in front, nearly throwing herself at Luo-en. If you save me, I can make you a prince consort, and you will inherit the entire kingdom in the future. Voices rose one after another, a blend of pleas, promises, and cries. Luo-en frowned and immediately waved his hand to interrupt them. Sorry, I am just a pirate, not a savior. The conditions you offer hold no appeal for me. If you want to escape, you have to rely on yourselves. Then Luo-en turned his head and called out to Stussy, who was standing by with her hands on her hips watching the show. Hey, come over and help. A moment later, outside the warship, the battlefield between Sengoku and Whitebeard had gradually shifted from the warship's deck to the shoreline. This was a favorable location for both sides. Sengoku no longer had to worry about the aftermath of the battle affecting the warship, while Whitebeard could let Luo-en plunder with confidence, as Sengoku was momentarily occupied. At that moment, the two stood about 10 meters apart, confronting each other on a sandy area pitted and scarred by Sengoku. You know as well. Whitebeard planted his naginata into the sand and said calmly, neither of us can decide the victor in a short time. How about we sit down and chat for a while? Sengoku's lips curled slightly. He glanced toward the warship, then looked back at Whitebeard and spoke slowly. Your reasoning is quite correct. But what if Garp also arrives? What? Whitebeard's expression darkened. Almost at the same instant. Shoo. From deep within the dense forest, a figure leaped high into the air, fists clenched, hockey swirling around him. Newgate, you've led me on quite a chase. Whitebeard furrowed his brow, slightly, not expecting Garp to return so soon. He cast a glance toward the warship. Those fellows were taking far too long. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Whitebeard yanked his naginata from the sandy beach, sending a spray of sand into the air. Armament hockey coiled around the blade like flowing water, and then he swung upward in a single decisive stroke. Boom! A jarring crash erupted as a powerful gale burst forth from the point where blade met fist, sending grains of sand whirling into the sky, like a tempest, forming a circular curtain of dust. Garp, leave Newgate to me for now. I'll deal with those thieves first. With these words, Sengoku launched himself into the air, each step exploding against the air with a ring of white vapor as he rocketed toward the warship. Whitebeard's heart sank. Instinctively, he wanted to pull back his blade and intercept Sengoku to buy Ron more time, but in the next instant, Garp's assault came like a relentless tide, punch after punch, airtight, leaving no room to breathe. Newgate, Garp shouted in exhilaration, better worry about yourself. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, silently parrying, with his naginata, sparks flashing across the sand with each collision of blade and fist. If it came down to the ultimate extremity, Whitebeard would not hesitate. He would gladly trade 1,000 of the enemy for 800 of his own. As long as Ron could use his ability to walk on the sea at the critical moment, they would win. Inside the world government warship, Sengoku hurried through the corridor. He finally stopped outside the cargo hold containing the heavenly tribute. More than half of the treasure chests had been moved away. The once neatly stacked heavenly tribute lay scattered across the floor, as chaotic as a ransacked market. Sengoku's gaze turned icy cold, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Sengoku instinctively looked over. Soon 3 figures burst around the corner and reflected in his eyes. Seems we took a wrong turn. The moment Stussy saw Sengoku, her pupils shrank sharply. Without finishing her words, she turned and fled. I told you not to be greedy. Kaido, Ron, hold him off. Before her voice faded, Kaido had already sprinted past Stussy, cursing as he ran. It was you. You dragged me and Ron into helping you carry. Bastard. Stussy growled through clenched teeth as she dashed. Whoever ran slower would become the rear guard. Do you think I don't know what you two were scheming? You were just gambling on whether there was a devil fruit inside. Kaido caught out, ran even faster. Sengoku's gaze passed over them and fell on Ron. He didn't run. He stood there, one hand in his pocket, the other dangling casually by his side, a faint, indifferent smile playing on his lips. Sengoku suppressed the fury in his heart, slowly pulled off his justice cloak and tossed it aside. He fixed a cold stare on Ron. You seem overly confident in your abilities, Ron. Ron smiled calmly, meeting his gaze without flinching. You're pretty confident too, Sengoku. I can see it in your eyes. You believe you can take me down without a doubt. As to whether he could truly match Sengoku now, Ron himself wasn't sure. But when it came to escaping, he had already confirmed. He could definitely get away. Haha. Sengoku let out a cold laugh, the corner of his mouth twitching. You talk big, but why don't you act? Why don't you make a move? Are you afraid? Or just bluffing? Why don't you make a move? Ron tilted his head, a hint of playfulness in his tone. You're practically itching to tear me apart. What are you afraid of? Sengoku frowned, about to speak, but Ron didn't give him a chance to retort, pressing on. Oh, I get it. Ron drew out his words. As a lackey of the celestial dragons with half of your master's property stolen, you're afraid you can't even secure the last part. You? Sengoku sucked in a sharp breath. He had to admit Ron was right, but the kid's mouth was like honey. The things he said were too sweet. So sweet that one wanted to punch him into the wall and never pull him out. In that case, let me remove your worries, Ron said in a casual tone. In an instant, Ron entered Ninetales mode. Golden chakra surged forth from within him, forming a translucent coat clinging to his entire body. His hair lengthened and stood on end, transforming from black to a blazing gold like burning flames. Black tomo patterns appeared on his shoulders, chest, and back, while fiery chakra flickered around his body. Ron felt the surging power nearly overflowing within him. Whoosh! A golden arm formed from chakra lashed out, instantly smashing into the cabin wall, tearing a huge hole through the iron plating as if it were paper. Huh. No seawater poured in. Ron paused, then poked his head through the hole to look. Outside was still. This isn't the edge yet. Sengoku, realizing Ron's intention, frowned deeply. At this moment, he truly believed Ron was a madman. If the hull were truly breached, seawater would flood in, and the first to suffer would be Ron himself. But unfortunately, Sengoku didn't know. Ron wasn't afraid of the sea at all. He wasn't a devil fruit user either. Madman, Sengoku muttered under his breath, but he didn't act to stop him. Passively guarding the heavenly tribute would only worsen the situation. He needed to find a favorable moment. And what Ron was doing now in his eyes was exactly such a moment. Boom! Ron swung his arm again, and this time the golden giant fist smashed completely through the warship's outer wall. Seawater burst in through the breach like a beast freed from its cage, instantly engulfing him whole. Heh! Sengoku sneered as he watched the water swallow Ron, then leaped upward. Have fun by yourself, Ron. Boom! Sengoku tore through layer after layer of deck, finally bursting out from the topmost deck. At the same time, his body radiated dazzling golden light, and a giant golden Buddha rose up. Then Sengoku sensed the surroundings. As soon as Ron jumped out of the sea, he would without hesitation slam him with a palm strike, driving him to the ocean floor to keep company with the stolen heavenly tribute. Seconds passed, but there was no movement, no sign of Ron. Just then Sengoku caught a glimpse of something infuriating out of the corner of his eye. A smaller subsidiary ship slowly emerged from the side of the main warship. Sengoku's eye twitched. Stealing the heavenly tribute was one thing, but stealing a ship too. Did they think this was their home? Take whatever they wanted. Bastards. The voice of Sengoku exploded from the giant Buddha's mouth. Since you've already taken so much, let me give you another gift, shall I? Sengoku raised his golden palm, and the air began to hum. At that moment, a light, airy voice suddenly reached his ears. Getting big. Funny, I can do that too. Out of the corner of his eye, Sengoku caught sight of Ron standing on the surface of the sea, already transforming. Golden chakra coat expanded violently from Ron's body, rapidly losing its human silhouette. His head stretched and elongated. A fox's head took shape in the golden radiance. Behind him, 1, 2, 3. 9 enormous golden tails burst forth simultaneously. Ron's body continued to swell. In the blink of an eye, a 9-tailed fox demon larger than the world government warship appeared before Sengoku. Zhanghua tilted his head back, gazing up at the 9-tailed fox demon that loomed over him from above, a flicker of emotion stirring in his eyes. On the secondary vessel, Kaido and Stussy also noticed the sudden appearance of the 9-tailed fox demon. Though its form had transformed from a 4-tailed dark crimson monster into a 9-tailed golden giant fox, they could both recognize it at once as Luoan. Who would have thought that Luoan still had a trump card like this? Stussy stood on the deck, turning to glance at Kaido, not far away, a hint of teasing in her tone. Hey Kaido, if Luoan had used this trick when you sparred with him back, then would you have held a grudge against him forever? Kaido shot Stussy a dark look. This wretched woman really knew how to rub salt in a wound. Humph. Kaido raised his head, no longer looking at her, and turned his gaze back to the 9-tailed fox demon. There was an indescribable complexity in his eyes, perhaps even a trace of envy. If only he had possessed such a mighty devil fruit, he might be just as glorious as Luoan right now. Why aren't you saying anything? Stussy tilted her head and pressed a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Were you born not liking to talk? You? Kaido retorted irritably. If you're that bored, go over there and help out. Huh? Stussy waved her hand laughing. We're already preparing to withdraw. Who cares about them? Kaido paused. One was a senior who had shown him kindness, the other was the backbone of his internal alliance. How could this woman be so ruthless? Abandon them and flee. Stussy, do you want to follow in Wang Zhi's footsteps? Kaido gripped his spiked club, his voice low. Stussy's previously carefree expression froze. She felt that if she didn't explain herself, that idiot Kaido would bring his spiked club down on her. Kaido, can't you use your brain for once? Have you forgotten Luoen's speed? As long as we don't break line of sight, he can catch up in no time, Stussy said helplessly. You'd better be thinking that way. Kaido snorted coldly. Meanwhile, Luoen, now transformed into the nine-tailed fox demon, wasted no words with Zhanghua. His body suddenly shifted and multiple arms formed from chakra extended from his sides. Lava release. Luoen's voice came from the massive fox's mouth. In the next instant, a lava fireball coalesced in each palm. Zhanghua's eyes darkened. Without hesitation, he leaped and dashed toward the shore. Go! Luoen's voice rang out again. The lava fireballs shot out simultaneously, trailing long tails of flame as they roared through the air in pursuit. The fireballs split the air with a sharp, piercing whistle. Zhanghua did not meet them heeding. His figure constantly changed direction, twisted and somersaulted in the air, dodging every fireball with near-perfect precision. All the lava fireballs crashed onto the ground. Explosion after explosion, mushroom clouds rose to the sky, and flames flickered within the dust and smoke. Such a tremendous commotion forced even the fiercely battling Whitebeard and Garp to pause. Both turned their heads, first glancing toward the direction of the explosions, then simultaneously looking out to sea. When they saw the golden nine-tailed fox demon perched on the sea surface, both Whitebeard and Garp could not hide the astonishment that flashed across their faces. Grrr! Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. He turned his head back, fixing his gaze on Garp opposite him. It seems we can have a proper fight now, Garp. At the same time, Whitebeard cursed inwardly. Luo, and you bastard, why keep such an ability hidden? You made me keep worrying about your side. Garp withdrew his gaze from the nine-tailed fox demon, a grin spreading across his face. I remember that fellow's name is Luoen. Interesting. But before that, I'm going to knock you down first, Newgate. Whitebeard laughed again. Who will knock him down is still unknown, you idiot, Garp. As the words fell, both of their conquerors' haki erupted simultaneously. The invisible pressure clashed like two transparent walls, and the air groaned under the strain. The two figures collided again in an instant. Glaive met iron fist, and fierce gales surged outward in all directions from their center. Just as they were locked in a stalemate with waves of force rolling, they both sensed something at almost the same moment. Without any hesitation, each pulled back and rolled aside to dodge. A massive object slammed into the spot where they had stood. The shockwave swept outward, carrying rubble and dust. Whitebeard and Garp both looked up at the fallen object. When they recognized what lay before them, their faces were etched with disbelief. It was the entire bow of a warship, broken keel exposed like ribs. Almost simultaneously, both looked back toward the sea. On the sea, the nine-tailed fox demon still hovered, but the world government's battleship had vanished. Garp's gaze fell upon the broken bow in front of him, and his pupils contracted sharply. That's our ship. That bastard threw it over. This bastard really makes me itch to crush him. Hey, Garp's voice had lost its earlier excitement. Can you wait for me a moment? I want to kill that guy first. Whitebeard was taken aback, then let out an and immediately retorted, are you kidding? Do you think we're playing house? The moment Whitebeard finished speaking with a sharp schwa, the golden giant Buddha landed beside Garp. He stared at the twisted wreckage of the warship before him, his expression stiffening slightly. After a moment, his brow gradually relaxed. At any rate, the remaining heavenly tribute had been saved, though the method of preserving it was somewhat embarrassing. Sengoku, Garp turned facing the churning sea. Let's switch. You take Newgate, you'll deal with that bastard named Roan. Sengoku's gaze fell upon Roan, and then his expression abruptly changed. Garp keenly sensed Sengoku's anomaly and instinctively followed his line of sight toward the sea. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox demon opened its mouth. An enormous dark red energy sphere coalesced within, swelling and emitting a low hum. On the numerous chakra arms extending from both sides of its body, each palm condensed a lava fireball. Damn it! Sengoku gritted his teeth, his anger suppressed to the breaking point. Without us realizing it, we've been trapped. That bastard Roan has seized our weakness. More precisely, he had seized Sengoku's weakness. Only he had taken the escort mission of the heavenly tribute too seriously. If this shipment of heavenly tribute were lost at his hands, the consequences, the world government's reprimand, the shaking of his position, the collapse of his prospects, were foreseeable, yet he could not bear to endure them. And Garp, lost is lost. Let them blame as they wish. Even if his rank were reduced to that of a common marine, his heart would not ripple in the slightest. Thus the crux lay here. If Sengoku evaded, the remaining heavenly tribute would be reduced to ashes. If he did not evade, he would have to endure all of Roan's attacks hidden. This was an open scheme. An open above-board scheme with no tricks or deceit. Sengoku had to make a choice. This bastard. Sengoku ground out these words through clenched teeth. Sengoku. Garp glanced at Sengoku's rigid profile, hesitant to speak. After a moment, he suddenly let out a relieved laugh. You always say I act recklessly. Aren't you the same? Here it comes. Sengoku suddenly shouted. Boom. In an instant, the long condensed-tailed beast bomb and the lava fireballs shot forth simultaneously. In that split second, the sea was torn asunder. An immense chasm stretched from beneath the nine-tailed fox demon all the way to the beach, the seawater forced aside into surging walls, revealing the sand and rocks below. White walls of water rose high like two colossal doors split apart. Huh. Sengoku thrust his palms forward. From the golden giant Buddha's hands, a shockwave emitted a piercing roar. Then with tremendous speed, it collided with the tailed beast bomb and the lava fireballs. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded across the surroundings. The terrifying aftermath spread like a tsunami in all directions. At the explosion's core, flames and dust intertwined into a colossal sphere, swallowing all light. Garp. Sengoku's voice pierced through the explosion's roar. That single palm shockwave had not fully neutralized Roan's attack. It merely slowed the tailed beast bomb and destroyed part of the accompanying lava fireballs. That dark red energy sphere continued its slow advance, exuding a suffocating pressure. Leave it to me, Garp responded, leaping into the air against the lingering light of the explosion. Haki instantly enveloped both fists as he swung. Fist bone meteor. Shwa shwa shwa. In midair, Garp's fists became mere blurs. Each punch unleashed a terrifying shockwave, raining down upon the tailed beast bomb like a meteor shower. The moment the shockwaves met the tailed beast bomb, blinding white light and deafening thunder erupted. Boom, boom. Impact after impact detonated, the ripples spreading outward like concentric waves. All the lava fireballs were destroyed, but the tailed beast bomb continued forward. Sengoku did not sit idle. The golden giant Buddha expanded again, its form rising higher, its two palms thrust forward to directly block the bomb's path. Bam! The Buddha's palms caught the dark red energy sphere. His body was pushed back step by step under the bomb's force, carving two deep furrows into the ground. Odd! Sengoku's roar thundered around his 10 fingers, sinking deep into the energy mass. Haki enveloped the sphere at an incredible speed. Then with a sudden surge of strength, he twisted the tailed beast bomb's trajectory to one side. Swoosh! The bomb, now off course, could no longer hold its momentum and howled toward the mountain range on the other side of the island. A moment later, boom! The explosion erupted violently, shaking the entire island. In the distance, an enormous mushroom cloud soared into the sky. The shockwave, carrying rubble and dust, swept across everything in a horizontal blast. A thick layer of dust covered the entire island. Sengoku panted, his face expressionless. Garp, mimicking Sengoku's usual tone, scolded, "Hey, you're too reckless, Sengoku. If that thing had exploded near you, you'd be in trouble. You idiot. The battle isn't over yet." Sengoku wanted to retort, but now was clearly not the time. In that brief gap, a light, airy voice drifted across the sea. "What are you chattering about? I've prepared the second round. What about you?" Sengoku swung his sleeve, conjuring a gale that blew away the surrounding dust and smoke. On the sea, the nine-tailed fox demon opened its mouth, forming a tailed beast bomb even larger than the previous one. The good news was that this time its chakra arms were not coated with lava fireballs. The bad news was that every single palm had condensed a tailed beast bomb. In that moment, both Zhanghua and Kapu found their expressions turning exceptionally rigid. Zhanghua sank into a profound dilemma. To dodge or not to dodge? If they dodged, all the desperate efforts they had made to block the first wave would be rendered futile. The remaining celestial gold would be reduced to ash in the second bombardment, not even a speck left. If they didn't dodge. With this number of tailed beast bombs, not only the celestial gold, but even he and Kapu could be buried here. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, without any warning, Zhanghua burst into laughter. Yet there was no joy in his laughter, only an indescribable bitterness and resignation. After a few seconds, it was replaced by a deep sigh. Forget it. Huh. Kapu turned his head to look at Zhanghua. What was wrong with this guy? Shocked. Zhanghua, don't be like this. I'm scared. Of course, there was another person whose emotions were particularly abundant. That was Whitebeard, the only one standing on a reef at the coast. At that moment, he was looking up at Luo, and on the sea, his facial muscles twitching slightly, his mouth unconsciously twisting downward. Luo, and you bastard. I'm still here. You really don't care at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment the explosive roar echoed around Whitebeard knew that bastard Luo, and it truly didn't regard him as human. One of his chakra arms extended rapidly, its golden energy palm shooting out like a massive python, accurately gripping Whitebeard's waist in midair before retracting. Bastard Luo, and catch me. Whitebeard bellowed. Luo in paused. He had been gathering power for a third round, but upon hearing that shout his movements faltered. One of his chakra arms extended rapidly, its golden energy palm shooting out like a massive python, accurately gripping Whitebeard's waist in midair before retracting swiftly, pulling him to his side. Boom. Meanwhile, on the island, violent explosions followed in quick succession. The seven-tailed beast bombs struck the ground almost simultaneously, sending fiery plumes soaring into the sky, dyeing the entire heavens a dark crimson. Mushroom clouds bloomed one after another, as shockwaves carrying debris and scorched earth swept through everything. The aftermath surged wildly, raising colossal walls of water on the sea that rushed toward the nine-tailed fox. "Why did you come over?" Luowen asked in surprise. Whitebeard's facial muscles twitched. "Listen to this, is that a human question? If I hadn't, would I wait to be caught in the blast?" "What do you think?" Whitebeard retorted with irritation. "Ha ha ha." Luowen chuckled lightly. "Sorry, I just wanted to test the power. I never intended to steal your opponent." "Huh, you idiot, what are you saying?" Whitebeard fumed. "I think you're trying to kill me too." Luowen paused and immediately defended himself. "No, I just thought it wouldn't affect you. After all, the man before him was the one who would later be called the world's strongest man. A mere few-tailed beast bombs. He should be able to withstand them, right?" "What do you mean wouldn't affect me, eh?" Whitebeard's voice twisted with rage, his finger jabbing toward Luowen's fox face. "I'm flesh and blood too. I can die too, you idiot." In that moment, Whitebeard finally understood this bastard Luo, and seemingly harmless and smiling, was in fact far more dangerous than anyone else on the Rocks Pirates. The others at least showed their hostility openly, but this little brat Luo, specialized in "I don't care who you are, you're dying" with the enemy approach. Everyone else's enmity was at least laid out in the open. But Luo, that little bastard, specialized in a regardless of who you are, die alongside the enemy mentality. Ha ha ha. Luo was amused by Whitebeard's exasperated expression. "Can you stop laughing? That smile of yours gives me the creeps, you bastard." After a pause, he added, "Also, those two bastards, C2 Shi and Kai Duo, have already fled. If we don't chase them now, we'll have to find our own way out later." Luo instinctively glanced back. At the edge of his vision, a small auxiliary ship was sailing at full speed, already shrinking into a barely discernible black. "What the hell?" A national curse slipped out of Luowen's mouth. "Brothers heart to heart, and you play mind games with me. You seem surprised." Whitebeard remarked in a flat tone. Luowen hesitated for a few seconds, then chuckled lightly. "Not really, and indeed it wasn't." Given the notorious conduct of the Rocks Pirates, Luo was well aware of it. On the contrary, if someone disregarded the risk and waited for your return, you shouldn't sigh in relief, "Ah, this guy has turned over a new leaf." Instead, you should be wary. Has this little bastard been possessed? Are you still going to test your power? Whitebeard asked again, his gaze sweeping across the island. Luo gently shook his head. In fact, he had already completed his test. With his current strength, the tailed beast bombs were sufficient to inflict effective damage on Ka Pu and Zhanghua. Staying here to continue the entanglement was pointless. After all, Zhanghua and Ka Pu were no pushovers. If it came down to a life-and-death struggle, his side might not gain much advantage. "Then let's go," Whitebeard said slowly. "Any later, and we won't even know which direction to start chasing." Luo acknowledged, pushed off with his feet, and sprinted rapidly across the sea surface. A short on the scarred battlefield, smoke and dust lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. The atmosphere was thick with the smell of scorched earth and gunpowder mingling together, choking anyone who breathed it in. Zhanghua, whose clothes were torn beyond repair, sat on a charred boulder. Jagged wounds covered his body, his eyes were dim and lifeless. He said nothing, simply sitting motionless, staring at the gradually calming sea in the distance. Equally tattered Ka Pu stood beside Zhanghua, hands on his hips, gazing into the distance. But his mental state was clearly much better than Zhanghua's. "Zhanghua, what are you so down about?" Ka Pu said cheerfully. "It's not like we've never failed before. If you're worried about being held accountable, just blame it all on me." As he spoke, Ka Pu's expression suddenly turned serious, his gaze darkening. "Still, that bastard named Luo, we underestimated him. Indeed, with a lineup of Whitebeard, Kai Duo, C2 Shi, and Wang Ji, they definitely couldn't handle it. But what they never expected was a bug like Luo, who feared neither the sea, and could even walk on it as if it were flat land. Because of this one person, the entire battle situation was completely rewritten." Zhanghua still said nothing. He only slowly raised his head to look at Ka Pu, his lips moving then closing again. From today onward, the name Luo and would be circled in heavy red on the high-ranking list of the Marine headquarters. Not long after, on the sea, Ron transformed into a nine-tailed fox demon, quickly caught up with Kaido and the others. Hey. You guys finally returned. Stussy stood on the deck of the subship, one hand patting her chest, letting out a long sigh of relief. If you had been any later, that bastard Kaido would have made a move on me. Whitebeard clicked his tongue, leaning against the ship's railing, casting an expressionless glance at Stussy. It was a common practice for the Rocks pirates to fight fiercely over treasure. He never involved himself or interfered. Stussy, you know I never concern myself with treasure distribution. So, whether I return or not, I want— Stussy pouted, her shoulders drooping slightly, pretending to look aggrieved as she gazed at Whitebeard. She even deliberately squeezed out a hint of tears in her eyes, her tone laced with just the right amount of grievance. Hey Newgate, am I really just a greedy woman in your heart? Whitebeard looked at her in shock, his mouth slightly agape. Isn't it true? Whoa. Hearing you say this really hurts my feelings. Stussy held her chest, lamenting in a dramatic tone, her voice soft and prolonged. Ron did not participate in the conversation between Whitebeard and Stussy. Instead, with a hint of deliberate dissatisfaction, he turned to Kaido and said, Bastard Kaido, are we still not the Internal Alliance? You actually left me behind and ran ahead. Of course he just wanted to vent a bit. As a transmigrator, did Kaido really not understand this? Don't mention running ahead. If Ron were to obtain a legendary devil fruit, that guy Kaido would not hesitate to knock him out and take it. Referring to the original work where Kaido knocked Lin to take her fruit. Originally indifferent Kaido could no longer sit still after hearing Ron's shout. He immediately raised his voice an octave. Bastard Ron, are you questioning our bond? What? We still have a bond. Then why didn't you wait for me? I must say, I hate it most when others apologize after the fact. Spare me. Stussy raised her hand from the side. Because of leaving first, that little rascal Kaido almost laid hands on me. If I hadn't explained the reason, you two would have had to fish me out of the sea right now. With Stussy's explanation, Kaido's posture suddenly straightened. He tilted his chin, glancing sideways at Ron, mimicking his tone sarcastically. I also hate it most when others apologize after the fact. Ron blinked in surprise, taken aback. He didn't expect Kaido to almost lay hands on Stussy over this matter. It seems there are many things that cannot be carried with biases. Only by seeing and experiencing them with your own eyes can you draw conclusions. A smile appeared on Ron's face as he cheerfully walked over, throwing an arm around Kaido's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. I told you the bond of our Internal Alliance is unbreakable. How could it possibly withstand a trial? TCH. Kaido turned his head away, raising his chin higher, snorting through his nose, who was just slanting. Hey Stussy. Ron turned to look at Stussy and shouted, You must not do these things that affect our unity. Stussy was amused by Ron's words, unable to hold back a laugh, as she leaned on the railing, chuckling so hard her shoulders shook. Listen, does the Rocks pirates still talk about unity? However, Stussy did not want to dampen the spirits of these two interesting young men. She smiled and raised her hand, making an okay gesture, nodding affirmatively. All right, it's me who affected your unity. Do I apologize to you? I hate it most when others apologize after the fact. Whitebeard interjected with interest, his tone casual, though the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Stussy shot an exasperated glance at Whitebeard, rolling her eyes. Hey Newgate, are you trying to die? Are you going to join in their madness too? Whitebeard said nothing. He simply leaned against the ship's railing, his gaze shifting from Stussy to Ron and Kaido, watching the two young men embrace each other, their banter sharp, yet not letting go of each other. From these two guys he felt a sense of something indescribable. Such a scene truly makes one. Whitebeard's gaze flickered slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Inside the ship in the hall. Name: Lucia Onika. A woman with pink hair stood in front of him, her hands neatly folded in front of her, her back straight. What is your relationship with Shaki? Onika's eyes brightened slightly, as if recalling something warm. Many years ago, I once helped her, and gradually we established a connection. She is a very good person, a reliable senior. She always tells me to escape and go out to gain more experience. Before she could finish, Ron waved his hand. You're digressing. Onika smiled, gently brushing aside the pink hair that had fallen in front of her, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of clear eyes. I'm sorry. But Mr. Ron, thank you very much for saving me. Miss Onika, I'm sorry to inform you that you were not saved, rather you were kidnapped by another group of villains. Onika blinked her big eyes, tilting her head, and seriously asked, Am I kidnapped by Mr. Ron? Ron smiled kindly. You better hope your friendship can withstand the test, Miss Onika. Is it too much to exchange for a devil fruit? No, two would not be too much. A hint of disappointment appeared on Onika's face, the brilliance in her beautiful eyes dimming slightly. After 2 seconds of silence, she quietly inquired then, Will there be a ransom? Of course. Ron nodded seriously, his tone carrying an intentional hint of intimidation. If Shaki doesn't give me what I want, I'll throw you into the middle of the sea to feed the sharks. However, Annika was not scared. She just thought seriously for a moment and then asked, then, could you let me get really drunk before throwing me? That way I won't feel pain. Ron frowned slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching. Of course not. Are you here? Hey, Ron. A weak voice from Stussy came from afar. She was leaning on a table not far away, one hand propping up her head, the other tapping the table rhythmically. Can you let her go cook first? We're all going to starve to death. Ron glanced at her, then turned back to Annika. After thinking carefully, if you can do your work, well, I might consider letting you get thoroughly drunk. Annika's eyes brightened again as she deeply bowed to Ron, her long pink hair sliding down her shoulders like a soft waterfall. Thank you very much, Mr. Ron. Ron smiled, listening to her gratitude. An hour later, after tireless efforts, Annika finally completed a sumptuous feast. At the long table, Luo and Kai Duo and C2, she stared at the plates and pots laid before them with varied expressions, their eyes brimming with skepticism. This blackened thing. Is it really edible? C2, she poked at the charcoal-like object with her fork, her voice laden with deep doubt, before lifting her eyes slightly to glance at Annika, who stood by the table with an expectant look. Annika nodded confidently, hands folded in front of her, her tone sincere, yet tinged with apology. Lady C2, I truly apologize. I failed to control the heat and burned it. But I assure you it's edible. Then what's in this pot? Luo asked with curiosity, stirring the brownish broth with a ladle. This is mutton, pork, beef, chicken, and some meat I can't identify, all stewed together, Annika explained patiently. I tasted it, and it's quite good. Luo fell silent. Whitebeard fell silent. Kai Duo also fell silent. C2, she took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Who taught you to cook like this? Tell me, and I'll kill him. I'm sorry, Lord Luo and Lord Kai Duo. Lady C2, Annika lowered her head, her pink hair covering half her face. It's all my poor cooking skills. Luo glanced at her, then looked down at the soup. To be honest, it looked terrible. He picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth. It actually smells quite fragrant. However, Luo didn't think it was due to Annika's cooking. It was more likely because he hadn't had a proper meal in days. A long while later, on the sea, a pirate ship slowly sailed away from the scarred island. Luo Jie sat cross-legged beside the figurehead, holding a din mushy in one hand, his other hand resting on his knee, his expression darker than usual. Sorry. Luo Jie's voice was slow. We came too late after all, but we couldn't stop the tragedy. A long silence came from the other end of the din mushy. So long that Luo Jie thought the other party had hung up. After a while, the din mushy's mouth twitched slightly, and a voice choked with sobs, barely restraining trembling, came through. Did you find any bodies? There are bodies, Luo Jie said, his expression growing grim. But due to the battle's aftermath, only scattered limbs remain. Impossible to identify which belonged to Annika. We searched the scene and buried what we could find of the remains together and erected a simple grave marker. The other end of the din mushy could no longer hold back. A long suppressed sob came through the receiver. Luo Jie's head drooped slightly, his expression unreadable. Xiaoqi, I will help you find Luo and make him pay for what he did. Luo. On the other end, Xiaoqi's voice suddenly rose, full of astonishment. How does this involve? Luo Jie didn't answer immediately. He switched the din mushy to his other hand. You've already reached a cooperation with the Rocks Pirates, haven't you? But that Luo, while plundering the treasure, disregarded the terms you proposed, causing Annika's indirect death. Xiaoqi was stunned. She opened her mouth and only after several seconds managed to squeeze out a sentence. You didn't you arrive too late? How do you know these details? Luo Jie's eyes flickered. I heard even more important details from Wang. They had a disagreement over the spoils and abandoned Wang Ji, but before that Wang Ji saw with his own eyes that Luo ignored the main conditions you mentioned, and during the battle with the Marines caused all the imprisoned slaves to die indirectly. Xiaoqi fell silent. She simply didn't believe that Wang Ji would kindly tell Luo Jie the truth, and moreover a scandal where he himself was abandoned. Do you believe him? I don't believe him, but I believe in his weakness. A man who values profit above all. As long as my price is high enough, he will mercilessly betray anyone for gain. And in Wang Ji's account, all the blame pointed to Luo. And Luo is known in this sea as the demon butcher, for whom slaughtering innocents is as natural as drinking water. Therefore Wang Ji's words are highly credible. Although I cannot confirm that Wang Ji's words are true, at least the logic is sound. Luo Jie said calmly. After a long while, a deep sigh came from the other end of the din mushy. This is ultimately Annika's fate. Xiaoqi's voice was weary. Doing this much for me is enough. No need to go after Luo. Thank you very much, Luo Jie. After all, Luo was a member of the Rocks Pirates. Xiaoqi did not want Annika's death to deepen the conflict between the innocent Luo Jie pirates and the Rocks Pirates, which would harm Luo Jie's crew. Xiaoqi paused and added lastly, please tell me where the bodies are buried. All right, Luo Jie nodded. 2 days later. New World, a certain island. The morning sea mist had just dissipated and sunlight slanted through gaps in the clouds, coating the entire town in a faint golden hue. Luo In and his group had landed on the island early. As agreed, they would wait here for the return of all members of the Rocks Pirates. After days of drifting at sea, the moment they set foot on solid ground brought an exceptionally comfortable feeling. Taking advantage of Luoan's good mood, Annika cautiously made a request. She wanted to take a walk on the island to stretch her legs. Luoan agreed. The main reason was that he too had grown a bit bored on the ship. On the bustling streets, the clamor of voices filled the air. Luoan unconsciously slowed his steps, taking in the lively atmosphere around him. Mr. Luoan. Annika suddenly turned around, walked backward a couple of steps, and asked, "Why did you become a pirate?" "For freedom." Through these days together, Annika gradually felt that Luo-un was actually a good person. Although he always called her stupid and was harsh with his words, every time she messed up the cooking, he would patiently teach her. Mainly because he wanted someone to cook his homeland dishes. "To live," Luo-in said flatly. Annika was taken aback and said seriously, "But if it's just living, there are many ways to do so. For example, like them. Their tomorrows are placed on the blades of others, but whether it be tomorrow, the day after, or beyond, every single one of my tomorrows I will hold firmly in my own hands. To live is not to breathe, not to have a heartbeat. To live is that your destiny is judged by yourself." Annika couldn't fully grasp the meaning of Luoan's words at once, only feeling that those sentences carried weight. Just then a loud voice rang out behind Luoan. "Luoan, good news." Ron turned around and saw Kaido charging around the corner like a gust of wind, holding a spiked club in one hand and a pale yellow sheet of paper in the other. "Your wanted poster." Ron glanced at the familiar layout and asked casually. "No, it's yours." Kaido's expression was complicated, envy mixed with jealousy. Then he lowered his voice and asked, "Guess how much?" Ron thought for a moment. His bounty had been less than 100 million before. The update was most likely due to the robbery of the celestial gold. Annika blinked and raised her hand cautiously. "Lord Kaido, may I guess?" Kaido glanced at her and said flatly, "As you wish." With permission granted, Annika immediately began counting on her fingers, calculating rapidly in her mind. But Lord Ron was just an apprentice. In Annika's understanding, apprentices on a pirate crew were generally but Lord Ron was just an apprentice. In Annika's understanding, apprentices on a pirate crew were generally weak and mostly did menial tasks. 20 million berries. Annika said seriously. She had actually wanted to say 10 million, but figured it was better to overestimate. What if she underestimated and it became awkward? Kaido's expression froze. He stared at Annika in disbelief, his mouth opening and closing. Annika blinked, frightened by Kaido's reaction, and her voice shrank. "What? Did I guess correctly?" Kaido took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He finally understood. This woman was just messing around. 20 million berries. How much of an outsider would have to be to guess such an absurd number? When he was 15, his bounty had already been 70 million berries. "A very accurate guess," Kaido said expressionlessly. "But don't guess next time." Annika's eyes brightened as she blurted out, "Was it close? Could it be 19 million berries?" Kaido's mouth twitched. He lost his calm tone and said stiffly, word by word, "Don't guess. If you guess again, I'll kill you." Annika immediately covered her mouth and dared not speak. Ron chuckled softly beside her and said casually, "Enough guessing. Just announce it." Kaido didn't say it directly. Instead, he unfolded the wanted poster in front of Ron. Annika curiously leaned in and read the words on the poster, "Member of the Rocks Pirates. Ron, alias Demon Butcher. Bounty. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions." Her voice grew slower and quieter. 10 billion. She rubbed her eyes, thinking she had misread. 1.5 billion berries. Annika stood frozen, mouth slightly open, eyes wide. Not 15 million, not 150 million. It was 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. Annika's mind raced. The senior who seemed impossibly strong to her, who could sail the seas single-handedly, Shaki, had a bounty of only about 700 million. And the man standing before her, this mere apprentice, had a bounty more than double Shaki's. What about the regular members? What about the captain? Annika dared not think further. She slowly raised her head to look at Ron, only to find his expression. Annika suddenly recalled a crucial piece of information. She had once asked Shaki curiously which pirate crew was the strongest on this sea. Shaki's answer: currently the crew that made the sea tremble the most was the Rocks Pirates. Just an apprentice being worth 1.5 billion berries. This Rocks Pirates is terrifying. Shaki had said that the Rocks Pirates were all ambitious madmen and evildoers, but now it didn't seem entirely true. Thinking this, Annika's feelings grew complicated. She had been kidnapped by the Rocks Pirates. With the Kuja Pirates' strength, she couldn't be saved. While Annika was lost and thought Ron had already put away the poster, he turned to Kaido and asked, "What? You seem dissatisfied, Kaido." Kaido deflated like a punctured balloon, his shoulders drooping as he said sourly, "These Marines have no taste. I was involved too. Why hasn't my bounty budged?" As soon as he finished, he heard Ron reply lightly, "Isn't it just a bounty? I can get yours raised." Ron walked forward with a smile. Kaido paused, then followed with interest, "Really? How?" "Break into the Holy Land, marry Geos alone," Ron said matter-of-factly. "Walk out alive, and your bounty will rise." "Screw you. How is that different from sending me to my death?" Kaido shouted. "Never mind that. Just tell me if it works," Ron continued. "Oh, it works perfectly, but you do it first. I don't need my bounty raised." After strolling through the town for a whole morning, as Ron stepped back onto the deck of the secondary ship, he saw a familiar, yet unwelcome figure sitting there. Wang Ji. Yes, that bastard had returned. Seeing Ron come back, Wang Ji showed no strong emotion, only sneering. "Ron, you bastard made me suffer a lot." Ron glanced at him as if he were a negligible ornament, didn't even bother to respond, and turned to Annika. "I feel like eating chicken today." Make a white-cut chicken." "Yes, Lord Ron." Annika replied crisply, and turned to walk into the cabin. Ron followed leisurely. Kaido, carrying his spiked club, shouted as he walked, "White-cut chicken. What's that? Did you invent it?" "Sounds terrible, Ron. You don't know anything." "How don't I eat?" The two traded words as they entered the ship, their voices gradually. On the deck, the sea breeze howled. Wang Ji sat on the railing staring at Ron's back, his expression shifting several times. Finally, he laughed coldly. And neither followed, nor did anything rash. Not that he didn't want to. He simply dared not. That guy could toy with warships and create energy spheres barehanded. Wang Ji knew well that he was no match. "Wang Ji." Whitebeard suddenly spoke, his tone calm. "You'd better not do anything stupid. Otherwise I won't let you off." Wang Ji's smile froze for an instant, then he resumed his cynical expression. He turned his head, squinted at Whitebeard, and said dismissively, "Oh, Newgate, even you're on his side now." Before they set out, his relationship with Ron had been lukewarm. How many days had passed, and had already taken— "That's my business. Stay out of it," Whitebeard replied. Wang Ji was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. You've always been hard to like, haven't you?" After a pause, he tentatively asked, "By the way, where did that Ron bastard pick up a maid?" Whitebeard didn't follow the script at all, and said offhandedly, "If you like, you can pick up as many as you want. No one would care." Wang Ji's face darkened as he forced out through clenched teeth, "You bastard, you really are annoying." Whitebeard paid him no heed, and turned to walk back into the ship. Wang Ji stood still, watching Whitebeard leave. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't beat him, so he had to swallow his pride. Time always passes in the blink of an eye. In the span of 2 more days, the other members of the Rocks Pirates still hadn't arrived to rendezvous. The sea stretched empty and vast. When Ron woke up, it was already past 10 in the morning. Sunlight slanted in through the porthole, painting a bright trapezoid on the wooden floor. Ron yawned and sat up. As he stepped out, he noticed a note left by Annika on the outside of the bedroom door. "Lord Ron, I've gone out to buy food. They'll be back soon. The hostage hasn't run away." Ron finished reading, casually stuffed the note into his pocket, and thought, the whole hostage hasn't run away part was completely unnecessary. If he didn't trust Annika, he wouldn't have given her the freedom to move about. After washing up, Ron walked into the ship's lounge, and immediately saw Stussy curled up on the sofa flipping through a newspaper. "Yo, up already?" Stussy didn't look up, just turned a page, and said in a lazy voice, "Newgate told you to find him for a drink at the tavern in town when you woke up. You're not coming?" Ron asked casually. Only then did Stussy lift her eyes, glance at him, then quickly drop them again, her tone indifferent. "A thief came back. I wouldn't dare turn my back on him." The thief she referred to was, of course, Wang Ji. Now Stussy just wished those bastards from Rocks would hurry back, so she wouldn't have to worry about that thief pulling something behind her back. "Oh." Ron nodded lightly, and said no more, heading out. He found it hard to understand these money grubbers. Why did they still care about treasure when they were pirates? If you wanted something, couldn't you just steal it? What self-respecting pirate would give up on what they wanted just because they didn't have enough money? "Hey, Ron." Stussy's voice chased after him. "Bring me some too." "Got it." The distance from the coast to the town wasn't far, about a 30-minute walk at a normal pace. Ron wasn't in a hurry, walking neither fast nor slow. He stopped on a slightly winding road, not because he was tired, but because his malice perception had sensed a dangerous aura. This perception was soon confirmed. "Ron finally found you." A light, drifting voice came from ahead, and Ron turned to look in the direction of the voice. 3 familiar figures reflected in his eyes. "Roger. Rayleigh. Gabon." Ron asked, slightly surprised. What a coincidence. But soon the expressions on the faces of Roger, Rayleigh, and Gabon told him this was no chance encounter. Roger pushed his straw hat up a little. His usually hearty face now wore no smile at all. "Something on your mind, Dewey?" Ron spoke first. Roger didn't answer immediately. He stared at Ron for 2 seconds before speaking slowly. "Why? Why did you turn a blind eye when you had already agreed to the conditions set by the Amazon Lily women?" You could have chosen not to save them, but why did you drag them into this? Ron had sensed something bad when he saw their faces as if someone had died in their family. Now, it was confirmed, but he hadn't expected they'd come for Amazon Lily. Yet thinking about it, it made sense. In the original story, the entire Roger pirates were utterly captivated by Amazon Lily. For the sake of love and righteousness, they came to seek justice from him. Very normal. But, wait, Ron felt something was off. He had acted alongside Kaido, Whitebeard, and Stussy. Why only come for him? Or was he just unlucky enough to run into them? Them. Ron's tone remained calm. Are you referring to those slaves captured by the world government? It seems. You came to blame me, which means they didn't survive. Ron felt a little regret inside. If only you had told me earlier. If you had said all those slaves were the ones Amazon Lily wanted, he would have brought them all back on the secondary ship. Then he could have demanded a hefty reward from the Amazon Lily women. After all, tying up one was the same as tying up a group. Roger kept watching Ron's expression, hoping to see a trace of guilt, unease, or even a hint of excuse. Anything at all. But there was nothing. Ron's face showed only indifference. That detached, this has nothing to do with me. Look that made one. Roger's anger finally surged like a bursting dam. Ron, you bastard. Does honor mean nothing to you in your eyes? Ron didn't immediately refute because he felt it was pointless to argue with Roger about this. From Roger's perspective, if you didn't save everyone, you were wrong. But from his own point of view, the Amazon Lily women had only asked for help under special circumstances, and he believed he had fulfilled that request. He had saved Anika. Moreover, since it was an independent operation, the Amazon Lily pirates hadn't lifted a finger, so it was only natural for him to demand double the reward. They call me the demon butcher on the seas. They say I, Ron, am a devil who doesn't value life. Didn't you? Is there any need for such anger? Roger's eyes lowered, the turmoil inside finally sinking. His hand slowly moved to his sword hilt and gripped it tightly. Huff. Roger let out a breath. In that case, he was deeply disappointed. If Ron had shown a bit of decency, said even a simple, I didn't mean to, he might have let it slide. Even a lie would at least show that this person still cared about something. But there was nothing. Ron didn't care. He didn't care about the dead, didn't care about honor. I'm immensely glad I refused your request to join the crew back then, Roger said in a low voice. After all that talk, Ron's voice remained calm, even with a hint of amusement. I thought you were going to reason. Wake up to reality, you bastard. Gabon suddenly interjected with a cold laugh, his hand also resting on the weapon at his waist. We're pirates. Whether we talk reason or not depends on our mood. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Jabba's words, Ron finally couldn't help but lower his head and chuckle. Ha 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 ha. Ron's laughter suddenly grew louder. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Until finally Ron threw his head back and laughed wildly. Rayleigh frowned and said in a low voice, Hey, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? Ron's laughter gradually subsided. His gaze fell on the three figures, and he spoke unhurriedly. Isn't it funny? Listen to what you said just now. So righteous, so solemn. But in the end, you yourselves realize that you are pirates. Without giving him a chance to interrupt, Ron continued. As a pirate, dare you swear that there is no innocent blood on your hands? Do you dare? When it benefits you, you never mention the word morality. When it's against you, you turn around and come to me about loyalty. In short, you're nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. Roger and the other two were stunned speechless by Ron's retort. You bastard. Jabba was the first to react. What are you talking about? Shut up, Ron roared. Did I not curse you enough? And what are you? The one cooperating with the 9 serpent pirates is our rocks pirates. What does that have to do with your Roger pirates? What are you yapping about? Have you been a simp for so long that your brain malfunctioned, or have I given you too much face? You just keep jabbering on. Swish. The moment the blade's light exploded, Roger had already drawn his sword, his face twisted with fury as he leaped into the air. Conqueror's haki coiled around the blade, the air compressed into a sharp, mournful whine. His figure arced through the air, descending from above. Ron's gaze darkened, and he snorted coldly. Can't win an argument, so you resort to violence. The future pirate king, the man said to be impossible to truly hate. This is the extent of his caliber. To be honest, I'm truly grateful that you refused to let me board your ship. As Ron murmured, the Nine Tails mode instantly activated. Golden flame-like chakra enveloped his entire body. He immediately drew the long sword at his waist, simultaneously wrapping it with Conqueror's haki. Boom. A dull, thunderous explosion erupted, and a terrifying shockwave surged outward in all directions. The ground trembled violently. With Ron at the center, spiderweb-like cracks instantly appeared, spreading and collapsing rapidly. At the core of the two weapons, Conqueror's haki compressed the air into a visible, distorted sphere that expanded, contracted, and expanded again. At the same time, in the town, at a certain tavern, Whitebeard held a half-drunk bowl of sake, muttering about how Ron was still asleep, when suddenly his movements froze. His gaze snapped westward, his pupils constricting slightly. Kaido, sitting across the table, belatedly looked up, his expression turning grim. Such powerful conqueror's haki. Kaido's voice was lower than usual. Who is it? Has Rocks returned? No. Whitebeard slowly rose to his feet, picking up his naginata from the table. It's not Rocks. That bastard's haki is far more overbearing than this. With that, Whitebeard walked outside. Where are you going? Kaido also stood up, grabbing his spiked club and following. To take a look, though I don't know what's happening. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Kaido quickened his pace. Hey. The bartender leaned out from behind the counter, calling out. You two haven't paid yet. Put it on Rock's tab. Whitebeard's voice came from afar, growing fainter. Oh. The bartender nodded. Hey, why didn't you chase after them? The owner rushed to the counter and punched him on the head. He said to put it on Rock's tab. The bartender muttered, clutching his head pitifully. Idiot. The owner whacked him again, scolding with frustration. Those two are clearly freeloaders no matter how. Back to Ron. At present, Ron's conqueror's haki still had a considerable gap compared to Roger's. However, with the Sage Body and Ninetales mode, Roger didn't gain much of an advantage either. Sizzle. The two streams of conqueror's haki continued to clash, the air twisting and distorting between them, emitting a crackling electric hiss. Meanwhile, Rayleigh and Jabba had already flanked Ron. Then the two figures leaped high, one from the left, and, hey kid, Jabba swung his twin axes, perfectly synchronized with Rayleigh's long sword, as they struck simultaneously. How are you going to handle this? At the critical moment, golden chakra hands extended instantly from Ron's left and right arms. Thud. Thud. The chakra hands immediately seized Rayleigh's long sword and Jabba's twin axes. But the cost was immense. Under the dual impact, the ground beneath Ron collapsed again. Debris and soil sank like quicksand, and half of his body was buried in the pit, only his waist and above exposed. What the hell? Jabba was clearly startled by the sudden extension of Ron's arms, his eyebrows shooting up. Can you sprout extra arms anytime? Indeed unexpected, Rayleigh echoed, but his grip on the blade didn't slacken. Huh. Seeing Ron distracted by Rayleigh and Jabba, Roger seized the moment. He suddenly exerted force, and the conqueror's haki on his blade erupted violently, soaring like black flames. That force pressed Ron's blade into a slight bend, emitting a groaning sound of strain. At the same time, Rayleigh and Jabba withdrew their swords and retreated, adjusting their stance midair for a second assault. This round of attack was far faster and fiercer than the previous one. The three coordinated flawlessly. Roger suppressed from the front, while Rayleigh and Jabba flanked from both sides, sealing off all of Ron's escape routes. Ron frowned without any hesitation. Nine-tailed fox descend. Boom. A golden giant fox erupted from the pit, its expanding form tearing several massive fissures into the surrounding ground. 9 enormous tails fanned out behind it, and 7 or 8 chakra hands extended from its flank. Roger, Jabba, and Rayleigh hesitated visibly, their attack momentum faltering slightly. They hadn't expected Ron could transform into a beast form. The transformed nine-tailed fox showed no hesitation. It immediately swung its fists toward the three of them. This sudden change forced Roger's trio to switch from offense to defense. But just as they blocked, Ron's chakra hand suddenly opened its palm, the 5 fingers snapping shut in an attempt. Roger and Rayleigh reacted faster. Both dodged a split second before being caught slipping through the gaps of the chakra fingers. But Jabba was a step slower. The chakra hand clamped tightly around his waist and pulled him in front of Ron. Screw you, have 3 of these. Ron cursed. With a thought, the extended chakra arms each condensed a tailed beast ball. Not too big, but not small either. The 3 chakra arms moved simultaneously, shoving the balls at Jabba from the left, right, and above. Jabba. Roger and Rayleigh's pupils constricted at the same time. Both sensed the danger and launched even more ferocious attacks. Ron, stop right there. Roger roared hoarsely. Boom. A blinding radiance lit up the world like the sun, followed by a deafening explosion. The violent shockwave spread outward. The ground, like a crumpled piece of cloth, lifted layer by layer, hurling everything into the air. Thick smoke billowed skyward, forming a massive mushroom cloud. Within the smoke, a golden figure swiftly darted out. Ron had reverted to humanoid Ninetales mode. The moment he landed, a mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. Earlier, he had focused entirely on stuffing the tailed beast balls into Jabba, neglecting his defense, and had taken a hit from both Rayleigh and Roger. But it didn't matter. With his sage body, the wounds were healing at a visibly rapid rate. From the heart of the smoke, a furious roar exploded. The surrounding smoke was instantly dispersed by a powerful gust of air, revealing 3 figures within. Roger stood at the front, a few bloody scratches on his face, his eyes filled with murderous intent 10 times stronger than before. Rayleigh stood beside Jabba, looking largely unchanged from before. Jabba's upper body was stained red with blood, but he was still standing, meaning he was injured, but not incapacitated. Damn, Ron cursed under his breath, the blood at the corner of his mouth not yet wiped away. If I had more time, I'd have given you a bigger one. Whoosh. Whoosh. From high above, two figures descended and landed heavily beside Ron. Whitebeard first glanced at Ron, then raised his head to look ahead. When his gaze fell on Roger, he was visibly taken aback. "Roger," Whitebeard muttered, then turned to Ron and asked, "What's going on?" "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Ron replied. "What happened?" Kaido gripped his spiked club, his gaze wary as he stared at the three men ahead. His tone carried a hint of anger. "What did Roger's gang do to you, Ron?" "Haha." Ron let out a cold laugh, wiping the remaining blood from his mouth. "They came charging in to accuse me out of nowhere. As simps for Shaki, they've done quite well." Whitebeard frowned slightly, didn't press further, but redirected his gaze to Roger, his expression stern. "Roger, you bastard, what do you think you're doing?" Roger looked at Whitebeard, paused for 2 seconds, then spoke slowly. "Newgate, you and I have been both rivals and old friends for years, haven't we? For my sake, I hope you won't interfere. This is between Ron and me." Ron instinctively looked at Whitebeard, uncertain whose side he would take. After all, he had only known Whitebeard for a very short time. What kind of bond could they have? Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Roger had a relationship built on years of clashing at sea, mutual respect and admiration. One acquaintance could be measured in days, the other in years. Which choice to make seemed obvious. Ron lowered his gaze, already planning in his mind how to escape. However, a large hand suddenly landed on Ron's head. To be honest, Ron was a bit on edge. If Whitebeard had used a little more force, he would have transformed into the nine-tailed fox on the spot. Then Whitebeard's voice came from above Ron's head. "What are you saying, Roger? This kid, I consider him a—" Yeah. "Roger, you bastard, we're all members of the Rocks Pirates. We're comrades. You were just an outsider." Kaido chimed in loudly. Luoan was stunned. He wanted to say something, his lips parting, but his throat felt as if it were blocked by something, and for a long while he could not utter a single word. What was this all about? A grown man speaking something so cringeworthy in such a setting. Of course, to say he was not moved would be a lie. Someone with whom he had but a shallow acquaintance in the midst of his dire straits was willing to stand by his side regardless of the cost, even in the face of a formidable foe. Such an action, especially in this predicament, carried immense impact. Luoan let out a long exhale. He too finally had someone he could truly trust. "Little brother." Luo Jie's face was barely able to conceal his shock upon hearing Whitebeard's words. "Newgate, are you serious?" Given his understanding of Whitebeard, Luo Jie could not fathom why he would not deliberately keep his distance from someone like Luoan. Why would he be willing to lend a hand? At that moment, Whitebeard's face betrayed no emotion as he met Luo Jie's gaze. "Do you think I'm joking with you, Luo Jie? Newgate, do you have any idea what this bastard has done?" Luo Jie's voice rose sharply. "Who cares what he has done?" Whitebeard replied in a calm tone. "As long as I find him agreeable, there is no problem." With things having come to this, Luo Jie took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword once more, and his voice sank low. "What if I insist on making a move, Newgate?" Schwa. Whitebeard swung his naginata, carving a cold arc through the air, the tip of the blade pointing steadily toward the ground. "Then feel free to try." In the original story during Dodon's recollection, Garp once said that Luo Jie was a man who became extremely irritable and willful when provoked. And the current situation matched perfectly. Luoan's verbal assaults were like poisoned daggers, striking one by one at his fuse, pushing his fury to its breaking point. Even with Whitebeard's intervention, he was unwilling to back down. Gabon placed a hand on Luo Jie's shoulder and said in a low voice, "That fellow said we don't have much time. If we wait until Rox and his crew return, we'll be at a disadvantage." Gabon's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Luo Jie's head. Standing in place, Luo Jie's gaze swept back and forth between Luoan and Whitebeard twice, and in his mind a calculation of pros and cons flashed by rapidly. Luoan had indeed infuriated him, but he did not wish to let his own stubbornness put his comrades in a perilous position. Immediately, Luo Jie sheathed his long blade with a soft click. "Newgate, we'll meet again." He slowly put on his straw hat, pulling the brim low to cover most of his face, then turned and walked away into the distance. Rayleigh and Gabon exchanged a glance, their gazes lingering for a moment on Whitebeard before they followed. Once Luo Jie and his group had vanished into the distance, Whitebeard's gaze slowly shifted to Luoan. "What happened? What did you do to provoke Luo Jie so thoroughly, brat?" Luoan shrugged, brushed the dust off his clothes, and thought for a moment before guessing in a tone that suggested he himself found it baffling. "Probably because of our cooperation terms with the Nine Serpents pirate crew. I only saved Annika, the others. I let them fend for themselves." "Is he insane? He came after you for that." Kaido interjected, his face a mask of utter exasperation. And then Luoan continued, "Those who tried to save themselves probably didn't survive. He accused me of disregarding the terms set by the Nine Serpents pirate crew and came to demand an explanation." Whitebeard's gaze darkened slightly as he suddenly asked a question that silenced everyone. "How did Luo Jie find out?" At that question, Luo In was momentarily stunned. Earlier, he had been too busy being angry and fighting to even notice the existence of this issue. Now that he thought about it carefully indeed, how did Luo Jin know about the situation back then? At that time, those who had acted with Luo Un were Stussy and Kaido. But the two of them could be ruled out, for if Luo Un was to blame, they were equally culpable. Suddenly a face flashed through Luo In's mind. Wang Ji. But Wang Ji had not been on the scene. Oh, how could he have known the process? Wait. Luo Un began to recall what Luo Jie and the others had said earlier. You could have chosen not to save them, but why did you drag them into this? Drag into this? What did that mean? Could it be? Everyone was not on the same page. Luo In's mind raced. He suspected Wang Ji. In the original story, it was that traitor Wang Ji who backstabbed the Rock's pirate crew for personal gain. And that bastard Wang Ji had come back just 2 days ago. Not long after his return, Luo Jie showed up here. Even more coincidentally, this path was the only way to the coast. And that bastard Wang Ji had come back just 2 days ago. Not long after his return, Luo Jie showed up here. Even more coincidentally, this path. Heh. Luo Un let out a low, cold laugh, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. What a well-lit. And when we came out together, Whitebeard said slowly. Together with you. Luo In's brows knitted together, a flicker of suspicion. Where are you going? Kaido and Whitebeard called out simultaneously. To settle something with Wang Ji. Luo In replied without looking back. Wang Ji. Has Wang Ji returned? Kaido pressed further. Luo In halted mid-step, whirling around. Wang Ji. Has he gone out? And when we came out together, Whitebeard said slowly. Together with you. Luo In's brows knitted together, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. That doesn't seem like his style, does it? We merely left together. But that fellow did not go for a drink, Whitebeard added. Luo In fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, when you left, did Annika go out as well? Not long ago. Whitebeard thought for a moment. What's wrong? Luo In's frown deepened. Nothing. I hope I'm just overthinking. Without another word, golden chakra enveloped Luo In's entire body. The moment Ninetales mode was activated, his form flickered, and he moved swiftly. In the town on the eaves. Wang Ji blew the cool breeze, took a bite of the pizza in his hand, and held a small wine flask in the other, occasionally taking a sip. With half-closed eyes, he gazed at the dissipating dust in the distance, a carefree smile on his face. He chuckled softly, extending his long, slender tongue to lick the sauce at the corner of his mouth. Has the commotion died down? Has the show already ended? Honestly, if that's the case, that guy is too weak. After speaking, he shook the wine flask, listening to the sound within, and took another gulp. Wang Ji wasn't worried about any accidents, because the very condition that could produce an accident was firmly in his. Luo In wants to prove his innocence. As long as that condition is in my hands, he can never prove it. Even if by Huzikai Duo and Situshi are willing to testify, without evidence Luo Jie won't listen at all. Suddenly the den den mushi in Wang Ji's pocket rang. Bulubi Yulu. Wang Ji was slightly startled, stuffed the remaining piece of pizza into his mouth, chewed slowly, wiped his hands on his clothes, then unhurriedly took out the den den mushi and answered. Hey you bastard, I've been waiting for your call for a long time. Wang Ji cursed. The other side didn't put up with him, immediately cursing back. Bastard, don't you know why it took so long? Why didn't you tell me Luo In's intelligence before? Wang Ji sneered a few times. Who could have expected that guy to have such strength? Besides, I have no such obligation. You messed up because of the Navy's incompetence. You? The other side was somewhat exasperated, choked up, pausing for 2 seconds before squeezing out a Hey! Wang Ji interrupted, his tone turning serious. What about my payment? The other side was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice. What's the rush? I've already arranged for someone to deliver it to the location you specified. Wang Ji smiled in satisfaction. That's more like it. He paused, then added, Hey Zhongguo, let's make another deal. The den den mushi was quiet for a few seconds. Zhongguo's voice sounded again, cautiously asking, what deal? I have a woman named Anika here, a former slave you were escorting. But her identity is the target of the Josha pirate crew's rescue mission. Moi. Zhongguo pondered for a few seconds, his voice unreadable. What do I need her for? Don't try to use the useless excuse to reduce the payment. Wang Ji saw through his trick, at once his tone mocking. You know better than I do what role she can play. I believe a smart man like you will definitely make this deal with me. The den den mushi was silent for a long time. So long that Wang Ji thought the other party had hung up. He looked down at the den den mushi, which was still simulating Zhongguo's expression. What? Or are you really not interested? After a long while, Zhongguo's voice came through faintly. How do you want to complete this transaction? Very simple. Wang Ji's tone became light. Give me the payment first. When I leave this island, I'll tell you where I've imprisoned her. What if you cheat me? Wang Ji laughed. We're not doing a one-time deal. I believe our cooperation will become more frequent, because no matter when or where, I can provide you with information about what Luo Kisi is going to do. Zhongguo hesitated for a moment, and finally uttered one word, fine. Then he added coldly, but Wang Ji, let me warn you. If you dare to double-cross us, I guarantee that Luo Kisi will know of your treason immediately. Wang Ji's smile didn't change. Don't worry. I have no reason to do such a thing. He was right. Competing for spoils with the gang of monsters in the Luokisi pirates was far less profitable than cooperating with the Navy. Luokisi offered risk. The Navy offered cold hard cash. He knew the math better than anyone. All right. Don't contact me unless necessary. Don't expose yourself around Luokisi. Zhang Guo reminded him. He valued Wang Ji as a chess piece as long as he was used well. The Navy could avoid many unnecessary losses. How could I? Wang Ji suddenly shuddered, his voice rising sharply. His gaze was fixed on the street not far ahead where a golden figure was moving quickly, weaving through the crowd. What do you mean, how could? Zhang Guo asked suspiciously. Nothing'll hang up now. Wang Ji quickly hung up the din mushy, hurriedly stuffing it back into his pocket. That shouldn't be possible. Did Luo Jie, that bastard, not attack him? Wang Ji instinctively leaned back, hiding behind a chimney, afraid of being discovered by Luo En. TCH. Wang Ji snorted contemptuously. I overestimated you, Luo Jie. I took the risk to send you the message. And this is how you repay me. Just as Wang Ji was cursing inwardly, Luo En on the street suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wang Ji's breath caught in his throat. The moment Luo En turned around, he immediately hid himself well. Luo En didn't see anyone, but his malice perception clearly sensed an extremely intense malice in that. Who? Luo Jie. Luo En murmured, his brow slightly furrowed, then denied himself. No. Luo Jie left in a different direction. As he spoke, his figure instantly flickered and vanished from the spot. Wang Ji had already descended from the eaves, trying hard to make his expression appear natural. Unfortunately, after just a few steps, a golden figure descended from the sky and landed in front of him. Wang Ji froze for a moment, his steps faltering. But quickly a smile appeared on his face. I thought it was someone else. Wang Ji shook the wine gourd in his hand, his tone light. It's you, Luo En. You seem quite happy. Luo En's voice was flat, his eyes fixed straight on Wang Ji. Wang Ji's expression was natural as he spread his hands and smiled. Can't I be happy eating my favorite food and drinking my favorite wine? Is it an impermissible act for me to be happy? Wang Ji was still a bit worried at this moment. He feared that Luo Jie had already confessed that it was he who provided Luo En's coordinates. This would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. However, he wasn't too concerned after all. He had already thought of a way to talk his way out as long as he vehemently denied it Luo and would have no evidence. Whether you choose to be happy is your business, but if you don't give me an explanation today, I believe we need to have a life and death spar. Luo En said gravely. Wang Ji's smile froze for a moment, but the next second anger surged. As a veteran figure of the Rocks Pirates, he was a prominent presence across this sea. You dare to provoke me face to face, saying you want a life and death spar? Do you think I have no dignity? Ha ha ha. Bastard, are you threatening me? Wang Ji asked with a cold laugh. But in his heart he couldn't be sure if Luo En knew something. Otherwise he wouldn't come here to demand an explanation. But no, impossible. He had done it flawlessly. How could Luo En know? Where is Anika? Luo En asked expressionlessly. Not to mention that Anika was now his personal chef. More importantly, she was the bargaining chip for trading devil fruits with Xiachi. If this deal falls through, it's not just a matter of losing a meal or two. In the end, you Wang Ji want to pull a double. Anika? Who? Wang Ji feigned a pause, his brows furrowing as if trying to recall. After a few seconds he nodded in sudden realization. Oh, you mean that girl? Idiot, I'm not your subordinate. How could I keep an eye on her for you? Don't waste words on me. Whether you did it or not, you know in your heart. Evidence. Wang Ji chuckled coldly, crossing his arms. I admit she is quite attractive, but the women chasing me, Wang Ji, line up from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. Luo En was slightly taken aback. Women chasing you line up from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. Who do you think you are? Li Rulin. Are you completely shameless? Evidence. Luo En laughed. You're asking a pirate for evidence to prove something? Bastard, don't push your luck. Wang Ji cursed. He had originally thought Luo En had some substantial evidence, but now it seemed this guy was acting purely on instinct. I've already given you a chance, Wang Ji, Luo En said slowly, placing his hand on the hilt of his blade. Luo En had originally wanted to choose the safest way to get Anika back, but things didn't go as planned. Since you don't want to solve the problem properly, he knew a thing or two about fighting. At the same time, on the road leading to the vice ship, Whitebeard and Kaido walked side by side, one carrying a naginata, the other a spiked club, their pace unhurried. Hey Kaido. Whitebeard analyzed the earlier conversation with Luo En, and seeing Luo En's anxious look, he asked Kaido beside him doubtfully, that girl named Anika. Did she run away? Kaido was caught off guard, scratched his head. Neogate, we left together, how would I know? But running away is unlikely. If she wanted to run, she would have done so long ago. Whitebeard nodded. After a few steps of silence, he suddenly asked, has Luo En taken a liking? What? Kaido's CPU went into overdrive. He stroked his chin with one hand, eyes looking ahead, while various strange images churned in his mind. Taken a liking. What does that mean? That kind of Manand woman stuff. Probably that kind of thing. So did Luo, and take a liking. If he did, what would happen? Kissing. Or hugging. None of those seem to have happened. Luo N's attitude toward Anika has always been fierce. When he scolds her for being stupid, he doesn't hold back at all. Whitebeard looked at Kaido's thoughtful expression and furrowed his brow tighter. Forget it, Whitebeard waved his hand, pretend I didn't ask. A little kid like you, how could you understand? Huh. Kaido immediately retorted, don't underestimate me, Gate. I understand everything. Whitebeard clicked his tongue and glanced at him from the corner of his eye. You who spend all day fighting and killing, what the hell do you know? Boom. Suddenly a loud explosion came from afar, followed by a faint tremor underfoot. Whitebeard and Kaido both stopped and quickly looked around. No anomalies. The explosion came from a very far distance. Could it be that Luo Jie, that guy, has taken advantage of Luo in being alone and had another idea? Kaido speculated, then burst into curses. I spit. Luo Jie is a real bastard. Whitebeard said nothing. How long had it been? And they're fighting again. Moreover, Luo and hasn't done anything wrong. Is Luo Jie insane? Why does he keep chasing Luoan? Meanwhile, at Luoan's location, thick smoke and dust filled the surroundings, staining the view a grayish white. Rustle, rustle. Amid the ruins, a collapsed wall suddenly shattered from the inside, and then a head poked out, looking left and right, beads of sweat gradually forming on the forehead. Madman. Luoan is absolutely a madman. All his attacks were not to force him to admit to kidnapping Anika, but aimed at killing him. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps sounded in the smoke. In the gray haze, a golden figure slowly emerged. You? Luoan said slowly, really are quite insidious. That Wang Ji had been patient all along, concealing his strength, concealing his ambition, making everyone think he was no threat, making everyone overlook him. All for the sake of being able to counterattack and kill his opponent in certain special situations. And in the just concluded battle, Luo-in was almost caught off guard. Indeed, as a veteran figure of the Rocks Pirates, how could he be weak? All his previous evasions were simply because his interests had not been touched. Luo-in, you madman. Wang Ji cursed. If we really fight to the death, you may not gain any advantage. Ron completely ignored him. By the time Wang Ji finished his last word, his figure had already leaped into the air. With a long knife in hand, golden chakra arms extended outwards on both sides, simultaneously opening behind him, while a tailed beast orb condensed in his palm, resembling a pendant hanging behind him. Wang Ji's pupils suddenly constricted. He could no longer intimidate Ron, this madman, and could only respond to the challenge. Boom. The fist imbued with overwhelming aura collided fiercely with the long knife, also enveloped in that same power. A dull thunderous sound erupted, and the shockwave instantly swept across the surroundings, causing the rubble on the ground to be tossed aside, as if brushed by an unseen hand. Swish. In the interval of the energy clash, new chakra arms extended from both sides of Ron, resembling two golden giant pythons reaching for Wang Ji's shoulders. Wang Ji's reaction was quick. He instinctively gathered his strength and leaped backwards, narrowly avoiding the two extending arms. Boom. Ron's slash missed, and the blade struck the ground of the ruins instantly, leaving a massive sword mark with thick smoke billowing out from the fissure. Whooshed. Without any hesitation, Ron leaped into the air again. Enhanced by the power of the Sage Mode and Ninetales form, his speed far exceeded Wang Ji's predictions. So fast, Wang Ji's body trembled violently, and a flash of dread flickered in his pupils. Especially since he was still in midair, he could not maneuver as flexibly as he could on the ground. Boom. Wang Ji had no choice but to stomp down hard in midair, sending out a ripple of water-like waves from under his feet. He pushed himself higher, trying to create distance. Unfortunately, Ron was even faster. In just a breath, Ron's figure had already reached in front of him. The extending chakra arms instantly seized Wang Ji's shoulders, locking him in place like iron clamps. Bastard, don't think you can restrain me like this. Wang Ji cursed loudly, swinging both fists simultaneously, striking fiercely against the two chakra arms. Boom, boom. In an instant, the chakra arms that held him were shattered and golden energy fragments scattered like fireflies in the air. Wang Ji gasped, forcing a not-so-pleasant smile. Is that all there is, Ron? Yet Ron's expression remained largely unchanged, his gaze focused on Wang Ji's fists. It seemed this guy was also a user of a devil fruit ability. The power that erupted in that moment clearly exceeded the normal limits of Haki. You seem quite pleased with yourself. If you have the ability, don't dodge. Ron's voice was indifferent. Just as he finished speaking, the chakra arm hidden behind him suddenly swung forward, a fully condensed tailed beast orb floating in its palm. Wang Ji was startled. He thought it was just a pendant, but it actually required time to condense. Calling me sinister. You're not much better. He wasn't foolish. Ron said he had the ability to not dodge, but not dodging would be foolish. However, just as he was about to evade, he suddenly noticed that a new chakra arm had extended from Ron's side, grabbing his shoulders once again. Wang Ji's expression darkened. Now he faced two choices. First, shatter the chakra arms, but that would mean taking the tailed beast orb hidden. Second, ignore the chakra arms and directly confront the tailed beast orb. Clearly, any normal person would choose the second option. Ziz. After making his choice, Wang Ji instinctively began to throw punches like mad. Each punch sent out a powerful shockwave towards the tailed beast orb. Explode. Ron let out a soft shout, his body suddenly swelling, golden chakra bursting forth from his surface, instantly transforming into a massive nine-tails giant fox. Ziz. An incredibly radiant light burst forth from the center of the tailed beast orb, resembling a small sun being born between the two. Following closely was a thunderous explosion that resonated throughout the entire island. The terrifying shockwave swept through everything, devouring all in its path, like a tsunami. The ground was torn apart layer by layer, everything being swept into the air and then raining down like raindrops. Thick smoke filled the surroundings, severely limiting visibility. Shasha. After a moment, sounds emerged from the depths of the smoke. Ron couldn't see any people, but his malice perception clearly informed him that Wang Ji was still there. Moreover, that malice was even stronger than before. Grass. I really underestimated you, Wang Ji. Surviving a hit like that. It seems next time I need to transform into the Nine Tails to gather power faster and make it more potent. Run. A roar exploded from the ground, and the surrounding smoke was violently swept away by a shockwave. Once the smoke cleared, Wang Ji's appearance came into Ron's view. His clothes were almost completely torn, revealing a body covered in scars. Only a few scattered hairs remained on his head, stubbornly sticking up. Blood oozed from his head, body, and limbs with charred edges around the wounds, creating a somewhat shocking sight. Aren't you just wanting to know the whereabouts of someone named Annika? He'll tell you, but I must clarify that it has nothing to do with me. I only saw her being kidnapped. With one sentence, he cleared himself of any involvement. Ron looked down at him, showing no fluctuations of emotion. Do I look like a fool to you? Why would I believe whatever you say? However, being a pirate is great. Being a pirate teaches you a lot. The Roger pirates just taught him that as a pirate you don't need to reason with anyone. And Wang Ji demonstrated with his actions that before communicating, feeding the other party a tailed beast orb significantly improves communication efficiency. Ron snorted coldly, his voice coming from the giant fox's mouth. I've already given you a chance. Wang Ji's body stiffened, his voice rising a few decibels. The person who kidnapped Annika has already been killed by me. If you lay a hand on me again, you will never find her. Ron suddenly laughed. What makes you think I have to save her? Wang Ji was stunned. He could hear from Ron's tone that it was genuine. He wasn't like himself testing the waters or playing a psychological game. He truly didn't care. What do you want? Treasure. The legendary devil fruit. I have them all. Wang Ji spoke in a deep voice, believing that as long as this misunderstanding was resolved, once rocks returned, even if Ron went mad, he wouldn't dare to attack him in front of rocks. Ron remained silent, and Wang Ji continued, the hiding place of the treasure is under the graveyard of Coco Island. I've hidden it for many years. Just dig anywhere, and it will be enough for you to spend your entire life. Of course, Wang Ji was lying. Coco Island is in the first half of the New World, too far from here, and by the time he discovered it, he wouldn't know where he had run off to. Swish. The mouth of the nine-tails fox slowly opened. Wang Ji's heart sank. He thought Ron had discovered that he was lying, but he couldn't admit it directly, or he would lose his last bit of bargaining power. The Sword of Jibek has 2 devil fruits. Although they aren't top tier, they can still fetch a few 100 million berries, too. Ron's movement paused slightly. He knew he was tempted. What about Annika? Ron asked again. Wang Ji paused for a moment. Didn't you say you didn't care about life or death? But this question was much easier to answer than the fake treasure of Coco Island, because this time, he was telling the truth. In the cave behind the town, I sealed the entrance with a large stone and marked it with a small sapling. Ron's voice was flat. Do you have any last words to add? Wang Ji suddenly raised his head, his pupils constricting. Last words? What last words? When did I ever say this was my last words? After realizing it, he almost screamed angrily, Bastard, do you dare to play me? Wang Ji's voice had barely echoed in the ruins when another voice suddenly roared from afar. Wang Ji, you bastard, how dare you play me? Ron was slightly taken aback and turned to look. In the distance, a figure was rushing towards them. Roger. Ron's expression darkened. This guy was really persistent. On the other side of the ruins, Rayleigh, holding a den mushi, also slowly emerged from behind a broken wall. Wang Ji's face turned completely pale at that moment. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that no complete sound could come out of his throat. His gaze jumped back and forth between Ron and Roger like a mouse cornered with dead ends on both sides. Ron, transformed into the nine-tails fox, didn't hold back, opening his mouth to condense a massive tailed beast orb. Come on, come at me. Hey Ron, calm down a bit. This time my target is not you, Rayleigh warned as he saw a huge energy ball forming. Ron looked down at Rayleigh's figure who stood atop the crumbling wall, exuding an air of calmness. His tone was flat, devoid of any hostility or insult, yet it was precisely this demeanor of him reasoning with you that inexplicably amused Ron. Is the target not me? Does it matter? If the target isn't me, can I not take action? Am I just to let you do whatever you please? You taught me that being a pirate is all about the mood. As for Ron's current mood, it was quite pleasant until the Roger pirates came to cause trouble. Ron was very displeased. Extremely displeased. Oh, then suit yourselves. Although Ron's tone was flat, his actions were far from honest. The body of the nine-tailed fox demon trembled slightly, extending numerous chakra arms on both sides with pairs starting to gather tailed beast balls. Crimson light ignited in the palm 10 in total. Rayleigh's expression darkened immediately as his gaze swept over the 10 forming tailed beast balls before returning to Ron's enormous golden fox eyes. What does this mean? No obligation to inform. Bang. Just then Roger descended from the sky, his long knife enveloped in haki and fury, striking down towards Wang Ji like a bolt of black lightning. Wang Ji, already severely injured, could not even evade. He could only grit his teeth and muster the last ounce of strength to raise his arms to block with haki. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted in the ruins. Under Roger's powerful impact, Wang Ji's knees buckled, forcing him to kneel on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering onto the charred ground. It's a misunderstanding. Roger, this must be a misunderstanding. Wang Ji's voice was hoarse and urgent, mixed with blood, sounding unclear. Roger glared at him from above, anger evident in his voice. Bastard, you kidnapped Annika. You made me do something No, Apu. Wang Ji denied vehemently, but another mouthful of blood erupted from him, his body shaking under the pressure of Roger's blade, his arm bones creaking under the strain. I was forced. Wang Ji shouted hoarsely, his gaze frantically darting towards Ron. If I don't admit it, that bastard Ron will kill me. Don't think you can deceive me again. Roger's voice rose sharply. I will never trust you again. With that, he pressed down hard on his wrist, his strength rapidly increasing. Boom. Under the tremendous pressure, Wang Ji's body began to bend at a strange and twisted angle. Blood seeped from his mouth, nostrils, and ears, dripping onto the ground and pooling into a small puddle of dark red. Bastard, Wang Ji croaked, his voice filled with last-ditch struggles and unwillingness. Buzz. Suddenly a powerful shockwave surged from not far away, accompanied by a storm. Roger paused slightly, then quickly sheathed his sword, retreating to avoid the edge of the shockwave. He then flipped in midair, landing gracefully, lifting his gaze towards the direction from which the shockwave was coming. Not far away, Whitebeard was charging forward, his naginata dragging behind him, its tip carving a long trench into the ground. Following closely behind was Kaido, wielding a kanabo, taking 2 steps at a time. Bastard, Roger! Whitebeard yelled angrily, suddenly leaping high into the air. He twisted his body midair, infusing both his conqueror's haki and the power of the Quake fruit into his naginata, which was wrapped in black haki patterns with a white energy ball condensing at the tip, before he struck down fiercely. Newgate! Roger muttered without hesitation, gripping his sword tightly, haki swirling as he swung upwards. Bang! The blades clashed once more. A dull thud erupted, and the shockwave rapidly spread outwards, layers of earth being torn away with debris and dust rolling outward like waves. Whitebeard pressed down on the sword from above, his expression grave as he spoke in a deep voice. Bastard, look at what you've done. Newgate, listen to me, there is a misunderstanding in this. Roger gritted his teeth, resisting Whitebeard's blade pressure as he spoke. What misunderstanding are you talking? Roger gritted his teeth, resisting Whitebeard's blade pressure as he spoke. What misunderstanding are you talking? Ron. Roger was taken aback, then urgently explained. No. There is a misunderstanding between me and him, and it was caused by that bastard Wang Ji. I'm looking to settle the score with him now. Whitebeard did not respond immediately, his only thought was, do I look like an idiot? Meanwhile, Kaido, wielding the kanabo, leaped into the air, not aiming at Whitebeard or Roger, but lunging towards Rayleigh. You overbearing bastard, take this. Kaido's voice echoed as the kanabo, accompanied by a roaring wind, came crashing down. However, Rayleigh merely raised a hand, the palm covered in haki, perfectly catching the kanabo. The impact exploded in a cloud of dust around his feet, yet his body remained unmoved. Calm down, kid from the rocks, pirates, Rayleigh said. Kaido's face turned red as he gripped the handle of the kanabo, desperately trying to push down, but Rayleigh stood firm, like an ancient tree, unmoved by his efforts. At this moment, another chakra arm extended from the right side of the nine-tailed fox demon, grabbing Kaido, who was still hovering in midair. Ron, did you grab the wrong person? What are you grabbing me for? Kaido turned and cursed at Ron, bewildered at how he could make such a mistake. Shut up. The next moment, chakra from the nine tails surged through the arm into Kaido's body. Kaido's body trembled violently as a layer of light red chakra quickly enveloped his surface, radiating a warm glow. In that instant, Kaido could distinctly feel his power surging dramatically. It was a feeling difficult to describe, akin to a hand that could only lift a stone suddenly being able to lift a mountain. His fingers gripping the kanabo trembled slightly, but not out of fear, rather from excitement. For that overwhelming surge of power made him feel as if he could take down Rayleigh. Ron, your devil fruit is too perverse, isn't it? You can even pass your power to others. Kaido exclaimed in shock as he looked back at Ron. Hey kid. Rayleigh's voice came lazily. You make me seem foolish like this. Suddenly Rayleigh increased the pressure in his hand, and the kanabo which Kaido had been pressing down on began to inch back upward. Kaido's expression stiffened, cursing bastard. He then turned back looking at Ron again, shouting, Ron, let me borrow this big thing of yours. Idiot, what do you take me for? Do you think I can give you anything? Huh, can I? What a pity. As Kaido said this, he deliberately elongated his tone, wearing a face that expressed what a shame, what a shame. But the smile that couldn't be suppressed at the corners of his mouth and the relaxed glimmer in his eyes seemed to write the words fortunate that it can't on his forehead. It truly echoed the saying, fearing that a brother suffers, yet also fearing that a brother drives a luxury car. Ron looked at Kaido's expression, slightly furrowing his brow. You kid. Are you really not even going to pretend? Aren't we comrades who have fought side by side? Where is the relief in the shortcomings of a partner? Forget it. Who told me to pamper you? Kaido. As the words fell, a more intense golden nine-tailed chakra surged through the connected arm, like boiling magma that flowed into Kaido's body. Kaido's body shook violently. The light red chakra cloak instantly expanded, wrapping him like a blaze. Ron's chakra arm slowly retracted, returning to the massive body of the nine-tailed fox. Don't let me down, Kaido, or next time I won't give it to you. Ron, you guy really have a sense of loyalty. Kaido was moved to the point of tears, his hand gripping the kanabo, tightening slightly as he faced Rayleigh. I want to fight. 10. Rayleigh chuckled lightly at his posture. You're not old, but your tone is quite big. Take this. Kaido shouted, retracting the kanabo behind him, and then swinging it forward violently. Rayleigh maintained his previous strategy, not wanting to escalate the conflict, so he did not retaliate, but raised his arm to block. Then boom. A muffled sound exploded around with immense force radiating from the point where the kanabo met his arm, Rayleigh's pupils constricting sharply as he was directly knocked away by Kaido's strike. Oh. Kaido was also taken aback. He hadn't expected that with all his might he would strike such a stylish blow. He looked down at his hand, then at the flying Rayleigh, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Damn Rayleigh, Kaido shouted, swinging the kanabo as he chased after him. Take this. Rayleigh frowned slightly, not expecting Ron's devil fruit to possess such a rare ability, even being able to transfer power to others. Really impressive, Rayleigh complimented without reservation. Then looking at the approaching Kaido, he spoke with a serious expression. Hey kid from the Rocks Pirates, I'm getting serious. Idiot, who cares about you? Do whatever you like, Kaido retorted unhappily. The battlefield was split into two, Whitebeard versus Roger, Kaido versus Rayleigh. Meanwhile, Ron was completely free. Looking at the already gathered super-tailed beast ball, Ron was contemplating whether to give it to Roger and Rayleigh. But, if he wasn't careful, it might also affect Kaido and Whitebeard. Recalling the conversation during the battle for the golden treasure in the sky, where Whitebeard complained to him, are you trying to kill me too? Ron couldn't help but let out a sigh. Let's wait and see. Ron murmured, temporarily not planning to fire. Just then he inadvertently lowered his. On the ground a figure was slowly wriggling. Wangji. Ron was momentarily stunned, then a genuine emotion flickered in his pupils. Life is truly resilient, isn't it? Even after all this, he hasn't died. Subsequently, under Ron's mental command, the nine-tailed fox slowly lowered its massive head to the ground. TSK tisk. Ron lightly clicked his tongue, as if he were inspecting an interesting little. Wangji was so frightened that he was drenched in cold sweat. He struggled to turn over, leaning against the rubble, looking up at the gigantic golden fox that obscured the sky. He trembled as he spoke. Ron, I'm already like this. Are you really going to kill me to the last? Ron sneered a few times and replied, you know, Wangji, I had given you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Everything you want to know I've already told you. What more do you want? Enough. Ron's voice was bland as he continued, then I'll give you another chance. Wangji immediately breathed a sigh of relief, lowering his eyes as a fleeting glint of ruthlessness flashed beneath them. He vowed that one day he would make Ron more miserable and desperate than he was now. I will remember your kindness, Wangji said in a deep voice, then turned over and began to crawl forward again. Ron did not respond. His actions did not stop. The chakra arm extended from the right side of the nine-tailed fox, digging an enormous pit in the ground. Then that arm reached out again, grabbing Wangji's waist while he was still crawling and lifting him up. Wangji's body stiffened in midair. He looked down at the bottomless pit, and the slight color that had just returned to his face instantly drained away. What are you doing? Ron, you said you would give me another chance. Of course, Ron said slowly, provided that you don't die next. The chakra arm loosened. Wangji's body fell into the pit, accompanied by a short and piercing scream. Then with a thought from Ron, the already condensed-tailed beast ball was lifted by another chakra arm above the pit, aimed at the struggling figure, trying to climb up from the bottom. No, Ron, you can't. Boom. A deafening explosion swallowed Wang Zhi's final howl completely. Flames shot into the sky, thick smoke billowed, forming a dark, gray mushroom cloud in the sky that lingered for a long time. When the dust finally settled, the location of the pit had turned into a gigantic depression. The bottom of the pit was charred black with no remnants. The one nicknamed Pirate Apostle Wang Zhi was thus reduced to dust. Moments later, in a sea area not far from the island where Ron was located, the surface of the sea undulated due to the impact of the battle. On the deck of the Jibek soared the members of the Rock's pirates, gathered together, standing in a line along the ship's railing. All their gazes were directed towards the same direction. What's going on? Marlin stared towards the island and slowly spoke. Did a battle break out at our rendezvous point? Did those Navy guys catch up to us? Well, Ling Ling suddenly laughed and said, we just finished a meaningless operation not long ago. If it really is the Navy that caught up, we might as well run away. Anyway, Newgate can escape by himself and then meet up with us later. Ha ha ha. Gonsui also laughed heartily. Although Ling Ling's words may lack conscience, they sound quite good. Everyone relaxed for a moment. A deep voice came down from above the sails. Longbread lowered the telescope in his hand and continued, it's not the Navy, it's Roger and the others. Roger. Everyone showed surprised expressions. Why is that guy always lurking around? Doesn't he have his own things to do? Why is he always following behind others? However, after the initial surprise, most people's eyes quickly lit up, because the same thought popped into their heads. If the Roger pirates are fighting on the island, then what about their ship? What about the treasure on the ship? If they don't take advantage of this rare opportunity to loot, are they still pirates? The Golden Lion was the fastest to act. His figure suddenly soared into the air, his feet leaving the ground, floating in midair. He looked down at the companions on the deck, who had yet to react, displaying a proud smile. Bye-bye everyone, I'll go scout ahead. Ling Ling scoffed, watching the Golden Lion's figure with a hint of disdain. It's not like only you can fly. What are you so proud of, Shiki? Hey Ling Ling, take me along, you understand. If you really find something, I'll help you deal with Shiki. I will split the treasure. Resuming updates. Ling Ling turned her head and cast an unreserved, disdainful glance at Enax. Then she summoned Zeus. The thundercloud sat upon it and spoke softly. Enough, Enax. I know exactly what schemes you have in mind, you rascal. Enax's expression twitched slightly in annoyance as she exposed his thoughts in front of so many people. He retorted angrily, Ling Ling, you brat, don't think of me so poorly. With my reputation, isn't that enough for you to trust me? Well. Ling Ling merely chuckled twice without rebutting, but the richness of her laughter spoke more than any words. To be honest, in the Rocks pirates, aside from Rocks, who else has any reputation? The reputation among these people is akin to a level so low that you can't even borrow a power bank from them on Blue Star. Hey Rox. Enax, feeling a bit embarrassed from the laughter, turned to Rox beside him. You come and help testify. Rox was leaning against the ship's railing holding a bottle of fine wine and readily responded, sure, I'll testify, Ling Ling. Ling Ling rolled her eyes, her gaze landing on Rox's smiling face. Cut it out, Rox. How much debt do you have, don't you even know? Rox shrugged, his smile still calm. Don't be like that, Ling Ling. Everyone is in the same situation now, right? If they have it, they'll pay it back. Ling Ling ignored him and turned to Zeus, saying, let's go. Yes, Mom. Wah! Rox laughed loudly, shaking his head at the direction Ling Ling was heading, and commented, Ling Ling, really, she doesn't understand human feelings at all. Boom! Below, several speedboats had ignited their engines simultaneously, the roar of the engines echoing. John stood at the bow of one of the speedboats holding a bottle of fine wine, waving goodbye to Enax, who was still dazed on the deck, his tone tinged with pride. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Enax watched the speedboats leave one by one, then looked up at Ling Ling and the Golden Lion, who were already far away. After a moment of silence, he clicked his tongue, deciding not to follow them. The sea breeze blew by, scattering the silhouettes and laughter of the departing ships. Holy Land, Marie. The Grand Castle cast a huge shadow under the afternoon sun, the white buildings resembling silent peaks, standing at the highest point of the Red Earth continent. Admiral Sengoku emerged from the castle, his expression dark, the justice cloak billowing behind him. Due to the negligence regarding heavenly gold, he had just endured the relentless pressure from the five elders. If it weren't for Steelbone Kong mediating a few words, Sengoku would have truly considered resigning on the spot. Steelbone Kong had also caught up, walking leisurely beside Sengoku, his expression showing no signs of disturbance. Still sulking, Sengoku. Sengoku did not respond and continued walking ahead. Steelbone Kong chuckled lightly, his tone carrying a senior's warmth towards a junior. You are still too inexperienced. Just because of a single task's negligence, you put such great pressure on yourself. You need to be steadier in your work. Sengoku finally couldn't hold back and glanced at him. Of course you are steady, it's not you who is being scolded. Steelbone Kong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, scold away, it feels good to... After laughing for a while and catching his breath, he then switched to a slightly more serious tone, asking, I heard you mention in there that the young man named Ron could not be easily dealt with by you and Carp. He must have some skill. Sengoku's steps slightly faltered, but he quickly resumed his pace. Instead of following Steelbone Kong's words, he countered, I remember you have seen the Devil Fruit Compendium. Based on my description in there, can you discern what kind of Devil Fruit ability he possesses? Steelbone Kong pondered for a while, his brows slightly furrowing. Previously I guessed it was a mythical Zoan-type nine-tailed fox form. However, the abilities you described in there, I found a significant difference when I talked with the 5 elders. Sengoku suddenly stopped looking at Steelbone Kong and spoke. What do you mean? Similar yet different. Steelbone Kong nodded. To be precise, the form matches, but the abilities do not align. Didn't you subvert that guy named Wang Ji? You could continue to gather more information about Ron from him. Sengoku gently shook his head, his gaze slightly darkening. Forget it. Frequent inquiries for this kind of information would only increase the risk of exposure. This pawn is very precious. Indeed, compared to clarifying Ron's Devil Fruit ability, he prefers to focus his energy on monitoring the overall movements of the Rocks Pirates. The pawn Wang Ji should be used wisely. All right then. Steelbone Kong nodded lightly, not pursuing the question further. He reached out, patting Sengoku's shoulder twice. Do well. Don't slack off just because of a single negligence. I have high hopes for you, Sengoku. This admiral position will eventually be yours one day. Sengoku stepped forward, gently shrugging his shoulders. Let's not pin hopes on me for such an admiral position. I can't handle that. After a pause, Sengoku asked again, what did the 5 elders mean by it's time to let them take action? Steelbone Kong's smile slightly faded, his voice lowering. They refers to a mysterious organization within the world government. Ultimately, since Rox and his crew have seized the heavenly gold so many times, if the world government doesn't regain some face, even the most insignificant characters will jump out. Moreover, this time not only must we win, but we must win beautifully. In the new world, on a certain island over at Ron's side. After confirming that Kaido, though at a disadvantage, would not be defeated anytime soon with the boost of the Nine-Tails chakra, Ron withdrew his gaze and turned to leave the battlefield. He was going to the back mountain of the town, where, according to Wang Ji, Nika was imprisoned in a cave. Back mountain of the town. Ron spent considerable effort and finally found a place marked by a large boulder blocking the cave entrance, with a small sapling inserted into the rock as a signal. He stepped forward, raised his foot, and kicked. Bang! The massive rock was sent flying, revealing the cave entrance. Light slanted and illuminating a dim tunnel. The tunnel was not long, about 5 meters, ending in a slightly wider natural stone chamber. The walls were covered with damp moss, and the air was thick with a mix of earth and rock. At the far end of the chamber, beneath the stone wall, a figure sat curled up. Hearing the noise at the entrance, the figure jerked her head up. She froze for a moment, then quickly scrambled to her feet, picked up the groceries that she had already purchased, and hurried toward the entrance with quick, short steps. Anika stood before Ron. Her expression was calm. Though her clothes were a bit dusty, they were still tidy. There was no trace of the dishevelment or panic one would expect after being rescued from a kidnapping. Ron said nothing. He stood there, eyes lowered, staring at Anika without moving. Anika grew flustered under his gaze, then quickly bowed to Ron, her speech faster than usual. Forgive me, it's all because of a minor hiccup, but... She paused, looked up, forced a smile, and lifted the bag of groceries in her hand. The ingredients are all purchased. It won't take much time to eat. Are you hurt? Ron asked softly. Anika was taken aback, the forced smile freezing on her face for a moment. Then she shook her head, her voice a bit more natural than before. No. Anika is fine. As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously drifted over Ron's shoulder to the distance behind him. Their black smoke rose in tendrils, dispersing skyward with the wind. Explosive sounds came one after another. Though far away, one could still faintly feel the subtle tremors through the ground, and occasionally a strong gale swept over. Lord Ron, over there. Nothing. Ron responded, turned, and started walking down the mountain. Anika stood still for 2 seconds, then jogged to catch up. The two walked along the mountain path, one after the other. After a short distance, Ron's voice reached Anika's. Pretending. Must be exhausting, isn't it? Anika's steps faltered slightly at his words. Whether on the world government's warship earlier or after being kidnapped by Wang Ji, Anika's behavior had been too unusual. I don't know what you've experienced before, but here, right now, you don't have to pretend. There's a saying from my hometown that I like very much. That real imperfect you still deserves to be hugged and cherished. He meant nothing else. Ron simply thought Anika was a good person, and sensed something might be troubling her heart, so he wanted to offer some guidance. Anika stood rooted to the spot, staring at Ron's retreating figure. Her eyes flickered, and deep within them something was quietly melting. Ever since she was young, her father always told her, if you are not excellent, not perfect, you will be abandoned. She had to show the best and most proper side of herself to everyone, or else she would be scorned and left behind. Those words were like nails hammered into her bones, taking root and sprouting over the years, becoming an almost instinctive habit. But today a person who seemed like a villain but was gentler than many others told her the imperfect you still deserves to be hugged and cherished. She sniffled, her eyes slightly red. Then she stepped forward and jogged to catch up with Ron. With a slight nasal tone but a smile, she said, "Lord Ron, you are truly a good person." For no reason, he received another good person card. Ron sighed softly. In my hometown, giving someone a good person card makes the recipient very sad. Ah. Anika was stunned, then quickly reacted. With her free hand, she grabbed at the air as if catching something, pretended to chew it, and said, "I caught it, and ate it. What I said just now doesn't count." Ron's mouth twitched slightly at her antics, but he said nothing and continued walking. When Ron brought Anika back to the shore where the subsidiary ship was anchored, he discovered that Rock's Jibek sword was also moored nearby. On the deck of the subsidiary ship, Stussy was bustling about. She was carrying treasure chests across a gangplank to the Jibek's sword, back and forth, sweating profusely. "Ron, you're back just in time." Stussy leaned on the railing of the Jibek's sword, waving at Ron below. "Come give me a hand. Moving the heavenly gold looted from the subsidiary ship over here is killing me." Before Ron could speak, Anika stepped forward proactively. "I'll do it, Lady Stussy." Ron grabbed her arms. Hey. Stussy pouted from the railing. "Ron, that's not fair. You want help me, fine, but why stop Sister Anika's kindness?" Hey. Stussy pouted from the railing. "Ron, that's not fair. You want help me, fine, but why stop?" "Screw you, Ron. Are you robbing me?" Stussy complained, rolled her eyes, and went back to moving the cargo. Ron turned to look at Anika and found her grinning happily. "What are you so happy about?" "Ugh." Anika immediately wiped the smile off her face, shook her head to indicate nothing. A moment later, as if recalling something, she said, "Oh right, Lord Ron. You must be starving. He'll go cook right away." Before Ron could respond, Anika had already grabbed the bag of groceries and dashed up the subsidiary ship, quickly disappearing behind the cabin door. Ron withdrew his gaze and leaped onto the deck of the Jibek's sword. He still had something to do. According to that guy Wang Ji, there were 2 devil fruits hidden in his bedroom. As for whether it was true or false, he would have to search to find out. Moments later, in Wang Ji's bedroom, Ron sat on the edge of the bed, frowning, slightly lost in thought. He turned the room upside down, but the result was that he saw nothing. This old fox. Could there be a secret passage in the room? Ron muttered, scanning the room back and forth. Then he stood up and began to fiddle more carefully, knocking on walls, pressing on the floor, checking the edges of each. About 10 minutes later, he found an area on the floor near the bedpost with an abnormal echo. The sound when knocked was hollow, clearly different from the solid areas around it. Ron's eyes lit up. He pushed the bedpost aside and pried up that floorboard. Beneath it was a shallow, hidden compartment containing 2 fruits with spiral patterns. "Damn, you sure know how to hide things." Ron didn't waste any time. He placed the 2 fruits side by side in his palm, closed his eyes, and silently chanted, "Open the mystery wheel." Ding. Mystery wheel requires consuming devil fruit. Current devil fruit, jacket fruit. Confirm. Ding. Mystery wheel requires consuming devil fruit. Current devil fruit, bean fruit. Confirm. Jacket. Bean. They are indeed useless devil fruits, but am not picky. Confirm. Ding. This consumption devil fruits, X2. The devil fruits have regenerated somewhere in the world. Now randomly drawing rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained bloodline limit ice release. Ding. Congratulations, host. Simultaneous trigger unlock none. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained body technique 8 gates formation. Ding. Congratulations, host. Simultaneous trigger unlock none. As the voice of the system faded, a warm stream of energy seemed to flow into Ron's mind. A brand new memory slowly unfurled, not in the form of rote knowledge, but rather as an instinctive imprint that felt as if practiced 1,000 times. Then before Ron, a translucent blue virtual panel slowly appeared. Host Ron. Basic abilities: observation, hockey intermediate, 454,500 armament, hockey intermediate, 347,500 conquerors, hockey intermediate, 180,500 martial arts. Swordsmanship intermediate, 368,500. Physical condition: immortal body, unlocked, immortal eye locked. Martial technique, 8 gates, unlocked. Special abilities: 4 tails, unlocked, 9 tails, unlocked, ice release, unlocked. Triggered abilities: melt release from 4 tails, 9 tails, mode from 9 tails. Mystery wheel activation condition: 1 devil fruit. Ron looked at his attribute panel, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile that was harder to contain than even AK. The potential of ice release is extremely high, while the 8 gates technique is known for its overwhelming damage. In the original work of Naruto, that man's use of the 8 gates nearly led to a major conclusion, with the only downside being that it could leave one incapacitated. However, with Ron possessing an immortal body, the burden of using the 8 gates should be significantly reduced. Of course, that's merely logical. Whether it works or not would have to be determined through personal experience. Ron closed the attribute panel and glanced around Wang Zhi's room, muttering softly, regardless of how things turn out, Wang Zhi, you certainly died with value. Don't worry, I will utilize the power you invested in me to make my mark in this world. After saying that, he turned and left the room. He didn't return to the subship. Instead, he planned to head to the battlefield again to test the 2 new abilities he had just acquired. However, when he arrived at the battlefield, something felt off. The other members of the Rocks Pirates had somehow already arrived. It seemed both sides had reached some temporary consensus and were currently in a state of ceasefire. Ron, Silver Axe, and Marlin's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Ron. Ron was oblivious to their strange expressions. His first thought was, why had they stopped? Why stop? If there's a ceasefire, doesn't that mean my trip was for nothing? Ron, why are you back? Suddenly, Kaido's voice came from the side, and then his figure rushed over, grabbing Ron by the shoulder and forcefully changing his direction, dragging him away. What's going on? Ron stumbled, slightly confusion on his face. Can't you just talk properly? Where are you? Ron, didn't you die? Marlin's voice chased after him from behind. Ron turned around in confusion, looking at Marlin's face that was filled with disbelief, and tilted his head slightly. Who? Me? Dead? How would I know? Hey, don't mind them. Kaido forcibly adjusted Ron's head, appearing somewhat guilty, as if caught doing something shameful. Suddenly, a large foot came flying in from a diagonal angle, striking Kaido squarely on the backside. Kaido flew forward like a cannonball, stumbling several steps before tripping and crashing to the ground with a loud. Rocks calmly retracted his foot and chuckled. That guy Kaido spread the word that you were killed by Rayleigh. Yes, after the arrival of the Rocks Pirates, they inquired why Whitebeard and Kaido had conflicts with the Roger Pirates. But Kaido didn't even try to pretend. He directly claimed that Rayleigh killed Ron. Upon hearing this, Rocks felt it was unacceptable regardless of the truth, and immediately took action. The others saw Rocks take action and, realizing that their own had been killed, thought it would be unacceptable not to diminish the prestige of the Roger Pirates. And thus, a brawl broke out. Ron looked down at Kaido, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, and then up at Rock's smiling face, realizing that this guy was spreading the word of his death. Hey, Roger Rayleigh. Rocks grinned at the two across from him. I'm really sorry, I didn't clarify the truth. Although he said he was sorry, his demeanor was one of complete indifference. In short, it boiled down to one thing: if they were hit by mistake, that's just bad luck for them. Though Roger and Rayleigh hadn't sustained serious injuries, Rocks and his crew's involvement clearly caused them a lot. I can't believe you, Rocks. Roger complained. You're clearly trying to get involved. Initially, Roger and Rayleigh had tried to explain, but Rocks hadn't listened at all. No matter how one looked at it, this guy was doing it on purpose. Wah! Rocks burst into laughter, completely ignoring Roger and Rayleigh's mood swings. How could that be? You know us best, we basically won't do anything without benefit. Roger and Rayleigh remained silent, only expressing a look that said, do you think I believe you? Rocks casually turned his gaze towards Ron. By the way, Ron, it seems Roger has something to discuss with you. Ron raised an eyebrow and followed Rock's gaze to Roger. At that moment, Roger also spoke up. Hey, Ron, about earlier, I apologize for being abrupt. I took the words of that bastard Wang Zhi too lightly. For Roger, admitting wrongdoing was not something Ron's expression remained unchanged. Rather than an apology, he preferred Roger to be relentless, as before, so he could test his new abilities. Ron chuckled softly, then looked toward Roger and slowly said, there's no need for that, Roger. We are merely enemies, there's no need for apologies. Roger's expression clearly showed surprise for a moment, evidently not expecting Ron to say that. After a few seconds of shock, the corners of his mouth curved into a somewhat complex smile. You really are hard to like, huh? Hey, Roger. Rayleigh interjected quietly, reminding him, don't forget our main business. Roger nodded, slightly suppressing any unnecessary expressions on his face, and addressed Ron again. Ron, you went to rescue Annika, right? You should know that the Kuja Pirates' intention in cooperating with you was to rescue Annika. Now that she's in your hands, I hope you can let her come with me. Hey, Roger. Whitebeard interjected. This manner of pleading isn't quite right, is it? Whitebeard understood that Ron wanted to use Annika to trade for a reward and naturally wouldn't allow Ron to suffer a loss. Even if Ron didn't bring it up himself, he would clarify this intent for him. Rayleigh calmly added, we certainly won't take her away for nothing. Ron can propose some reasonable conditions. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Ron. You can take the person, but there's one condition: Annika must be willing herself. Deal. Roger immediately agreed before Ron could specify what devil fruits, knowing he could provide them immediately since he had 3 on his ship. Plus, no one on the ship was willing to eat them, so it was a very profitable trade to get Annika back. You agreed that easily. I feel like I underpriced it, Ron secretly thought. However, he didn't dwell on it further and turned to leave. What needed to be done was done, the rest was Annika's choice. Rocks approached, smiling broadly as he draped his arm over Ron's shoulder and whispered, Hey Ron, how about we snatch her back after the deal is done? Ron turned in surprise and met Rock's gaze. Did indeed sounded like a path to fortune. However, Ron had no intention of doing that. Annika was too obedient. If she wanted freedom, Ron wouldn't stop her. Ahead, Kaido, pretending to be dead, suddenly jumped up and walked alongside Ron. Hey Ron, I just heard there are 2 devil fruits. I noted it down, and when we get them, you can choose one provided you're sure you want to eat it. If it's suitable for me, of course I won't hesitate. Wow. Rox let go of Ron's shoulder and laughed heartily. Ron, it's been a while. You seem to be getting along great with Kaido. Not bad, Ron replied casually, but it was Kaido's turn to drape his arm over his shoulder and whisper, you weren't there earlier. Didn't you see Roger and Rayleigh getting beaten up? It was hilarious. Ron smiled knowingly. This kid Kaido was surprisingly clever, even playing a bit of intrigue. Behind them, Silver Axe and Marlin stood frozen, exchanging complicated glances, realizing that they had put in effort for nothing, being outsmarted by Kaido, a kid who had only been at sea for a few years. After a long while, inside the subship's cabin, the atmosphere was suffocatingly quiet. Ron sat on the sofa while across from him sat Roger, and Rayleigh and Annika stood near the cabin door, her hands clasped in front of her. As soon as Roger entered, he straightforwardly stated his identity, saying he had come to take her back to Shachi. However, Annika did not appear as happy as he had imagined. Instead, her expression grew tenser, her fingers unconsciously twisting together, frequently glancing towards Ron, who sat silently on the sofa. Had it been before, Annika would have been overjoyed to hear this news. But now she couldn't feel happiness. Instead, she felt fear. Shachi would not agree to her becoming a member of the Kuja pirates, and as someone who was supposed to be a celestial dragon slave, she could not return home as she had nowhere to go. Don't worry, Rayleigh noticed Annika's unease and gently reassured her. Ron agrees, he won't make things difficult for you. Annika opened her mouth, but her voice got stuck in her throat. She looked at Ron again, as if seeking an answer or confirming something. Ron leaned back on the sofa casually, seeing Annika's hesitant expression. He thought she might have concerns, and said, don't mind me. The kidnapping is over, you are free now. You can do whatever you want. Of course, if you're afraid those 2 aren't good people, you can wait for Shachi to come and pick you up. I already told them that as long as you don't want to leave, I won't let them take you. Annika, you can rest assured. Rayleigh took over. I can contact Shachi and let her tell you that we are trustworthy. Annika did not respond. She lowered her head, remaining silent for a while. After a long moment, this time her gaze was no longer wandering, but firmly fixed on Ron. Her eyes were slightly red, her lips quivered gently, but her voice was clearer and more serious than ever. Lord Ron, I want to stay. The dishes you taught me to make, I have mastered them all. I can cook whatever you want at any time. I won't be a burden to you. I can do any work. As she spoke, her voice trembled slightly, fearing Ron would not want such a burden, fearing rejection, fearing being without a place to go again. Ron looked at her and was somewhat surprised. He had thought Annika was merely worried about being kidnapped again and thus indecisive, but it seemed it was not the case. Ron remained silent for 2 seconds, then calmly said, okay. Just 2 words, neither more nor less. In that instant, Annika's heart, which had been suspended, finally landed. Her shoulders slightly slumped, then she hastily wiped her tears from her face and began to cry and laugh at the same time. Thank you, Lord Ron. Meanwhile, Roger's expression changed. Why? Roger's body involuntarily leaned forward as he continued, Annika, we came to see. Calm down, Roger. Rayleigh's voice came from the side. Annika turned around, deeply bowing to Roger, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much, oh really. She straightened up and continued, please tell Shachi for me that I'm not leaving. Please thank her for everything she has done for me. Roger still couldn't understand. He frowned and pressed on Annika. Why? If you want to leave, Ron agrees. He won't stop. Annika shook her head. Her eyes, which were still a bit wet from crying, now carried a strange tranquility. This place is wonderful. I really like it here. Roger opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Rayleigh pressed down on his shoulder. All right. Rayleigh's voice was gentle. We will relay this to Shachi. After saying that, he turned his head to Roger beside him. Roger, let's go back. Roger, but I believe, Rayleigh interrupted him, that even Shachi will respect her decision. What? Luo Jia exclaimed, utterly enraged. Half a day hadn't passed since they left the ship, and already their home had been plundered. How could anyone tolerate such an outrage? Seeing Luo Jia's face instantly darken, Jin Shitsi immediately put on an expression of feigned innocence, spreading his hands and speaking with deliberate nonchalance. Hey Rayleigh, you can talk nonsense, but don't spout false accusations. I picked up these treasure chests along the road. Bullshit. Shurji, do you really take me for a fool? Luo Jia cursed angrily. Jia ha 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 ha, Jin Shitsi sneered. Who cares if you believe it or not, you idiot. Give back our stuff. Luo Jia and Rayleigh spoke almost in unison. Their movements were equally synchronized, both placing their hands on their sword hilts and lowering their center of gravity, poised to draw and strike at any moment. The meaning was clear: if you don't return it, we'll take it back by force. Shua? At that moment, Ling Ling returned, riding the thundercloud Zeus. Dozens of treasure chests were piled on the thundercloud, and she also carried a bulging sack over her shoulder. As she drew closer, Ling Ling saw the situation below. Jin Shitsi hovered in midair, while on the ground Luo Jie and Lei Li had drawn their swords and assumed combat stances. What a damn nightmare. Ling Ling muttered under her breath, her eyes twitching slightly. The final obstacle. Then she instructed Zeus, speed up, we'll be safe once we get back to the ship. Yes, mama. The thundercloud suddenly accelerated, diving towards the Jibek no Ken. You bastards. Luo Jie pulled out his long blade and leaped into the air, chasing after Ling Ling, shouting, give us back our stuff. Lei Li's movement was equally swift, yet almost the same instant, he drew his sword and lunged towards Jin Shitsi. Sure, Ji, hold them off for me. I'll help you after I stash the loot. Ling Ling called out without looking back. To hell with that, Jin Shitsi cursed, why don't you hold them off first? I'll come back to help you after I stash the loot. Neither wanted to be the one to take the blow for the other. Jin Shitsi, with his string of floating treasure chests, dashed madly towards the Jibek no Ken. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves in all directions. Almost at the same time, Luo Rocks and the others rushed out from different cabins. What's going on? Luo's gaze fell upon the Jibek no Ken, where he saw Luo Jie and Lei Li locked in a brawl with Jin Shitsi and Ling Ling. He paused for a moment, then a slow grin spread across his face. Fighting. Fighting is good. What happened? An Ni-Ka also hurried out from the secondary cabin, but the violent tremors caused by the shockwave made the ship pitch, wildly forcing her to steady herself by gripping the doorframe. Luo didn't explain. He instantly entered Ninetales mode, golden chakra cloaking his entire body. A chakra arm extended from his shoulder, grabbing an Ni-Ka by the waist, and he leaped onto the deck of the Jibek no Ken. At that moment, the atmosphere on the Jibek no Ken was tense. Rox and his men stood in a line at the entrance of the ship's hull, their eyes fixed on the two opposing groups not far away. The impending battle came to a temporary halt with Rox's arrival. Luo landed with an Ni-Ka at the doorway, standing at the edge of the crowd, watching the confrontation with keen interest. Hey, Rox barked irritably, you bastards, are you trying to wreck my ship? Rox, I'm just taking back what's mine, no problem, right? Just return our stuff, and we'll leave immediately. Floating midair, Jin Shitsi spread his hands and sneered, idiot Luo, Jie, what nonsense are you spouting? These are clearly ours. Ling Ling stood on the thundercloud, hands on her hips, aligned with Jin Shitsi. He's right, Lionhead. Once you've grabbed something, how can you possibly give it back? Do you think we're playing house? Wahahaha, Rox suddenly burst into laughter. So do you hear that? Since when does a pirate return what he's taken? Luo Jie was left speechless by the barrage of retorts. Of course he understood the logic of pirates. Once you take it, it's yours. Earlier he'd only fought hoping to reclaim at least something. Forget it. Luo Jie slowly sheathed his sword, the blade sliding into the scabbard with a dull click. I admit defeat, Rox. Engaging the entire Rox pirates in a direct confrontation now would hardly be a wise move for the Luo. At that moment, Kai Duo took a step forward, his iron club over his shoulder, and spoke, Rox, they've come right to our doorstep. No matter what, this can't just be brushed aside, can it? Luo had been worried the fight might fizzle out, but Kai Duo's words made his eyes light up. This kid had delivered a perfect assist. That makes sense. Luo also stepped forward, cleared his throat, and raised his voice. If we let this slide, even the stray dogs passing by will take a dump on the Jibek no Ken before moving on. Right? Luo, you're absolutely right. Kai Duo nodded in hearty agreement. So Rox, let's fight. Yes, let's fight. Luo chimed in immediately, his voice deliberately impassioned. Jin Shitsi and Ling Ling both turned their heads, staring at Kai Duo and Luo in disbelief. What the hell are you two idiots doing? Don't you have anything better to do than fan the flames? Ignoring their gazes, Luo continued, his voice even louder, for the honor of the Rox pirates. Kai Duo immediately followed, yeah. For the honor of the Rox pirates. Luo grew even more impassioned. I, Luo am willing to go through fire and water for the Rox pirates. Kai Duo's voice suddenly faltered. He turned to Luo with a look of utter shock, his eyes screaming, seriously? Going this far? I'm actually not too keen on going through fire and water. Then Luo and Kai Duo each received a light kick on the rear from Rox. The force was gentle, but they both stumbled forward a step. You two idiots. What are you mumbling slogans for? Rox grumbled, stepping between them to the front. Then his gaze fell on Luo Jie and Lei Li, and he spoke again, still, they're right. This isn't a place where anyone can just come and go as they please. Luo Jie and Lei Li's expressions froze simultaneously. Luo Jie? Lei Li suddenly shouted. I know. They both turned at once, leaped into the air, and fled towards the land. Wahahaha, Rox laughed heartily, then leaped into the air as well, chasing after them. For Luo, this was a perfect opportunity to test his new abilities, so he pursued without any hesitation. Hey Luo. Kai Duo's voice came from behind, urgent and excited. Lend me some of your power to Schwa. Ron suddenly slammed on the brakes, carving two shallow grooves into the ground with his feet, as gravel and dust billowed sideways. Kaido paused for a moment, then quickly braked himself, coming to a halt beside Ron. His curious gaze fell upon Ron as he asked, "Why stop? Not chasing anymore." He paused, then swiftly added, "If not, lend me your power. He'll give it a try." Ron turned his head to look at Kaido. Instead of answering his question, he countered, "Kaido, have you ever seen ultimate martial arts?" "Of course I have." Kaido nodded, his response casual, while his eyes remained fixed on Ron. "Lend me your power first." Kaido's unconventional reply made Ron's mind stutter for a moment, but he quickly continued, "No, in this world, I am the only one who knows ultimate martial arts." "I see." Kaido nodded again, still expressionless. "So can you lend me your power now?" Ron fell silent. Where was the tacit understanding of the internal alliance? You couldn't even follow the conversation, your mind full of borrowing power. Were you reincarnated as an ATM in your past life? "No borrowing." Ron replied grumpily, then took a deep breath. Though the memories of using the 8 gates were etched crystal clear into his mind, as if carved into his bones, he still felt an indescribable tension when it came time to execute it for the first time. Come on, we're the internal alliance, as close as brothers. Not lending is way too stingy, isn't it? Kaido immediately began to wheedle when he heard Ron's refusal. Ron ignored him, slowly sinking his center of gravity as he felt the power within his body rise along his spine like a dormant river awakening. 7th gate of shock open. The moment the soft chant fell, a layer of blue steam violently erupted from Ron's body surface. Unlike any other power, this was energy released from the body, burning itself, scorching, violent, and carrying a visibly oppressive aura. A terrifying wave of air burst outward from Ron as the epicenter instantly spreading in all directions. Being the closest, Kaido hadn't even realized what was happening. He only heard Ron shout something like, "Open something," and then he was violently flung backward by a massive shock. After tumbling several times on the ground, he quickly scrambled to his feet and stared blankly at Ron. Ron was now enveloped in blue steam, his hair floating upward. "What happened?" Kaido muttered, shielding his face from the residual blast with one hand. He could confirm that this power was neither devil fruit ability nor haki. It was unfamiliar and primal, carrying a sense of fracture that didn't belong to this world, as if it had been forcibly dragged in from another dimension. Ultimate martial arts. Kaido, having come to his senses, finally recalled what Ron had said earlier. The words, "I am the only one in this world," echoed in his mind. "They'll take off first." Ron's voice came through the steam. The moment the words fell, Kaido heard a bang, and Ron's figure had already transformed into a blue-white streak racing towards where Roger and Rayleigh had fled. A long rolling cloud of dust churned up along the path of pursuit. Kaido stood there dumbfounded, watching the blue-white figure shrink and fade into the distance, eventually disappearing into the smoke and dust on the horizon. He didn't follow. He no longer insisted on borrowing power. He stood there gazing intently at the direction where Ron had vanished, a rare contemplative expression settling on his face. "Ron," Kaido murmured, "just how many more trump cards do you have up your sleeve?" Ahead, Roger and Rayleigh were still running for their lives. The two figures darted swiftly across the undulating terrain, with rocks chasing relentlessly behind. "This is just terrible," Rayleigh complained as he ran. This trip had not only failed to retrieve Annika, but their ship had been stolen, and now they were forced to flee. "Ha ha ha," Roger, ever optimistic, even managed to laugh. "It's not that bad. After all, only rocks." The moment the words left his mouth, the expressions of Roger, Rayleigh, and even rocks behind them changed almost. Their observation haki simultaneously sensed a terrifying energy body approaching from behind at an abnormally fast speed. "What the hell is that?" Rocks suddenly stopped, turning his body slightly to look behind him. Just as he turned his head, a violent gust of wind swept past him. At the same time, Roger and Rayleigh's observation haki had already predicted the danger. Both assumed defensive stances almost simultaneously. Schwat. In the blink of an eye, a blue-white figure had already arrived before them. "Ron!" Rayleigh and Roger exclaimed in unison. Ron didn't answer. His body twisted slightly as his right fist, brimming with power, shot straight toward Roger's face wrapped in blue steam. Roger reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to block. Boom! A dull explosion erupted, a force far beyond expectations surging into his arms. His body flew backward like a pebble shot from a slingshot. Rayleigh reacted with lightning speed. The moment Ron attacked Roger, he swiftly transitioned from defense to offense, his long sword coated in haki, slashing toward Ron. Swoosh! Another sonic boom rang out. Rayleigh's blade cut through empty air. Ron's figure had vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving only a dispersing ring of blue steam. Rayleigh's sword struck the ground directly. Boom! The earth split open into a massive sword scar, with thick smoke billowing from its center. Through his observation haki, Rayleigh abruptly twisted his head to the side to see Ron's kick coming. He switched from offense to defense again. But it was too slow. Bang! Ron's kick landed on Rayleigh, and instantly he felt as if his organs had been stirred, a heavy pressure in his chest. Puffed. Blood sprayed from his mouth as the immense impact sent his body hurtling backward. Ron landed back on the ground, blue-white steam swirling around him. Rox looked incredulous. At first he thought it was some kind of energy blast being fired. Lachesis' disbelief had not yet fully dissipated when it was replaced by a layer of deep suspicion. His eyes locked onto Luo, as if dissecting an unfathomable puzzle. It's not the power of hockey, nor the power of a devil fruit. The source of this power is it some kind of body technique that enhances one's own strength? Lachesis' suspicion once again transformed into shock. Having roamed the seas for so many years, he had witnessed countless bizarre abilities, yet this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying body technique. The explosive power, the speed, the pure violence of turning the physical body itself into a weapon. It completely shattered his framework of understanding martial arts. More importantly, this body technique was likely developed by Luo himself. If combined with top-tier hockey, its effect would escalate to a horrifying degree. Suddenly Luo felt that this cheap crewmate he had picked up along the way might not have a simple background. Wah! Luo suddenly chuckled softly. Interesting. Truly interesting. Then let me see just how powerful this terrifying body technique can be. Dong dong dong. Just then Roger, who had been knocked away earlier, stabilized his stance, dragging a blinding cold light from his longsword as he charged toward Luo. Hockey surged into the longsword like a black tide, a layer of dark red arcs rippling across the blade's surface. As the distance closed, Roger bellowed, "Divine departure." A piercing sword hum tore through the air. Dark red arcs burst from the blade like venomous snakes, leaping and crawling across the ground. Facing Roger's divine departure, Luo did not dodge. He spread his legs, slightly lowered his center of gravity, brought his hands before him, and while channeling his own hockey, he compressed the air to its limit, then released it all at once forward. Daytime tiger. Boom! A gray-white tiger's maw suddenly took shape in midair, its gaping jaws wielding a violent current of air, emitting a deafening roar as it charged heat toward Roger's divine departure. When these two completely different forces collided, they first intertwined, tore at each other, and devoured one another. The dark red arcs and the gray-white currents locked onto each other like two beasts biting each other's throats, neither willing to let go. The space groaned under the strain of the two forces, the air compressed to its limit, and then it exploded with a rumble. A deafening blast echoed around. The aftermath, carrying a world-destroying force, swept outward at tremendous speed. The ground was ripped open layer by layer, gravel flew like bullets, and surrounding trees were uprooted, swept into the air, and then torn to pieces. Even Roger himself was not spared. Facing this flood-like aftermath, his body was swallowed and sent flying backward uncontrollably. In midair, Roger quickly adjusted his center of gravity, forcibly stabilizing himself. As he landed, his longsword clanged as it plunged into the ground to absorb the impact. His feet skidded dozens of meters over gravel and mud before he finally came to a halt. This guy. Roger lifted his head, his expression grave as he gazed at the distant figure still wreathed in blue steam. What's going on? Not long ago in their fight, Luo's main combat style had been relatively simple, transforming into a nine-tailed fox and firing tailed beast balls. But how long had it been? His style had completely changed from a long-range cannon to a melee beast, as if he had become a different person. Could it be he had been hiding all along? Roger speculated, but quickly dismissed the thought. During their first encounter, he had clearly sensed that Luo was serious. That desperate stance didn't seem like an act, nor did it suggest he was holding back. Schwa. Just as Roger's thoughts were churning, a path before him suddenly erupted with wave-like dust. In the blink of an eye, Luo's fist swinging was already in front of him. Roger's pupils contracted sharply. Without time to think, he instinctively raised his long sword horizontally before him, infused his arms with hockey, and gritted his teeth as he braced for the incoming impact. Thud. After a dull, heavy sound, Roger's form shot out once again like a cannonball. But this time Luo did not pursue. At the same time, Rayleigh's figure soared high into the air. Seizing the gap, when Luo chased after Roger, he quickly charged power into his long. At the same time, Rayleigh's figure soared high into the air. Seizing the gap, when Luo chased after Roger, he quickly charged power into his longsword, and then swung it fiercely. A crescent-shaped sword aura tore through the air, carrying a sharp whistle as it slashed toward Luo's side. It's your turn, Oi. Luo turned his head, his gaze landing on the rapidly approaching sword aura, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then next, it's the second step. The moment the words fell, a burst of cold air erupted from his body. An icy aura spread from under his feet. The ground visibly condensed, a layer of white frost, the frozen zone rapidly expanding in all directions. Luo gently clapped his hands before him, then suddenly flung his right hand, fingers spread palm, aimed at Rayleigh. Ice release, ice dragon. Whoosh! An extremely massive blast of cold air erupted from Luo En's arm, then rapidly coalesced in the air, forming a highly oppressive ice dragon that soared upward. Seeing this, Rayleigh's eyes narrowed slightly. It wasn't that he was frightened by the ice dragon, or what truly made him alert was Luo En himself. An ice-type ability. Rayleigh frowned, his gaze locked onto the ice dragon. This guy. Could he have awakened his devil fruit and derived a new ability? Boom. The ice dragon and the sword aura collided in midair. The sword aura instantly dissipated while the ice dragon continued flying toward Rayleigh. Rayleigh's movements did not pause for an instant. He immediately swung his blade again. Shwa shwa shwa. A series of sword auras transformed into an inescapable net. The ice dragon shattered completely under the dense sword auras. Crystalline ice fragments cascaded down like a waterfall, hitting the ground with a series of crisp sounds. At this moment, Luo Kisi, who had been watching, was completely dumbfounded. This kid, what kind of monster was he? You say you ate a very powerful devil fruit. That is indeed enviable. Fine, acceptable. What? And you also say you've mastered an ultimate body technique that can unleash such terrifying close combat power. Fine, acceptable as well. Now you tell me you seem to have awakened your devil fruit and derived a new ice-type ability. Such ridiculously overpowered buffs all stacked on you alone. Are you even letting others live? A loud, waha, laughter rang out behind Luo En. He turned around and saw Luo Kisi walking towards him leisurely, a long blade resting on his shoulder. I never expected. Truly, I never expected it, Luo En, Luo Kisi said as he stopped in front of him, tilting his head to size him up, an elusive smile on his lips. You hid your abilities so deeply, kid. If Kaiduo knew that when he sparred with you back, then you were using your weakest moves, do you think he would lose his mind? Luo En chuckled and felt he needed to clarify. Don't speak rashly, Luo Kisi. I have always held great respect for my opponents. Oh. Luo-Kisi's lips curled exaggeratedly upward, his tone carrying an obvious hint of teasing disbelief. So you mean that all the power and abilities you've shown later were learned after we parted? Luo En nodded slightly, his tone betraying a candor that even he found absurd. Even though it sounds unrealistic, if I say it's really like that, would you believe me? Hihi, Luo Kisi sneered mockingly, instantly changing his expression. Do I look like an idiot to you? Luo En couldn't be bothered to explain further. Such a thing would be unbelievable to anyone, it was truly too absurd. Not long ago he was a turret, relying on tailed beast balls, and just a few days later, he became an all-round warrior wielding 8 gates release and ice release. Saying it aloud, even he felt like he was bragging. Alright kid, go back and rest. Luo Kisi patted Luo En's shoulder, then passed him and walked straight ahead. Leave the rest to me. It might ruin my plans. Luo En stopped watching Luo Kisi's back, his brow slightly furrowed. Plans? Is there something that Luo Kisi said, without turning a hint of disdain in his voice. You really underestimate your captain. He paused, then added, also your killing intent is a bit too strong. It might ruin my plans. Luo En stopped watching Luo Kisi's back, his brow slightly furrowed. Plans? Is there something you need to discuss with Luo Jia? Luo Kisi also paused, but still did not turn around. Not long ago I learned some truths. But for you all it's still too early to know now. He turned his head slightly, revealing half of his profile. With everyone around earlier, I had no chance to speak. Now it's a good opportunity. He'll go ask him what he plans to do. Luo En did not immediately reply. When he had traveled here, the anime One Piece had not yet concluded, and many truths remained unknown to him. But he was not anxious. Sooner or later he would know everything. Alright. Without pressing further, or saying more, Luo En acknowledged, and turned to leave. On the J-bikes, soared, the atmosphere was surprisingly peaceful. Golden Lion and Lingling were tallying the treasure they had plundered from Luo Jia's ship. They were completely indifferent to Luo Kisi's pursuit of Luo Jia. Whitebeard sat cross-legged on the ship's railing, resting his chin on one hand, his gaze fixed on the island's movements, lost in thought. Annika sat by the steps at the entrance of the ship's hull, her hands neatly placed on her knees, occasionally glancing toward the island to see if Luo En had returned. She had just stepped into this brand new environment and was still adapting, appearing somewhat cautious. At that moment, Whitebeard's gaze shifted downward, landing on Kaiduo, who was slowly walking back. The guy wore a somewhat sullen expression, as if he had just lost something. Usually he carried his spiked club on his shoulder, but now he was dragging it behind him. Got beaten up? Whitebeard spoke first, a teasing tone in his voice. Looking so dejected. Kaiduo looked up upon hearing this, met Whitebeard's eyes, but did not immediately respond. He quickened his pace, then leaped up, landing steadily on the railing to sit shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard. No. Kaiduo was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Tell me, when will I get a powerful devil fruit? Whitebeard turned his head to glance at him. Needless to say, the guy must have been provoked by Luo En again. Whitebeard looked away and said leisurely, such things require the right time, place, and people. Hurry won't do. Do you know any physical techniques? Kaijuo's tone carried a hint of probing. What do you mean? Whitebeard looked at Kaiduo beside him with, Kaiduo frowned as if trying to recall a vague image. The kind where you shout something like open and your strength explodes. After hearing this, Whitebeard looked at him with disdain. Are you still dreaming? Such fanciful delusions. There's no such thing in the world. If it really exists, teach me. Tch Nugate, you are truly short-sighted. Kaiduo instantly became animated, straightening his back with a proud tone, as if saying, see, you don't know, do you? I tell you that guy Luoan can do it. Just now he was going to show me the ultimate physical art of this world, and after he shouted something his power surged. Whitebeard chuckled and shook his head. Could it be that he was just fooling you? Impossible, Kaiduo said resolutely. Just then a figure descended from the sky and landed steadily on the deck of the Jaibike's sword. Luoan, you're just in time. Kaiduo turned his head and said, this guy Nugate actually doesn't believe that you can perform the world's strongest ultimate physical art. Luoan glanced at Kaiduo, then at Whitebeard's expression that read, let's see how you spin this, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Without offering any explanation, he teased Kaiduo. Kaiduo, want to learn? If you want, I'll teach you. Before he finished speaking, before Kaiduo could respond, an unexpected voice came from the side. Luo and Dono. Annika had somehow stood up from the steps, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, her eyes filled with anticipation and caution. See, can I also learn? If I learn, it'll be able to help you in the future. Luoan was slightly taken aback and looked at Annika. Mainly he himself wasn't sure if people from this world could actually learn the 8 Gates release. Luoan. Kaiduo had already rushed over excitedly, speaking hurriedly. What did you just say? Did you just say you'd teach me? Ron looked at Kaido, whose eyes were gleaming with excitement, and a mischievous thought suddenly arose in his heart. Ron, say something. Kaido, seeing Ron just smiling at him, felt a surge of anxiety within. You better not go back on your word. Annika Nugate can testify for me. You just said you would teach me that ultimate body technique. Kaido spoke rapidly, fearing Ron would suddenly say I never said that. Ron chuckled lightly and slowly said, before that, what should you call me? Kaido. Kaido was stunned for a second, unable to comprehend what. What do you mean by calling you what? Can you speak plainly? Annika quietly reminded Kaido, Lord Ron is hinting at you to call him master. What the heck? Kaido's voice elongated, his eyes wide open, his face clearly showing. Are you kidding me? He then said irritably, Ron, you're too much. I treat you as a brother, and you want to be my master. Sitting on the ship's railing, Whitebeard heard this and silently turned his body, changing his perspective from facing the island to facing the deck. He still maintained the posture of resting his head on one hand, wearing a faint smile, watching this scene with great. Ron smiled and patted Kaido on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. I naturally consider you a brother too, Kaido. However, this ultimate body technique is a legacy of my sect, and the rules of the sect are clear. It cannot be taught to outsiders, only to disciples. What nonsense is this? What sect? What disciples? What do you mean it can't be taught to outsiders? Only to disciples. Gulalala. Kaido looked bewildered, while Whitebeard, sitting on the ship's railing, couldn't help but laugh. Kaido looked at Ron, then at Whitebeard, and complained, what kind of ridiculous rule is this? Can't you just bypass this stupid rule and teach me directly? Of course not. Ron firmly shook his head. Kaido struggled for a moment, his expression changed several times, and finally, as if realizing something, he sighed. To acknowledge a master and gain an ultimate body technique, this deal is not a loss at all. Besides, who cares if you're a master or not? Master, Kaido called out softly. Good, obedient disciple. Ron smiled widely. Can we start now? Kaido asked impatiently. Ron suddenly retracted his smile, looking at Kaido with a serious face. Unfilial disciple, you just insulted the rules of the sect. I now announce that you are expelled from the sect and are no longer a disciple. Kaido stood frozen, his mind blank. What the hell? I just joined and am being kicked out. After regaining his senses, he exploded, cursing, damn you, Ron, you bastard. How dare you play with me? Insulting your master adds to the crime. Tisk, you just said you wouldn't acknowledge me. One thing at a time. It is said, once a master, forever a father. Can you have some shame, Ron? Kaido retorted speechlessly. After being a master, do you also want to be my dad? Unfilial child. Ron, undeterred by his complaint, still wore a solemn expression. Do you want to learn? Then teach me. Kaido almost shouted. All right, Ron cleared his throat. The Ron's little classroom is officially in session. Whitebeard did not intervene, still quietly sitting there watching. He was curious to see how Kaido would react once he found out he was tricked again, and how Ron would explain himself. On the deck, Kaido and Annika sat down. Ron paced back and forth in front of them, occasionally stroking his chin and occasionally looking up at the sky. This was his first time being a master, and he had no idea how to teach. After pondering for a while, he decided to go by his own feelings. First, close your eyes. Then slowly feel the flow of your own power. When you see something while the power is flowing, just tell me, Ron tentatively said. Soon Annika and Kaido both closed their eyes. The deck fell silent. 10 minutes passed, and did you feel anything? Ron couldn't help but ask. Kaido slowly opened his eyes, looking doubtful. No, it's all black. I didn't see anything or feel anything. Me neither. Annika also opened her eyes and shook her head. Ron gently nodded. He actually knew that Annika couldn't feel anything. The 8 doors Duanjia required the body to undergo overloading training to be able to perform, and her physical condition was far from adequate. Involving her was merely to give her a sense of participation. But the fact that Kaido couldn't do it either indicated that his earlier thoughts were indeed unfeasible. Got it. Ron suddenly thought of something and immediately mobilized the Nine-Tails chakra within him, transmitting it to Kaido and Annika. Try again using the same method. Sure enough, with the chakra this time, Kaido successfully felt it. At this moment, the golden lion, who had just finished counting his harvest, walked out with a cheerful expression. He first scanned the deck, seeing Ron standing while Kaido and Annika were sitting on the ground chattering about something. Finally, his gaze fell on Whitebeard, who was propping his head on the ship's railing and watching the show. The golden lion walked over, leaned against the railing next to Whitebeard, and asked with a smile, "Hey Newgate, what are those 3 idiots doing?" Whitebeard glanced at him with a nonchalant tone. "Mind your own business." "Hey, Newgate, you're such a bastard. You always make it hard for people to like you when you speak." The golden lion sneered, and also sat on the railing, crossing his legs, his gaze filled with disdain as he swept over Ron and the others. Listening to Ron, is he teaching Kaido something? TSK, TSK, TSK. That kid Kaido is really something. What can a newcomer understand? If he really wants to learn something, he might as well come to you, or even come to me, right? Right? Shiki, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Whitebeard coldly responded. Kekekek. The golden lion laughed heartily, not even angry. He understood Whitebeard. This guy had this personality and treated everyone with this indifferent attitude. Just then Kaido slowly stood up. He began to try to unlock his first restriction according to Ron's instructions. His breathing slowed and his hands slowly gathered in front of him. Then he clenched his fists tightly, ultimate body technique open. The name was something he thought of on the spot, and when he shouted it, it was filled with a sense of teenage bravado. With the unlocking of the restriction, a powerful current suddenly erupted around Kaido, and green energy covered his body like a thin film of light, his hair and clothes fluttering in the wind, while the deck beneath his feet emitted a subtle creaking sound. Ultimate body technique reopen. Boom. Kaido unleashed an even stronger current. Ultimate body technique still open. Boom. This time the deck instantly appeared with spider web-like cracks. The golden lion's laughter abruptly ceased, and he slowly turned his head, looking at Whitebeard with a puzzled expression. What's going on? What is Ron teaching? Whitebeard did not respond. The relaxed expression he had while watching had long disappeared. His gaze was also fixed on Kaido, his eyes swirling with a complex emotion. Damn it, Ron, weren't you just playing with Kaido? Are you serious? Brothers watching enjoy a free little gift, begging for it. Whitebeard had come purely to watch the fun, inwardly calculating how he would mock Kaido for falling into a trap. Yet at this moment, he himself became the biggest clown. Golden Lion glanced at Whitebeard, wanting to ask what was going on, but seeing the look of shock on his face, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. This fellow most likely had no idea what had happened either. What is it? Whitebeard regained a bit of composure, glancing sideways at the nearby Golden Lion. Ha ha ha, Golden Lion sneered twice, crossing his arms. Nothing now. Judging by the stunned look on your face, you probably don't know anything either. However, judging by Kaido's appearance, it seems he really did learn something incredible from Ron. Whitebeard said nothing. Even without Golden Lion's words, he could sense the immense power radiating from Kaido's body through his perception alone. Whoosh! At the same time, Kaido lightly pressed down his body, immediately shattering the deck underfoot. Then he shot straight into the air, slightly adjusted his center of gravity, and violently punched toward the sea surface. Whump! With that single punch, an invisible shockwave struck the sea surface. In that instant, the water seemed to be pressed down by an unseen giant hand, then rebounded violently, sending a massive spray of foam skyward. Ha ha ha! It worked! I did it! Kaido's voice exploded in midair, filled with a joy that seemed about to overflow. He looked down at Ron on the deck and shouted excitedly, "Did you see that, Ron? I learned the ultimate body art. I'm an absolute genius." Ron frowned slightly, his gaze falling on the broken deck, and said quietly, "Maybe. But, damaging the deck, even a genius can't escape a beating from rocks." Tisk. Kaido clicked his tongue dismissively, but didn't wipe the smile off his face at all. He was just happy that he had learned the ultimate body art. Let him beat him if he wanted. Even if he hadn't broken the deck, rocks never went easy when it was time to beat him. Ha ha ha, so amazing. So exhilarating. So wonderful. I feel like my whole body is filled with power. In midair, Kaido's emotions were so intense, he looked ready to explode on the spot. He continuously stomped the air, leaping in midair, throwing a punch with each step. Boom. Boom. One thunderous explosion after another erupted over the sea surface. He continuously stomped the air, leaping in midair, throwing a punch with each step. Boom, boom. One thunderous on the deck. Aniko was still sitting in the same spot. She quietly opened one eye and peeked in Ron's direction, only to find that Ron was staring right at her. She stopped pretending, grinning, and explaining, "Sorry, Lord Ron, I've embarrassed you." I closed my eyes and everything was pitch black. I couldn't feel anything at all. Ron waved his hand, signaling it was no big deal. For someone like her who had never cultivated it, was normal not to feel the power within herself, because there simply was no power to sense in her body. That fool. Whitebeard had somehow appeared beside Ron, his gaze fixed on the distant figure jumping around and wildly punching everywhere. He pursed his lips and shook his head. It's the first time I've seen him this happy. Ron wore a faint smile. Of course he's happy, he learned a peerless art. By the way, Whitebeard turned his head, looking at Ron's face. Is it really the ultimate body art? Ron didn't answer immediately. He watched Kaido's almost uncontrollably excited state, was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly said, "Once the final gate opens, it can slay gods." Tisk. Whitebeard rolled his eyes unceremoniously. "You're just fooling that fool Kaido. You don't believe." Ron turned his head, meeting Whitebeard's gaze, a hint of subtle smile on his lips. "One day I'll show you." Whitebeard waved his hand and turned to walk inside the ship. "Then I'll wait for you to open the final gate and slay a god to show me." The next day, the morning sea mist had not yet fully dissipated. Sunlight was blocked by thick clouds, and the entire sky displayed a gloomy gray-white. New world on a certain island. The church at the center of the island had turned into a living hell. All the stained glass windows were shattered shards scattered everywhere, shimmering with colorful and eerie glimmers in the dim light. Pews were overturned, the candlesticks on the altar were knocked over, wax flowed along the floor and solidified into white lumps mixed in pools of dark red blood. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. Blood meandered across the floor, gathering into tiny rivers, spreading along the gaps between tiles and slowly dripping onto the next step. Just then, 3 mysterious figures in black cloaks slowly walked in through the church door. The leading man was tall, with an upright posture, a slender section of fingers visible beneath his cloak. He stopped before a fallen pew, reached out to set it straight, then sat down calmly. Slowly raising the transponder snail in his hand, he spoke into the receiver. "Have you completed your side?" "Captain," a respectful voice came from the transponder snail. "It's done." Garling Saint nodded in satisfaction. "The surroundings have been cleared, right?" "Don't worry, Captain. All the bugs around have been cleaned up." Garling Saint responded indifferently. Only after receiving a satisfactory answer did he hang up the transponder snail, then tucked it into his cloak. He slightly turned his head, sweeping his gaze over the 2 standing behind him. "What about the Navy? Have you cast the bait?" "Yes, Captain." One of the mysterious figures bowed slightly, his voice humble and respectful. "The Navy is ready, waiting for our orders at any time." Garling Saint slowly stood up. He took 2 steps forward, but the toe of his boot suddenly bumped into something. A corpse lying across his path, blocking his way. Garling Saint looked down, his gaze condensing slightly. Then he raised his foot and stepped out. Squelch. A dull crushing sound echoed in the church. The corpse's head was directly stomped to pulp. "The Rocks Pirates. That bunch of useless Navy trash, so incompetent that we have to personally deal." A few days later, the Rocks Pirates returned to their stronghold, the Fengchao Island. Interestingly, that afternoon a new name was quietly added to the roster of the Rocks Pirates, Galiliusa. That captain, originally part of the Josha Pirates, for some unknown reason chose to formally leave the Josha Pirates and join the Rocks Pirates. Meanwhile, Luo En was also promoted from apprentice to full member. Originally, Luo En thought that after killing Wang Ji, Rocks would at least say a few words, since Wang Ji was after all a veteran collaborator. Unexpectedly, everyone from Rocks to the others acted as if nothing had happened. Someone even walked past him and muttered casually, "You were quick to act. I had long wanted to teach that guy a lesson, but you beat me to it." The tone carried a regret of, "Why didn't you call me to join?" Luo En couldn't help but laugh. On the rocky mountain of Fengchao Island, 2 caves blasted out by rocks were like deep eyes embedded in. On a flat rock surface above the cave entrance, Rocks sat alone, gazing at the distant horizon. A gentle breeze blew by, lifting a corner of his robe. "Hey, Rocks!" Suddenly a shout rose from below. Rocks lowered his gaze slightly and saw Kaido standing on the rock below, a faint smile emerging on his face. "It's you, Kaido. What is it?" "I want to become a full member." Kaido looked up and said seriously. Originally, he didn't care at all about being an apprentice or a full member. He only wanted to find a powerful devil fruit. But ever since Luo En changed from apprentice to full member, Kaido's mindset had subtly shifted. He couldn't explain why, but he felt that if that guy got promoted, he should get promoted too. "Since Luo En joined us, Kaido, you've changed a lot." Rocks looked at Kaido and spoke slowly. "What's that?" "I don't understand." Kaido muttered. "I want to be a full member." "Wah!" Rocks laughed heartily. "This Kaido kid is getting more and more interesting. All right, But there's a condition. You have to defeat me. Kaido paused, his expression instantly becoming vivid. Do you even hear what you're saying? Defeat you? If I could defeat you, I would be the captain of the Rocks Pirates. Why would it be you? Wah! Rocks laughed again. He actually didn't care whether Kaido became a full member. Becoming a full member meant a deeper cooperative relationship, which was not bad for him. He had made that condition just out of boredom to tease Kaido. How about this? Rocks put away his smile and raised 3 fingers. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I'll agree. Why didn't Luo and need to? Kaido immediately retorted. Because he is stronger than I expected. Who do you look down upon? Take this. Kaido roared, swung his spiked club, and leaped up his figure like a beast pouncing on prey. Had quite a temper. Rocks stood up, his right hand calmly placed on the hilt of the long sword at his waist. With the wrapping of haki, the blade emitted a low hum at the moment it was unsheathed, and then he fiercely drew the sword and slashed. Hum! A crisp sword cry tore through the air, the blade drawing a cold arc meeting Kaido's descending spiked club precisely. Boom! The next second, Kaido's body felt as if hit by a mountain. He spat out a stream of blood and fell like a cannonball into the ground below. Rumble! In an instant, billowing dust rose, chunks of rock and earth were thrown in all directions. A shallow crater appeared on the ground, cracks spreading like a spider web. Whoosh! Rock's figure descended from the sky, landing on the ground, carrying the long sword on his shoulder, grinning towards the center of the dust. What's wrong? Can't get up. Bastard Rocks, don't underestimate me. From the dust center, Kaido roared in fury, suddenly releasing a burst of airflow that blew away all the surrounding dust. Tisk, wanting to prove yourself can't be done with words. Rock's smile didn't diminish. You have to prove it with the fists in your hands. Ultimate. Kaido hung his spiked club behind him, about to shout that catchphrase, but suddenly paused. No. Luoan had told him that it wasn't called ultimate body technique, but 8 gates of escape. Alright. Since I learned it from you, I'll call it 8 gates of escape. Kaido muttered softly, then took a deep breath and clenched his fists. 8 gates, opening gate open. Rocks did not rush to attack. He even took half a step back, watching with interest as Kaido's aura rose layer by layer. Opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, until the 5th gate, Dura gate. This was Kaido's current limit. Green energy oozed out from Kaido's body surface like a thin flame dancing on his skin. Opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, until the 5th gate, Dura gate. This was Kaido's current limit. Did you learn it from him? But the aura you're emitting is somewhat different from his. Take this. Kaido wasted no words. His figure flashed so fast that it left an afterimage in place. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Rocks. Under the boost of the 8 gates, both speed and power were greatly enhanced. A dull sound of thump. Kaido's fist heavily struck the long sword that Rocks held horizontally before him. The impact traveled along the blade, causing Rocks' robe to fly backward violently. Interesting. Rocks' eyebrows rose slightly, a glint of genuine surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that such a body technique could amplify Kaido's strength to this extent. What if he himself used it? The mere thought of that scene was exhilarating. Seeing that the first move didn't work, Kaido paused not a moment. His second and third punches followed immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thump, thump, thump. Fists rained down on Rock's blade, each strike carrying heavy force, sending rings of air waves bursting across the ground. But no matter how he punched or kicked, all attacks were steadily deflected by Rocks. Meanwhile, in the tavern at the other end of the island, the air was filled with the scent of ale and tobacco, the wooden tables covered with water stains from cups. If anyone was happiest that Galualiusa had joined the Rocks Pirates, it was undoubtedly Annika. Hearing you say that, I'm relieved. Annika sat opposite Galualiusa, holding a cup of warm milk in both hands, finally letting go of her concerns. I thought something had happened to the Josha Pirates. Galualiusa waved her hand, then took a bottle of fine wine, tilted her head back, and chugged several big gulps. After a while she spoke. When Luo Jie told me you were staying with the Rocks Pirates, Yachi and I were both shocked. Is this truly your will? If you don't want to stay here, Rocks will let you go out of respect for me. Annika shook her head, a faint smile on her face. I really like it here. Galualiusa frowned. The Rocks Pirates are too dangerous. They are all madmen. As a weak woman, it's hard for you to survive here. There will be times when I'm not around, I can't protect you all the time. Annika did not show the worried expression Galualiusa expected. She just smiled calmly. Don't worry about me. This life is exactly what I hoped for. Even if I lose my life because of it one day, I will accept it calmly. Galualiusa looked at her, incredulously silent for several seconds. You're not in love with Luo? Annika nodded generously, her smile deepening. I enjoy being with Lord Luoan. He is a bad man. What logic is that? Galualiusa almost choked on her drink. What about him fascinates you? And this guy has a very bad reputation. Compared to my beloved Luo Jie, he's far inferior. Annika smiled faintly, not refuting Galualiusa's claim that Luo Jie was better than Luoan. She knew Galualiusa was just concerned about her. He is a bad man. Gululiuso was stunned. Never mind as long as you think it's worth it. Achoo. At the casino entrance, Luo-in and Whitebeard walked out one after another. Luo-in rubbed his nose paused. I have a bad feeling, he said as he walked. What do you mean? Whitebeard followed behind asking. In just a few hours we made Rox incur a debt of 20 million berries. Will he kill us both? Luo-in turned his head and asked seriously. I won't. Whitebeard shrugged then teased, I don't know about you. Tisk, if you're not worried, then I'm not worried either. Luo-in waved his hand, a sly arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Because I used the name Uzibo-ban. Uzibo-ban. Whitebeard sneered. Stop causing trouble for others. Rox is not an idiot. We all use our own names to record, but you. Reporting someone else's name, hell, guess it immediately. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask either. Boom. At that moment, a violent explosion came from the other side. Luo-in and Whitebeard both looked at the same time. What's the situation? Enemy attack. Luo-in looked at Whitebeard with surprise. Enemy attack. Compared to that, I think it's more likely those idiots are fighting. Whitebeard said leisurely. Hee. He'll go check it out. Luo-in laughed and ran toward the direction of the explosion, planning to see if anyone had been killed and then smoothly inherit his property. Whitebeard didn't follow, only watching Luo-in's back and mocking. Are you a fly? You just have to be nosy about everything. On Rock's side, Kaido lay sprawled in the center of the large crater, eyes gazing at the sky above where a few thin clouds hung lazily, like casually brushed strokes of light color. But he couldn't really see anything. Defeated. He was defeated. And utterly defeated. Facing Rox, he hadn't even mounted a decent counterattack. Pat, pat, pat. Footsteps came from the edge of the crater. Rox stood at the rim carrying the long sword on his shoulder, tilted his head to regard Kaido in the pit, then smiled. Admit defeat, Kaido. Kaido ignored him. He was currently in a brooding state. Wah! Rox laughed even louder at his appearance. What's still angry from being beaten? Don't slander me, Rox. Kaido finally spoke. I just think lying down is a bit comfortable, and the sky today is a bit beautiful. Rox looked down at him, not exposing Kaido's little thoughts, but slowly spoke. I agree to your request to become a full member. Kaido's body stiffened slightly. He didn't respond, immediately silent for 2 seconds, then squeezed out between his teeth. You still have some conscience, Rox. I'm leaving. Rox turned around carrying the sword and walking back. He'll treat you to a drink. Whoosh! Kaido immediately did a sit-up, bouncing up from the pit. At that moment, a man in a black suit and sunglasses walked up to Rox, his voice low. Lord Rox, we intercepted a huge piece of intelligence from the Marines. Rox's footsteps stopped. He turned his head, his gaze falling on the suited man. Huge intelligence. The suited man spoke slowly. It is said that the world government found a legendary devil fruit on the island of San Sebastian. The world government places great importance on it, even sending a mysterious team to escort it. Devil fruit. Kaido's footsteps abruptly stopped. Those words, when they entered his ears, seemed like a needle precisely piercing a nerve. Then, a grin slowly spread on Kaido's face, growing wider and wider, uncontrollable. This, isn't it just prepared for me? Although the exact abilities of the legendary devil fruit remain unknown, it must be extraordinary to be referred to as legendary. Kaido had a premonition that this fruit would at least surpass those of Whitebeard Ron, and even the likes of the Golden Lion and Lin Lin. As long as he could get his hands on it, it would surely be like adding wings to a tiger, allowing him to punch Rox and kick the Golden Lion. Kaido hurriedly approached Rox, his expression serious, as he said, Rox, gather the crew, and let's set off. This is a legendary devil fruit, and if we delay there may be complications. Rox glanced at him, then at the suit-clad man standing nearby, before suddenly bursting out laughing. Wahaha, calm down, Kaido. How can I be calm when it comes to a legendary devil fruit? With his ultimate body technique acquired and his haki cultivated to a satisfactory level, he was only one legendary devil fruit away from completing the puzzle. This could be a trap set by the world government. Rox's voice suddenly turned serious, like a bucket of cold water splashed onto Kaido's head. Kaido Rox looked at him, his tone carrying a rare patience. Stop always thinking about fighting. Sometimes you need to think with your brain. When did our intelligence network become so reliable? If we truly had that capability, we would have long since found leads on the legendary giant warrior clan. Moreover, since this is a legendary devil fruit, and the world government values it so much, they would surely implement perfect anti-eavesdropping measures during communications. But why were we able to overhear it? Rox lowered his hand, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. There's only one truth, they want certain people to go. It could be us, or perhaps Roger and his crew, or someone else entirely. Rox's reasoning was sound, yet Kaido was stubborn, glaring at him with a hint of unwillingness. But what if? What if it's real? If we don't go, won't we be missing out on a great opportunity? Rox furrowed his brow slightly, then lifted his foot and kicked Kaido away, saying irritably, you idiot. I've said so much and you didn't listen to a word. Even if it's true, do you think you stand a chance? Can you outpace Shiki? Can you outpace Lin Lin? Kaido got up from the ground, brushed off the dust, opened his mouth to retort, but suddenly paused. Rox was right. If the entire Rox pirates were to mobilize, he indeed couldn't compete with Shiki and Lin Lin. But what if? What if he went alone? What if he could seize the fruit before anyone noticed? Although the risk is great, the reward is equally significant. Is it not worth the gamble? If he bets, there will be a chance. But if he doesn't bet, who knows when he will get a legendary devil fruit. Whoosh. Just then a figure fell from the sky, landing not far from Rox. Ron first scanned the battlefield, then asked what's going on. What happened? What can happen? Kaido got restless and let me beat him up. But you, Ron, your expression seems to be expecting something. Me? Ron shook his head, shrugging his hands. What can I expect? I'm just curious to see what happened. His gaze fell on Kaido, silently criticizing. Seriously, Kaido, are you insane? You got restless and came here to get beaten up by Rox. Let's go him off to drink. Want to join Ron? Rox invited. Ron shook his head. He had a tab to settle with Whitebeard at the tavern, and it was the kind where he was both eating and drinking. Really? That's a shame. Rox didn't insist, and turned to Kaido, saying, let's go, Kaido. I'm not going, Rox. Kaido suddenly changed his mind. I want to go back to sleep. Oh, is that so? Suit yourself. Rox waved his hand, saying no more, and left at a leisurely pace. Once Rox had walked far, Kaido turned around and approached Ron. Ron, lend me some strength. Ron looked at him suspiciously. What for? Are you looking for a fight again? You don't have some kind of cleanliness obsession, do you? Can't go a day without getting beaten up. What are you thinking? Kaido glared at him. I left something with someone, and I need to get it back. Then let's go. Ron said without hesitation. I happen to have some free time. If you can't handle it, I can step in any time. No need. Kaido's voice suddenly lowered. Some things must rely on myself. Ron paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on Kaido's face for 2 seconds. Relying on oneself, yet asking me for strength. But Ron chose not to press further. This guy rarely had such a serious expression, and Ron didn't want to dampen the mood. Do as you wish. With that, he divided a portion of his nine-tailed chakra and transferred it into Kaido's body along his arm. Kaido felt the warm power surging into him, clenched his fist, then met Ron's gaze, and slowly said, Ron, wait for me to come back. When I do, I'll show you something amazing. Ron watched as Kaido walked away, not thinking much of it. He shook his head slightly and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Time flew by in an instant. Early the next morning, as dawn barely crested the jagged cliffs of Honeycomb Island, the ship's cabin of the Sword of Jybek was already filled with people. On the wooden table lay a somewhat worn sea chart, its edges curled up. Rox stood in front of the chart, his hands resting on the table as he surveyed everyone present, saying, we set sail at noon today, heading to the land of Giants Elbaf. Once he finished speaking, he paused, scanning the crowd and frowning slightly. Where's that fool Kaido? Is he? Kaido went out on an errand. Ron leaned against the wall, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea, adding, I don't know when he'll return. Out on an errand. Rox was taken aback for a moment, cursing, what could that fool possibly be doing? Saint Sebastian. Ron looked at Rox in confusion. What's he going there for? An errand? That idiot. He wouldn't be going to Saint Sebastian, would he? Saint Sebastian. Ron looked at Rox in confusion. What's he going there for? Yesterday we received intel that the world government found a legendary devil fruit in Saint Sebastian. However, the information had too many loopholes, and I suspected it was a trap set by the world government, so I dismissed the idea of going. But that fool Kaido, upon hearing legendary devil fruit, only thinks about how to get his hands on it. Most likely he ran off on his own to seize that devil fruit, which may or may not even exist. Ron admired Kaido's audacity, taking a piece of intel that may or may not be true, borrowing a bit of strength from himself, and then running off alone. Lin Lin sat in a large wooden chair, one hand propping up her chin, the other gently patting her face as she sighed. That guy Kaido is truly an idiot. Even if he wants to go, he should at least discuss it with us first. At the very least, he should have done his homework and prepared before taking action. Hey, Rox. The Golden Lion chimed in, his tone laced with excitement. How much confidence do we have in it? Forget about Kaido, I'm tempted too. Even though the devil fruit is useless to me now, it's a legendary fruit. Just its name alone makes it worth a fortune. If we obtain it, it would be an invaluable asset for developing our own forces in the future. Shiki the Silver Axe folded his arms. Rox already said it's most likely a trap, right? If you want to go figure out a way on your own, I'm not going to accompany you to your death. Kekiki the Golden Lion turned, mocking the Silver Axe. You idiot, if you don't want to go, just stay here. I'm not forcing you. You bastard, what are you saying? Alright, Lin Lin said, slightly annoyed as she tapped the table. You two idiots, can you stop yelling all day? It's so noisy. Mind your own business. The Silver Axe and Golden Lion simultaneously shot back at Lin Lin. The two rarely found common ground on anything. Lin Lin raised her eyebrows, about to retort, when Rox's voice came from in front of the chart. Enough. The cabin fell silent instantly. All eyes turned to him. Rox slowly straightened his hands, leaving the table as his gaze swept across each person's face. Regarding the legendary devil fruit, I've gathered some additional information. It's most likely a trap, but we can't rule out the possibility that they truly found a legendary devil fruit. Since others are also interested in this legendary devil fruit, let's hold a vote. Should we proceed to Elbaf or divert to Saint Sebastian? The majority will rule fair and square. I have no problem. The silver axe was the first to respond. I have no problem either, Linlin added. The golden lion clicked his tongue, neither opposing nor agreeing, just leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his gaze obscure. Almost everyone agreed with Rock's decision. The vote officially commenced. Some raised their hands, some shouted, and some simply grunted their approval. Moments later the results were in. The plan remained unchanged, they would still head to Elbaf. However, Rox postponed the timing by 4 days, saying they would wait for Kaido, but everyone understood that if anyone wanted to go to Saint Sebastian, they could as long as they returned within 4 days. Be careful, Lord Ron. On the deck, Annika clasped her hands in front of her, softly admonishing him. The sea breeze brushed against her pink hair tips, and her eyes were filled with unmasked worry. She knew she couldn't help much, so all she could do was say this with utmost seriousness. Don't worry about me. Ron turned back to look at her, but you don't push yourself when things get tough. On the ship, Newgate and Rox are trustworthy people. As for Garoliosa, I don't know her well, you have to be careful. He was not going to Saint Sebastian for the so-called legendary devil fruit. He was going for Kaido. In the past, when facing Roger and Rayleigh, Whitebeard and Kaido had unreservedly stood by his side. That kindness had always been in his heart. He was not the kind of person to express gratitude verbally, but he would repay it through actions. All right. Annika gently nodded, not saying anything more. I'm off. Ron waved his hand, turning toward the ship's side, as the nine-tailed mode activated, enveloping him in a golden chakra cloak. He leaped forward, landing on the water's surface, creating ripples. Just as he was about to pull out the compass, a voice drifted over from another direction. Seriously, Ron, you are so slow. Whitebeard sat in a speedboat, one arm resting on the railing, the other holding a naginata, his face showing signs of impatience. Newgate. Ron's steps halted suddenly, his face filled with surprise. What are you doing? He hadn't told anyone except Annika about his intentions, nor had he thought to invite Whitebeard along. No choice, Whitebeard shrugged, his tone carrying a hint of resigned indulgence. What can we do when there's a Ron was taken aback for a moment, then understood, smiling softly as he leaped onto the speedboat, deactivating the nine-tailed mode. At that moment, Ron recalled a certain scene from the original work. It was during the Marineford War, where rumors circulated that Kaido intended to ambush Whitebeard's crew. But now he suddenly felt that perhaps Kaido hadn't intended to ambush, but wanted to help Whitebeard, only to be stopped by a fake red-haired. Wahaha! Suddenly a figure streaked through the air, tracing a vibrant arc like a meteor falling from the sky, landing precisely on the speedboat. With a loud crash, the boat sank, suddenly splashing a large amount of water. Set sail. Rox stood at the front of the speedboat, hands on his hips, shouting loudly. Whitebeard and Ron looked at the familiar figure, their expressions mirroring shock. Rox, how did you get here? We're going to Saint Sebastian. Whitebeard frowned. Rox slightly tilted his head, his gaze landing on Whitebeard, a cold smile curling his lips. We're headed to Saint Sebastian. That idiot Kaido dared to act on his own, and I'm going to go beat him up. Do as you wish. Whitebeard remained silent for a moment, ultimately responding with just that. Then, as the speedboat started up with a deep rumble, the stern kicked up, white waves. The speedboat cut through the sea, racing towards Saint Sebastian. The three figures were elongated in the sunlight, the small boat gliding across the water like an arrow shooting into the distance. Free gifts are being given away, begging for them. Honeycomb Island was not far from San Sebastian. By speedboat it took about 4 hours. At that moment, warships flying the flags of the Marines or the world government were docked at various ports around the island. On the streets, squads of Marines in white uniforms were patrolling back and forth. Kaido, however, had quietly infiltrated the island long before dawn. If you said he was cautious, he had come all the way to San Sebastian alone without a care. If you said he was reckless, the bastard actually knew how to disguise himself. He had somehow scavenged a tattered black cloak to wear. But it made no difference whether he wore it or not, because he was already cloaked in the Nine-Tails chakra coat. At the highest point of the rear mountain stood a stone temple. On the eaves of the temple, a burly man was holding a telescope, observing the movements of the town below. Report. A man in marine uniform climbed up from beneath the eaves, walked over to Sengoku, and said respectfully, apart from Kaido, no trace of the other Rocks Pirates members has been found anywhere else. Sengoku slowly lowered his telescope, his brows slightly furrowed. They were hiding so deep that even the Marines scouting everywhere could not find a single clue. What was their plan? Sending Kaido ahead to gather information, or using Kaido as bait? As he pondered, Sengoku suddenly remembered something and cursed. That bastard Wang Ji is playing dead at such a critical moment. Indeed, if he had provided information on the Rocks Pirates, would Sengoku still be waiting here like a fool? Another Marine soldier leaped onto the eaves and said in a low voice, report. Kaido is approaching the temporary Marine base. Shall we go on alert? Sengoku raised his telescope again, adjusted the focus, and saw the faint crimson figure weaving nimbly through the shadows of the base. He watched for a while before giving the order calmly. Keep observing. Don't startle the snake. The main character of this grand show hasn't taken the stage yet. Yes, sir. More than 3 hours later. Inside the temporary marine base, Kaido had infiltrated and was hiding in a secluded corner cluttered with debris, peering through the gaps between wooden crates to scan the situation outside. After waiting for a long time, he reached a conclusion. There were too many eyes outside. Overt and covert sentinels were arranged in interlocking patterns, and the patrol routes left almost no blind spots. After waiting for a long time, he reached a conclusion. There were too many eyes outside. Overt and covert sentinels were arranged in interlocking patterns. The only option left was a frontal assault. But if the marine base was guarded only by small fry, it would be fine. If there were strong fighters, the operation was as good as failed. Yet if he didn't launch a direct attack and continued waiting for an opportunity once the world government's mysterious organization arrived, the mission would also end in failure. Huff! Kaido let out a heavy breath and decided to go all out. He had come this far, he absolutely would not accept returning empty-handed. With his mind made up, Kaido no longer sat idly. He swiftly made his move, caught a lone marine soldier, covered his mouth with one hand, and dragged the man into a secluded corner. You've got one chance, Kaido hissed, his voice low and fierce. Tell me where the devil fruit is. The marine soldier trembled all over, terror stark in his eyes. He nodded frantically, indicating he was willing to talk. Not that he was disloyal to the Marines. After all, with a monthly salary of just a few thousand berries, he wasn't about to throw away his life. Kaido slowly loosened his grip, and the marine soldier stammered in a low voice, at the marine base warehouse. The most heavily guarded place. Having obtained the answer he wanted, Kaido didn't hesitate. He knocked the marine soldier unconscious with one punch. Then he leaped out and dashed toward the warehouse without stopping. This time, he didn't bother hiding, he charged straight. The alarm blared sharply, echoing across the entire marine base. Kaido quickly disposed of the marines guarding the warehouse and entered inside. On the central table sat an exquisite wooden box. Ha 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 ha, fantastic. Kaido rushed to the table and flipped open the lid. Inside the box lay a black fruit with spiral patterns. This is a legendary devil fruit. Kaido's hand trembled slightly, his voice thick with excitement. Then without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the fruit and shoved it into his mouth. The fruit's skin burst between his teeth, and a strange taste spread through his mouth. Is it good? A voice drifted in from the warehouse entrance, soft and eerie. Kaido froze instantly. He turned around on reflex, spitting out what was in his mouth. What the hell? Crunchy like plastic. Kaido cursed as he wiped his mouth with his hand. Sengoku stood at the warehouse entrance, hands behind his back, his expression calm. His gaze fell on the fake fruit on the ground that had been bitten into, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Of course, he nodded lightly, explaining in a gentle tone, because it's made of plastic. See, very realistic, isn't it? The texture and patterns are exactly like the real thing. Kaido's face instantly darkened. Truth be told, he should be grateful that Sengoku wasn't the kind of if it had been someone else, they might have wrapped a pile of crap in plastic and put it in the box. While not physically harmful, the humiliation would have been enough for Kaido to remember for a lifetime. You bastard. Kaido roared with rage, already swinging his spiked club in front of him. Don't be Sengoku took a couple of steps forward and said slowly, I don't think we need to fight the moment we meet. Isn't power what you're after by joining the Rocks Pirates? And you risked your life to steal a devil fruit from the marine base. I believe deep down you desperately want a devil fruit of your own. What's all this chatter? Take this. Without another word, Kaido swung his spiked club straight at Sengoku. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted inside the warehouse, sending billowing dust into the air. Sengoku's figure flew backward out of the smoke, somersaulted in midair, and landed steadily on the open ground outside. Kaido followed right behind, swinging his club. Kaido, you bastard, let me finish. Sengoku covered his arms with armament hockey and raised them to block the second strike. Can't hear you. Take this. Kaido's third blow came right after. Sengoku dodged while continuing, everything you seek I can give you. Power. And a devil fruit. Power. Devil fruit. Kaido's voice dripped with undisguised mockery as he swung his club horizontally. Don't think that just because you can turn into a little golden man you're wrong. Bang! Kaido's spiked club struck Sengoku solidly. Under the impact, Sengoku's body flew sideways, crashing through a wall, and dust billowed once more. This time Kaido didn't pursue. He glanced toward the dust, a slight grin curling at the corner of his mouth, then turned and ran. Catch you later. Whoosh! A figure shot up from the dust, arcing through the air, and landed in front of Kaido. Sengoku's face had turned completely grim. He slowly tore off his justice cloak, tossed it aside, and, stubborn fool. Since that's the case, they'll have to send you to a prison from which there is no return. As he spoke, Sengoku's body began to emit a blinding golden light. His physique expanded at a visible rate. A colossal golden Buddha arose from where he stood, then looked down upon Kaido from on high. Kaido felt no fear. His gaze was locked directly onto the colossal golden Buddha. At this moment, he hesitated no longer. Setting down his spiked club, he clapped his hands together before his chest, then suddenly released them. A surge of green energy exploded from within him, and the ground beneath his feet cracked with a resounding snap. This time he did not open one gate at a time. Instead, he shattered all barriers at once, unleashing his full 8 gates. Released formation. 5th gate of opening. Green chakra flames raged wildly over his body, veins bulged beneath his skin, and his breathing grew heavy and searing. Kaido grabbed his spiked club, and his figure vanished from its spot in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already streaking through the air like a bolt. Kaido grabbed his spiked club, and his figure vanished from its spot in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already streaking through the air like a bolt of green lightning, leaving a sharp sonic boom, tearing through the atmosphere behind him. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. The afterimage of Kaido's previous position still lingered in his pupils. He had failed to track the trajectory of his opponent's movement. In that split second of Sengoku's distraction, Kaido's spiked club, wrapped in howling wind pressure, came crashing down toward the head of the colossal golden Buddha. Boom! A dull, heavy thunderclap exploded in midair. The air rippled in layers like a lake struck by a massive boulder, sending concentric waves spreading outward. Sengoku's feet slid backward abruptly. The massive golden Buddha body stumbled back several steps under the force of that blow. This guy, what has he done to boost his power to such an extent in such a short time? Sengoku's mind churned with shock, his gaze locked firmly on Kaido. Again, Kaido gave him no chance to catch his breath. Midair, he twisted his body, using the momentum of his fall to swing the spiked club, once more charging at Sengoku with even more savage ferocity. This time Sengoku's reaction was noticeably faster. He did not defend. Instead, he thrust a palm forward. A powerful shockwave exploded from the Buddha's palm like a golden pillar of light, meeting Kaido's attack head-on. Thud! The spiked club and the shockwave collided directly in midair. The explosive sound of energy was deafening, and a blinding flash erupted at the point of impact. Kaido's body was violently flung back by the recoil like a kicked pebble, crashing heavily back to the ground. Boom! He carved a shallow crater into the earth, dust filling the air. Sengoku looked down at Kaido in the pit, drawing his palm back like a drawn bow, golden energy pulsing in his hand. He spoke coldly with the judgment of one looking down from above. Kaido, this is your last chance to answer me. Ha ha ha. On the ground, Kaido slowly rose, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet a grin remained on his face. Don't look down on me. Sengoku's eyes darkened. Kaido's answer was clear. He would not make any deals with the Marines like Wang Ji did. This man was too stubborn to bend. So be it. Sengoku took a deep breath, and the energy in his palm surged violently. Then face my attack. Great Sun Void. He thrust his palm forward. A muffled roar tore through the air like the bellow of some ancient beast, erupting into an ear-splitting shriek. The golden shockwave coalesced into a massive Buddha hand wreathed in scorching golden flames, hurtling toward Kaido with a howl. Kaido did not retreat. He gripped his spiked club with both hands, infusing all his haki into the shaft. Black veins wound menacingly beneath the covering of green energy. With the amplification of the 8 gates, he threw his strength into the swing. Thud! The spiked club and the golden Buddha hand collided with catastrophic force. In that instant, a violent shockwave cascaded outward like a tsunami in all directions. Gravel on the ground was flung into the air, then torn into finer debris by the blast. Under the force of the impact, Kaido was clearly at a disadvantage. The ground beneath his feet instantly caved in cracks, spreading outward like a tearing spiderweb. Act! Kaido roared, the muscles on his arms bulging, veins like climbing ivy covering the backs of his hands. He continuously intensified his release of power, trying to push the Buddha hand back, but with little effect, only slowing its advance by a second or two. Little bug. Suddenly a strange voice came from behind Kaido. You seem to be struggling quite painfully. Let me deliver you from it. Kaido's pupils contracted sharply. The voice was impossibly close, and he had detected nothing. He instinctively tried to turn his head, but it was too late. A flash of a blade passed behind him. SSSHHH. Blood sprayed from his back. A long gash ran from his shoulder to his waist. The skin and flesh turned outward, revealing the torn muscle tissue beneath. The blonde woman did not strike again. After her slash, her form flickered like a cat that had completed its hunt, retreating gracefully out of attack range. Kaido's body stiffened abruptly. Power rapidly drained from his arms. The golden Buddha hand, which he had barely been holding back, suddenly lost its resistance and slammed into him. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending dust and debris skyward, then shooting out in all directions like bullets. A deeper, wider crater appeared on the ground, its edges charred black and emitting wisps of smoke. The blonde woman landed on a high point. She sheathed her blood-stained long sword and looked at Sengoku with displeasure, her voice low. Look at what you've been doing. Dealing with such a bug dawdling for so long. Her tone carried undisguised accusation and contempt. After a pause, she continued. Also, has our target appeared yet? The captain is getting impatient. Sengoku's gaze swept over her. The golden Buddha's face revealed no emotion, but his voice carried a trace of suppressed displeasure. He took a deep breath and finally refrained from losing his temper. After all, these were members of a mysterious organization under the world government wielding immense authority. Even though he held a high rank, he had to exercise restraint with these people at certain levels. Huff. Sengoku slowly exhaled and explained, I don't know yet. My intelligence agents haven't responded in time. TSK, TSK, TSK. The blonde woman didn't hide her sarcastic grin. Of course. If the Marines could be relied upon, why would we need to step in? Hey, this is an unexpected situation. Sengoku tried to defend himself. Unexpected. The blonde woman sneered, her cold gaze falling on Sengoku. Think about it. That ragtag bunch calling themselves the Rocks Pirates, how many times have they plundered the heavenly tribute meant for the celestial dragons? Don't you have any idea? Sengoku was left speechless. Ever since the Rocks Pirates appeared, every shipment of heavenly tribute they targeted had been completely looted. Although the escort duty was largely the responsibility of world government personnel, as a Marine, he could not refute that statement. Rustle, rustle. From the dust-filled crater came faint scraping sounds. The blonde woman instinctively looked over, a cold smile curling her lips. TSK, TSK. The bug's tenacity is truly remarkable. Deep in the pit, a hand covered in blood and grime emerged from the rubble. Then another hand pushed against the ground. Kaido staggered to his feet, his face smeared with blood, the wound on his back still oozing, slowly staining his tattered clothes. The 8-gate state he had activated earlier had already dissipated upon being struck by the Buddha hand. He looked utterly disheveled. Yet he was laughing. Tui. Kaido spat a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse. Rocks. You were right. This is indeed a trap. He paused, his gaze looking up at the sky as if seeing something distant. Ron, I've broken my promise. I can't show you the big treasure. He grinned, blood sliding down the corner of his mouth. I accept my loss with grace. The moment that shout fell, a violent gust burst from within him, blowing away all lingering dust in the crater. Then the Nine-Tails cloak on Kaido's body shrank rapidly, as if absorbed by something, until it disappeared completely. The bastard who stabbed me in the back. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. Kaido roared. He then slowly closed his eyes, only to snap them open again. The chakra within him blazed like dry kindling. With Ron's power, I feel I can break through that barrier. He took a deep breath, threw his arms wide. 8 gates released, formation. 6th gate, gate of view open. A fierce cry rang out from the pit. Instantly, a blinding white radiance exploded from within him, like a small sun bursting forth. The green energy transformed into even more dazzling white steam, surging, expanding, and burning. The blonde woman's expression changed sharply. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light, but the glow still pierced through her fingers, stinging her eyes. Then her observation hockey blared the highest alert. A sense of dread rose in her chest, as if something was approaching her at an incomprehensible speed. The blonde woman abruptly dropped her hand, intending to observe and evade. But what met her face was Kaido. That club came with a trail of white steam, moving so fast, it left an afterimage in the air, carrying brutal force that could crush everything aimed straight at her face. Die! Boom! The spiked club slammed directly into the blonde woman's face. Under the tremendous impact, her entire skull was crushed. Eye sockets, sunken nose bridge, shattered mouth deformed. Blood and splinters of bone sprayed from the fractured face. Then her body was sent hurtling like a kicked cannonball, vanishing into the depths of the ruins, kicking up a cloud. Kaido landed at the spot where she had stood, panting heavily. White steam rose from his body in waves. The wound on his back had split open further from the burst, blood dripping down his spine onto the ground. But he was still standing. He had not fallen. He turned, looking at the golden Buddha, slowly raising his spiked club to point at Sengoku. Sengoku's pupils contracted violently. There it was again. Kaido's aura had become even more ferocious than before. How was he doing this? At the same time, in the mountain shrine at the rear. Clatter, clatter. Urgent footsteps echoed on the stone steps. A Marine soldier rushed into the hall and knelt on one knee. Report. Rocks Pirates member identified in the Northern Sea. Confirmed as Shiki. Before the report finished, another Marine soldier burst in. Report. Rocks Pirates member identified in the Northern Sea. Confirmed as Captain Rocks member Edward Newgate and crew member Ron. The two reports came only seconds apart, like two stones dropped into the hall, stirring layers of ripples. From deep within the hall, 3 figures slowly emerged. Garling Saint walked at the front, the hem of his cloak swaying gently with his stride. Half a step behind him, two other men in cloaks walked side by side. These cowardly vermin have finally shown themselves, eh? Ha ha ha. Making us wait this long. How truly annoying. Very annoying. Garling Saint stepped out of the shrine, his gaze fixed on the northern sea. Captain, let me go. Garling Saint shook his head, his voice low. We move together. Strike quickly and decisively. As the words fell, his form had already flickered like a shadow as he sped toward the coastline. The other two members of the God's Knights followed without pause, keeping pace. A moment later, out on the sea, the Golden Lion was the first to reach the island, flying through the air, and spotted three figures rapidly approaching his direction. The Golden Lion's eyes darted, and he glanced back behind him. On the Sea Rock speedboat was almost there. He then withdrew his gaze and shouted down toward the speedboat on the water. Rocks. 3 guys are charging over. They'll leave them to you. With that, the Golden Lion ascended higher, flying off in another direction. The pace of Garling Saint and the other two did not slow. One of the cloaked members turned his head to Garling Saint. Captain, the other one changed course. Should we? No need. Garling Saint's voice came from beneath the cloak. He won't get away. Let's deal with their captain first. The three accelerated again. Garling Saint's fingers rested on the hilt of his sword. The other two made the same move, almost simultaneously. The blades hummed as they left their scabbards. Their own haki flowed like water over the edges, black patterns gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Then they swung together. 3 sword cries rang out almost at the same moment, their sound waves overlapping into a single shriek, piercing enough to burst eardrums. The arcs of the blades left 3 visible crescent-shaped slashes in the air, hurtling toward the speedboat, closing in on the surface. Boom! The moment the slashes struck, the sea seemed shattered by an invisible giant hand. An explosive geyser erupted skyward, white foam and fragmented water curtains intertwining, completely engulfing the speedboat. Before the water curtain fell, a colossal golden nine-tailed fox rose from the churning spray and smoke. Its body gleamed with brilliant golden light under the sun, its 9 immense tails spreading out behind it. On top of the golden nine-tailed fox's head, 2 figures stood side by side. Rock stood on the left, arms crossed, posture casual, a smile on his face. Whitebeard stood beside him, his naginata held horizontally before him, the blade shimmering with a steady silver gleam. Whirrororo. So these are our first speed bumps. Whitebeard slightly turned his head, glanced at the spirited rocks beside him, and asked in a low voice, "Are these the mysterious organization from the world government you mentioned?" Hee-haw. Who knows? Rox responded indifferently, his gaze fixed on the 3 silhouettes on the coastline, his tone carrying a nonchalance that said, "I don't give a damn who they are." Garling St. and the other 2 did not advance further. They stopped dozens of meters from the shoreline. The sea breeze passed between them, ruffling the hem of their cloaks and revealing high boots. The captain of the Rocks pirates. Garling St's gaze fell upon the figure standing atop the golden nine-tailed fox. The Navy's assessment rated him as extremely dangerous, but as he looked now, he was merely a human, slightly stronger than an ordinary person. But what about them? They are gods. Gods with immortal bodies. Beings that humans can never defeat. Hey! Rock, standing on the forehead of the golden nine-tailed fox demon, suddenly shouted toward the shore. "You rats that can't show your faces, is that stupid brat on my ship still fine?" After a pause, a smirk curled at the corner of Rock's mouth. "If he's not well, you won't be well either. Damned vermin." The 2 members of the Holy Knights beside Garling St. instantly twisted their faces in fury, anger exploding in their eyes upon hearing the words, "Rats that can't show their faces." Who are they? They are the descendants of the creator, beings crowned with the title of gods, existences that no one in the world should insult. Swish! 2 figures disappeared almost simultaneously beside Garling St. When they reappeared, they were already darting left and right toward the golden nine-tailed fox demon on the sea, their weapons coated with haki, charging at Rocks. Garling St. did not stop them. He simply stood there, his gaze beneath the cloak, calmly observing the battlefield ahead. Rocks watched the 2 figures charging at him, his expression still indifferent, even taking the leisure to say to Whitebeard, "See, these guys are so sensitive. The moment you say something bad about them, they get anxious." But Rock's expression suddenly turned serious. His hand gripped the sword handle, and the blade, coated with haki, emitted a low hum as it was drawn, dark red arcs leaping and flickering along the blade. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the fox demon's forehead. When he reappeared, he was midair, face to face with the 2 Holy Knights members. Crackle! Dark red arcs burst on Rock's blade. He looked at the 2 men and said coldly, "Rats should crawl back into their holes." As his words fell, he swung his blade. Buzz! A sword cry tore through the air, erupting into a loud screech. A terrifying sword chi shockwave burst from the blade, carrying the pressure of Conqueror's haki, as if to tear the entire sky in 2. The two Holy Knights members reacted equally quickly, both swinging their weapons to meet the strike. Heaton. Boom. A heavy explosion blasted in the air. Rock's sword chi shockwave, like an unstoppable torrent, instantly knocked their weapons away. The moment their weapons were disarmed, true horror appeared on their faces for the first time. No. In midair, the cry of no echoed around. The sword chi shockwave slammed directly into them, dark red arcs wildly leaping across their bodies like relentless biting. Their bodies flew backward rapidly like two leaves swept up by a gale. The next second, the sword chi cut through their abdomens, splitting their bodies in two. Their upper and lower halves separated in midair, 4 lumps of flesh falling to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Rustle, rustle, rustle. After a series of sounds, laughter pierced through the dust. Hee-haw. On the ground, the two Holy Knights members lay beside their own severed halves, chuckling softly. The attack was powerful, but so what? They have immortal bodies, they cannot die. But soon their smiles, Rock's conqueror's haki pressed down on them like an invisible tide, the suppression from the depths of their souls, freezing their immortal bodies, preventing the severed parts from rejoining. Rox landed from midair, his feet touching the ground. He walked unhurriedly to them, looking down at the two still twitching halves. What are you laughing at? What makes you so amused? Vermin. One of the Holy Knights members gritted his teeth and squeezed out a hoarse curse from his throat. I don't like hearing that. Rock's voice turned cold, and the hand holding the long sword rose slightly. Just then a sharp wind pressure approached from the side. Garling St. could no longer stand still. Holding his long sword, he shot forward like an arrow from the bowstring, charging straight at Rox. The blade traced a cold arc through the air, aiming straight at Rock's neck. But before he arrived, another figure dropped from the sky. Whitebeard swung his naginata, a strike imbued with the dual power of Conqueror's haki, and the tremor fruit, carrying dark red arcs, and an overwhelming momentum, chopping down vertically at Garling St's front. Garling St's pupils contracted sharply. He instantly canceled his attack on Rox, and crossed his sword in front of him. Boom. A heavy explosive sound blasted between them. The ground beneath Garling St's feet instantly cracked, web-like fissures spreading outward. His weapon bent slightly under the immense impact, and his knees buckled as he was pressed downward. Off. Garling St. roared in anger, power surging from within, and his legs slowly straightened under the heavy pressure. Whitebeard followed with a shout, simultaneously strengthening his own power. The dark red arcs on his naginata expanded, and the crushing force intensified once more. Boom. Garling St. fell to his knees again, deeper and heavier this time. The shock caused the ground to explode, and new debris scattering like bullets. After Whitebeard joined the battle, Ron quickly landed on the island to look for Kaido. Meanwhile, with Kaido, amidst the ruins, the blonde woman lay among shattered stone slabs and rubble. Her face, smashed flat by Kaido's club, was slowly restoring at a visible speed. The collapsed eye sockets bulged again, broken bones made cracking sounds, and the distorted features gradually returned to their original positions. Black smoke rose and curled from her skin like a dark adhesive, repairing the cracks. Unforgivable. Her voice squeezed out from her not yet fully recovered throat, hoarse and twisted, carrying a venomous malice that seemed to crawl from the depths of hell. Absolutely unforgivable. She slowly raised her hand, her fingers digging into the gravel on the ground, her nails scraping against the stone with a screeching sound. Damned bug. The blonde woman's voice suddenly rose with a hysterical tone of being thoroughly provoked. How dare! How dare! Huff, huff, huff. After launching a fierce round of attacks against the giant golden Buddha transformation, Kaido stood panting in the ruins. Suddenly he heard a faint sound. Turning his head toward the blonde woman, a look of shock crossed his face. What the hell? Her face is smashed out of shape, and she still doesn't die? The moment the words fell, Kaido didn't hesitate for a second. He swung his mace and charged fiercely toward the golden-haired woman. He already held no advantage in his battle against Zhanghua. With the addition of such an indestructible, eerie woman, his chances of victory were almost zero. So his plan was simple. First, deal with this golden-haired woman, eliminate the trouble behind him, then focus on Zhanghua and wait for the right opportunity to escape. He's charging at you, Zhanghua warned loudly, his voice emanating from the mouth of the giant golden Buddha. But before the words had even faded, Kaido had already reached the golden-haired woman. The golden-haired woman's pupils sharply contracted. On her face, not yet fully restored, a trace of genuine panic surfaced. You vermin! Stop! The golden-haired woman shrieked, instinctively crossing her arms in front of her. Bang! Kaido swung his mace and smashed it heavily onto her head. The mace carried the residual power of the 8 gates. As it struck, the ground shattered from the shockwave, and dust and smoke burst forth from the cracks. The golden-haired woman's body sank violently, her legs sinking into the broken ground. Fearing she wasn't dead yet, Kaido followed up with several more strikes. Thump! 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 With each strike the ground trembled and shockwaves rippled outward, causing surrounding debris to bounce. Seeing that her head had been smashed beyond recognition, Kaido aimed at her body and pounded again. Thump, thump, thump. Bastard. Kaido panted heavily, each blow vicious and heavy. If you don't die from this, Kaido will give you my life. Bang. Before his words had even landed, a golden shockwave like a wall slammed into his side. Kaido's body was sent flying by that force like a kicked pebble rolling continuously across the ground. Smoke and rubble left a long trail along his path. Kaido quickly got up, planting his mace on the ground, using his own strength to dissipate the last of the inertia. Zhanghua, transformed into a giant golden Buddha, strode over to the golden-haired woman. He slowly extended his hand as if pulling a trampled weed from the dirt and lifted the golden-haired woman's grotesquely deformed body from the pit, carefully placing it in his palm. Huff, huff, huff. Black smoke furiously coiled around the golden-haired woman's body like some dark flame, frantically mending her wounds. The collapsed skull swelled back, the shattered skin healed rapidly, and the twisted neck emitted cracking sounds as it slowly rotated back into place. Kaido looked up and saw this. He blinked. Then he smiled. Cheating. How can I fight this? Immediately Kaido turned around and fled. From Zhangguo's palm a muffled voice slowly sounded. Lo. ECT. Cheating. How can I fight this? Immediately Kaido turned around and fled. From Zhangguo's palm a muffled voice slowly sounded. What are you waiting for? I must make that vermin pay a painful price. Zhanghua glanced down at the figure frantically regenerating in his palm, clicked his tongue silently, and let the unspoken complaint swirl in his mind. It's clearly your own carelessness. If I weren't here, you'd have been pounded into meatballs by Kaido. However, despite his inner gripe, Zhanghua complied. But after just 2 steps, he abruptly stopped. Bastard. The golden-haired woman roared in his palm. What are you doing? But the next second her voice also caught. Because Kaido had stopped as well. He even turned around to face them. Boom. Just then a golden, gleaming object descended from the sky and landed before them. The entire ground trembled violently, the surrounding air was displaced, and a fierce blast of wind carrying dust and debris surged like a tide in all directions. Just then a golden, gleaming object descended from the sky and landed before them. The entire ground trembled violently, the surrounding air was displaced, and a fierce blast of wind carrying dust. This thought sent a shiver through her. She forced her arm down and stared straight ahead into the blast. After the dust cleared in the space between Kaido and Zhanghua, a gigantic golden 9-tailed fox demon stood on the ground, its 9 massive tails swaying slowly behind it. Its body radiated a blazing light under the sun, the golden chakra cloaked like flowing flames. The golden-haired woman's brow furrowed slightly, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. This is Luo En, Zhanghua said softly. Never heard of him, the golden-haired woman replied. Zhanghua ignored her. That remark had been an unconscious utterance. At that moment Kaido tilted his head back, staring blankly at the enormous golden figure, his mouth slightly open, slowly speaking. Luo En, is it really you? The golden 9-tailed fox slightly tilted its head, looked at him for 2 seconds, then, without answering, turned its gaze back to Zhanghua ahead. We meet again, Zhanghua. Luo En's voice emanated from the 9-tailed fox. Whoosh! The moment the words ended, that little brat Kaido had already leaped onto the 9-tailed fox's shoulder, raising his mace and shouting, Go Luo En. Kill him. Ron slightly turned his head to glance at Kaido perched on his shoulder, his gaze lingering for 2 seconds on that blood-stained face before he jested. You Kaido are far too full of malice. A young man like us should cultivate virtue and speak civilly. Spending all day uttering kill this and smash that. What a disgrace. Kaido paused his swinging motion for a moment, then eyed Ron suspiciously. Don't tell me. You've been possessed by someone else. Ron did not pick up that thread. His eyes fell upon the trail of blood trickling down Kaido's back. Blood had already dripped along his robes, leaving a dark stain on the surface of the 9-tailed fox's golden chakra cloak. Hey Kaido, Ron's voice suddenly turned serious. You're leaking ketchup behind you. Are you okay? I'm fine, Kaido replied nonchalantly, even managing a grin. Just a little dizzy. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal, Ron teased. Wasn't that obvious? He had only been standing on Ron's shoulder for a short, while yet blood had already pooled on the ground. Dizziness was the least of it. He'd be lucky if he didn't collapse entirely. I have good news for you, Ron. Kaido suddenly changed the subject, recalling something worth boasting about. Oh, did you find a legendary devil fruit? Ron guessed. Mentioning this ignited a fire of indignation in Kaido. His brows furrowed as he complained. No, that was a trap. Sengoku, that bastard, made a dead ringer out of plastic. I was too hasty and didn't examine it closely. I bit right into it. Then he asked me, is it delicious? Well, he seems to care about you, Ron said with a faint curve of his lips. Actually, you should thank him. If it had been real and the ability turned out worthless, you'd have nowhere to cry. So I'm supposed to thank him? Kaido glared. Up to you. Well, I was about to tell you the good news. Kaido cleared his throat vigorously, trying to steer the conversation back. With your help, I've successfully opened the sixth gate. Don't you think I'm exceptionally talented? He paused, then his expression suddenly turned grave. By the way, did you see that woman in Sengoku's palm? She's eerie. I smashed her head flat, and she's still healed. Ron showed no surprise. As a transmigrator, he had some understanding of the God's Knight's abilities. Does that woman have immortality? What? Kaido exclaimed in shock. Immortality? Then what's the point of fighting? Take me and Ron. It's not true immortality. Haki can suppress her regeneration, Ron explained. Bull, Kaido retorted. I used Haki on her, and she still acted as lively as ever. Sorry, I take it back. To be precise, powerful Haki can suppress it. Meanwhile, atop the palm of the golden giant Buddha, the blonde woman had fully recovered. She slowly raised her head, her displeased gaze falling on Sengoku's Buddha face. What are you doing? Why haven't you attacked yet? Unless you're afraid of that fox. Sengoku lowered his eyes to meet hers. He's not Kaido. That guy is strong. So the blonde woman's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. You're afraid. Sengoku frowned slightly. He did not answer immediately, instead falling silent for a moment, then averted his gaze and said flatly, I'm just warning you. Whether you heed it is your own affair. With that, he crouched slightly and gently placed the blonde woman from his palm onto the ground. Then he straightened up, his eyes locking once more onto the golden nine-tailed fox in front. Ron, Sengoku's voice deepened, losing its earlier composure. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Without further pleasantries, he pulled his hand back and thrust it forward fiercely. Boom. An invisible shockwave tore through the air, carrying a sharp howl as it hurtled toward Ron. Getting Kaido. Considering Kaido's injuries, Ron decided to pull him inside. As his words fell, Kaido's body was drawn by an invisible force, merging directly into the golden nine-tailed fox. By the time Kaido realized what had happened, he was standing beside Ron. It works like that. Kaido immediately looked around, his tone excited. Why didn't you let me in sooner? Can I control it? Since I'm in, I should be able to control it, right? Shut up. Do you think this is a robot? You can control it just by getting in. Ron's voice echoed inside the fox. Then the golden nine-tailed fox leaped abruptly, its massive body unfurling in midair, easily evading Sengoku's shockwave. Ron's hands suddenly clenched in the void, and the golden nine-tailed fox mirrored the motion. Crack! Two enormous ice spears materialized in the fox's hands, their sharp tips gleaming with a cold light under the sun, wreathed in wisps of white vapor. At the same time, dozens of chakra arms extended behind the nine-tailed fox, pairing up palm to palm as they began to condense tailed beast balls. Come on, Kaido. It'll take you to shorten their lifespans, Ron declared. The golden nine-tailed fox gripped the two immense ice spears and dove toward the golden giant Buddha below. Sengoku moved with incredible speed, unleashing a series of palm thrusts, each shockwave meeting the nine-tailed fox head. But Ron's body twisted through the air like a fish in water, dodging every attack, the ice spears tracing white arcs in the sunlight. Realizing he couldn't stop the golden nine-tailed fox from approaching, Sengoku conceived the notion of creating distance. But the moment that thought arose, his observation Haki blared a warning. Something was closing in from below. His body instinctively dodged, and the golden giant Buddha leaped sideways. In the next second, a deafening roar erupted from his previous position. Boom! An enormous ice hand burst through the ground, its 5 fingers spread wide like a predator's maw, precisely grabbing the spot where the golden giant Buddha had stood a moment before. What the a? Kaido, standing beside Ron, stared with eyes wide. Ron, is this ice hand also your ability? Ron didn't answer, but the ice hand did not dissipate after missing its target. It adjusted direction in midair, its fingers closing again, tracking Sengoku's movement like a living thing. The golden nine-tailed fox descended from above, pursued from behind by the ice hand. The golden giant Buddha was trapped. Damn, no choice. Sengoku frowned. Then the golden giant Buddha braked abruptly, both palms thrusting out to firmly grasp the 2 ice spears stabbed by the nine-tailed fox. The moment the ice spears met the Buddha's palms, the impact traveled along the golden giant's arms to the ground. The earth quaked violently, the ground around the golden giant Buddha caved in with a roar, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. Crack! The pursuing ice hand seized the golden giant Buddha's body at that very instant. In that locked moment, the golden nine-tailed fox's body burst forth with rolling white cold air, instantly encasing half of the golden giant Buddha's form in a thick layer of frost. Then the ice layer spread at a visible speed, accompanied by the crisp sound of freezing. The temperature around plunged, the ground turned to ice, expanding outward into a white frozen domain. One more serving of something you know well, Ron said. The dozens of chakra arms behind the golden nine-tailed fox unfurled simultaneously, hurling all the condensed-tailed beast balls forward before the fox immediately pulled back. The frozen golden giant Buddha had just attempted to shatter the ice with his haki, but before he could execute the motion, his pupils reflected tailed beast balls hurtling toward him. The moment the tailed beast balls struck the ground, first swelled upward, then caved in violently. An expanding white light core burst from the earth's fissures like a sun rising beneath the ground, followed by shockwaves that raced along the surface, crushing everything in their path. The entire island began to tremble violently. The distant sea was affected, sending up massive waves. Boom! The unending explosions rumbled like a chain of thunder across the sky, lingering for a long time. At Rock's location, when the violent tremors shook the ground, Rox was standing on Garling Saint's abdomen. He turned his head slightly, first glancing in the direction of the vibrations, then sideways at Whitebeard beside him. "Don't look at me," Whitebeard shrugged, his tone flat. "It's not my tremor fruit ability. It's a massive explosion over there." Wahahaha. Rox suddenly laughed loudly, but said nothing more. He looked down at Garling Saint. The latter's body was covered in shocking sword wounds, even a large gash on the side of his head from which thick black smoke curled. His breathing was faint and intermittent, like a candle flickering in the wind, liable to be extinguished at any moment. "You are utterly pathetic." Upon hearing this, Garling Saint's face, covered in blood and dust, twisted into a somewhat ferocious expression. He wanted to rage, to roar, to utter the condescending word vermin again. But when the sound reached his throat, he realized he no longer had the strength to curse. Rock's power exceeded his imagination. Not merely overwhelming physical might, but more importantly, that man's conqueror's haki acted like a specific poison against their immortality, fiercely suppressing their regenerative abilities. "How do we deal with them?" Whitebeard stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the two still twitching remains. "Even if haki can suppress their immortality, they can still revive. Do you know any sealing techniques?" Rox tilted his head, pondered seriously for 2 seconds, then spread his hands. "What would I know about such things? Maybe we should chop them up and toss them into the sea." Crackle! Just as Rox and Whitebeard were discussing how to handle Garling Saint, and the other, a sharp burst sounded from the stone shrine on the mountain. Dark red arcs of lightning ignited like a lit fuse from the mountaintop, then spread in all directions at tremendous speed, like a giant electric grid unfurling, blanketing the entire island in an instant. "Conqueror's haki." Whitebeard was the first to speak, his brow deeply furrowed, his gaze fixed on the mountain peak. "Such powerful conqueror's haki," Rox echoed, his expression unusually serious. "It originated from up there. Seems like an extremely strong individual is on the mountain." Whitebeard said nothing, his eyes locked on the area cloaked in dark red arcs on the mountain. At Ron's location, that overwhelming conqueror's haki spreading across the entire island naturally fell within Ron's perception. His brow twitched slightly, and he cast a glance toward the mountaintop, muttering under his breath, "Could it be that she has arrived?" Based on his knowledge of the gods' knights, they seemed to possess a vessel ability, and the mastermind behind the world government could descend directly onto them through certain specific mediums. "She? Who is she?" the curious Kaido immediately pressed. "The mastermind behind the world government," Ron answered truthfully. "The mastermind behind the world government. Who is that?" Kaido asked again. Ron didn't reply. It wasn't as if he would know, acting like an inquisitive little kid asking this and that. He withdrew his gaze and surveyed the smoke-laden surroundings, finding no trace of the golden giant Buddha, so he retracted the golden nine-tailed fox's form. The golden chakra cloak receded like a tide, and the two once again stood on the smoke-wreathed ground. Ron drew the long sword hanging at his waist, casually slung it over his shoulder, and scanned the area. "Where's that blonde woman?" "I don't know. I wasn't paying attention," Kaido said, also looking around, his face wearing a somewhat dazed expression that said, "I was too busy watching you fight." Just then the ground suddenly trembled. Both Ron and Kaido started slightly. Soon after, not far away, a ray of golden light pierced through the layers of smoke, bursting forth like a golden spear thrust from the earth. The enormous golden giant Buddha rose again. "Huh." Ron looked up slightly at the resurrected golden giant Buddha, remarking with a hint of admiration, "Impressive. Survived that, didn't you?"